Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Michael, and we're going to be getting right back into some more Reddit stories. If you enjoy the video, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Now, without further ado, let's begin. This story was posted by a user named WallCurious in the True Off My Chest subreddit. The post is titled, "My stepdaughter died 4 weeks ago and I caught my husband and his ex-wife in our bed. My stepdaughter, Becca, passed away 4 weeks ago. I've been in her life since she was 7 years old and we were extremely close. My husband, Derek, his ex-wife, Sam, and I have always gotten along very well. There has never been an issue in the 7 years that I've been with Derek. Sam has always been kind to me, and she didn't even mind that Becca called me mom too. Right after Becca's passing, Sam experienced severe anxiety and depression to the point where she couldn't be by herself, so we invited her to stay with us. Sam hardly leaves the house. She mostly just sleeps in Becca's room, which is completely understandable. I've always told her that I'm here if she needs me, that I want her to take her time grieving, and that there's no pressure to go back to her home. Today, I needed to run some errands, so I asked Sam if she'd like to join me to get out of the house for a bit. She declined and said she'd rather just stay at the house and sleep. I told Derek that I was leaving and would be back in about 2 hours. I also asked him to check on Sam occasionally and maybe try getting her to eat something. After stopping at the post office, I realized I had forgotten my library book that needed returning, so I went back home to get it. As soon as I walked in the door, I heard moaning coming from mine and Derek's bedroom. I immediately knew what was happening and my heart completely broke in that moment. I wasn't sure what to do at first, but I decided to confront them. I walked into the bedroom, opened the door, and began yelling at them both. Sam started having an anxiety attack and ran to the bathroom while Derek kept apologizing profusely. I asked him what the hell was happening. He told me that he had made lunch for himself and Sam, and they began talking about Becca and sharing memories. He said that Sam ended up kissing him, he didn't pull back, and it escalated into them being intimate in our bed. They're both begging me to understand that it was grief that caused them to become intimate and that they both made a mistake. I don't know what to do. I love this man and I love Sam. I'm heartbroken that they did this to me and put me in this position. I feel so stuck." Just an absolutely tragic thing to happen. If you've been keeping up with the channel since the early days, you know my opinions on cheating are pretty cut and dry. I don't excuse it, and I think in 99% of cases, the victim should just end the relationship. Of course, I feel terrible for not only OP, but also her husband for their loss. But that doesn't make the cheating any better. In fact, OP is also grieving, yet she is managing it and dealing with these feelings in a healthy way. User Nadia said, "I understand that you love both Sam and Derek dearly, but you also need to remember to love yourself. Your husband cheated on you and Sam took advantage of your kindness and generosity. I understand they're both grieving, but this is wrong given how you are still in the picture. You are Derek's wife and you were also very close to Becca, whom Sam sees as a mother figure. Sam should have respected that and Derek should have respected you. This is harsh, but if this isn't the first time you've left them both home alone, then this might not be the first time they've been sleeping together since Sam moved in. I would highly recommend an STD test, and maybe a lawyer, but Sam definitely needs to leave." To this, OP said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I have this strange feeling that it wasn't the first time they've gotten together since she started staying here, but I'll probably never know the truth. Good idea. I'll definitely do that as soon as possible, just in case. Thank you." User Yana Yellow said, "You're grieving yourself and you still found space in your heart to welcome Sam into your home so she wouldn't be alone. What they did was take advantage of your kindness and it was very selfish. I hope you find your way through this troubling time and I hope whatever update you bring is a good one. Love and light, hun." User Choice Intention said, "It doesn't sound like this was the first time. She's not having so much anxiety that she can't spit in your face. You tried to help her at her lowest and she turned on you. They knew you were leaving and took the opportunity. Their pain may be deeper, but you are also in pain. He should have leaned on you. This is unacceptable and he knows it. Whether or not you stay married, she needs to leave your house today. I don't think you should stay married. You can't trust him. Update. I have decided that I'm filing for a divorce. I can't ever trust him again. It sucks because we had an amazing relationship. He's always been great, so this was a complete shock to me. Last night, Derek came over to talk. He confessed to a lot. It turns out it wasn't their first time having sex, as most people thought. They've been having sex since 3 months before Becca died. I am completely shocked and heartbroken. Sam also reached out last night and thanked me for everything I've done for her, telling me she was sorry. I didn't respond, I blocked her. I did so much for Sam and considered her a friend, so this hurts a lot, more than I can handle. This is all too much. As hard as this is going to be, I need to leave Derek and cut them both out of my life. I am ready to do so. I am done. Also, some people are saying I deserve this because I should have known better than to let Sam into our home around Derek. But you need to understand that I'm a giving person. I trust people more than I should. I truly thought Sam was an amazing person. I know it's unusual to become friends with your husband's ex-wife, but that's just how it went for us, and I shouldn't be blamed for what happened. Thank you to everyone who commented nice things and sent kind messages. You've all been helpful during this insanely difficult time, and I appreciate it. Update 2. Have I told anyone about what happened besides my mom? Yes, I've told a few friends and some family members. Most of them are supportive of my decision and aren't speaking to Derek. Where is Derek staying? Currently, he's staying at a hotel. Our friends refuse to let him stay with them. He's lost a lot of people due to his awful decision. Has he tried fighting me on getting a divorce? Yes, he begged me not to file for divorce, but when I told him I needed him to just let me go and that I was too exhausted to fight him on this, he accepted it and agreed to the divorce. Why isn't Derek staying with Sam? He told me he didn't want to continue to hurt me, so he told Sam he was done with her for good and that they had no reason to speak to each other anymore. I have no idea if that will last or if they'll just end up together, but I truly don't care what they do anymore. I just want peace. What was Derek's excuse for cheating? He told me that they just accidentally reconnected one night when I was away at my mom's. He was stressed about us not conceiving and having miscarriages, so he vented to Sam, and somehow that led to sex. Disgusting of them both, I know. Update 3. I just found out that he is staying with Sam and not at the hotel. He told me it's too expensive to stay at a hotel and that Sam is the only one who will help him right now. I had a feeling this would happen. Just knowing that they are probably still sleeping together hurts my heart. I talked to a lawyer this morning and we are proceeding with the divorce which Derek has agreed to. It's actually happening and I feel some relief that he's not fighting me on this. My mom leaves on Sunday and I'm scared to be alone. But I go back to work on Monday, so I'm hoping it will be a good distraction. I'll keep updating if anything else happens. Thank you everyone, I am so grateful for you all. Update 4. I decided to go through some of Becca's stuff today. I just found her diary in a box in the back of her closet. Would it be wrong to read some of it? I feel like it would help me feel closer to her, but part of me feels like it's wrong too. I haven't told Derek that I found it either, and I'm unsure if I should tell him. What would you do? Update 5. I figured it's been a few days, so I should give a little update. My mom is leaving in a couple of hours, so I'll be alone. I'm kind of nervous about it. She helped me stay distracted and kept me going. I don't know how I'm going to handle her being gone. I go back to work tomorrow, my first day back since Becca passed away. I'm looking forward to it though, because it'll keep me distracted. Also, I did read some of Becca's diary. It made me love her even more. She was such a sweetheart. I went back a few months and saw that she noticed some weird behavior between Derek and Sam. She didn't mention that she knew about the affair, but she wrote that she thought it was kind of strange that the three of them would hang out more than usual without me. I might read more, but so far I haven't found anything disturbing. Just her being a teenager and talking about crushes, fights with friends, happy family memories, etc. Tomorrow I'm also talking to my lawyer, so I might have more updates on that. Thanks for the continuous love and support, everyone. Update 6. I started randomly getting a lot more messages and comments, so I figured I'd do another little update. My first week back at work went great. I wasn't expecting it to go so well, but thankfully it did. My coworkers were so helpful and patient with me. On Friday night, I decided I didn't want to stay home all weekend alone, so I drove up to my mom's. It helps that I have a 3-day weekend, so I can spend more time with her. I'm heading back home tomorrow. Also, for those of you who have messaged me hateful things for reading Becca's diary, I just have to say, you aren't in my shoes right now. Telling me I'm a bad mom because I'm reading her diary is just ridiculous. I learned so much more about her, about how caring and sweet she was, and it made me love her even more. It's how I'm able to feel so close to her right now, so please don't tell me I'm a bad parent for just trying to get through one of the hardest times of my life. You have no idea what it's like. I don't have much of an update, so this will be it. I'll come back and update once the divorce happens though. Thank you to those of you who have been nothing but kind and helpful. You've helped me feel less alone and I'll forever be grateful. Update 7. Sam made a fake Facebook profile to message me and tell me she wants to sue me for telling strangers about what happened. Derek apparently supports her. I don't need this. Am I not allowed to vent about my life to people online? I just want life to get better. I'm so tired. Screw you, Sam. Screw you, Derek. Edit. Sam is in the comments and messaged me on here too. I blocked her. Update 8. I have been as strong as I can be, but I have really been struggling. So much is going on and I'm just so tired. How can I keep going? I just want to be with Becca. I miss her. I miss her smile, her laugh, and how she'd try to make you laugh when you were sad by telling dad jokes. I miss how she liked being in the garden with me, seeing all her new drawings and looking into her beautiful eyes. I miss everything about her. I just want her back. I need her back. Edit. I am okay, I just needed a space to vent. I was getting so many messages asking if I'm alright, and I just wanted to say thank you to those who reached out. I am okay, I will be okay. Some days are harder than others, but I think I'll get through this. I'm so grateful for the little community I have here. Thank you all so much. Update 9. Sam ended up taking her own life on June 20th. I am still trying to process everything. She had hurt me deeply, but this isn't something I wanted whatsoever, and Derek blames me. I feel so many things and am going to be away for a while again, but I wanted to update you all. Thanks for the love, everyone. Update 10. Well, I'm doing it. I'm taking the advice that so many of you had. I'm going on a trip since my job doesn't need me until the middle of August. I was so lucky to have my mom come stay with me a lot, and my best friend came to stay with me when my mom couldn't. But I felt like I was asking too much of them, so I decided that maybe traveling might actually be a good idea. In a week, I'm going to Norway. Becca and I always wanted to go there one day. It was on our bucket list. I'm actually excited. I'm also thinking of getting a pet when I come back, but I might wait until I move. Thank you to those who recommended I do this. Becca would be happy I'm going. She'd be so freaking thrilled for me. You probably won't hear from me for a while. I'm taking a long break from Reddit and all my social media. I think it's best for me, but just know that I love and appreciate all of you who have been there for me. I would have been so lost without some of you. Yours truly, Alyssa. Final update. I haven't been on here in so long and I got so many messages asking me for an update, so here it is. Norway was absolutely breathtaking. I had so much fun and met some amazing people while I was there. I definitely plan on returning in the future. A couple of weeks ago was the 6-month anniversary of Becca's death. It's been hard, but it's getting easier to live everyday life. It also pains me to say that because I feel guilty for moving on and healing. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe it does to those who have also lost someone close. I moved out of Derek and my house a month ago and got myself a cozy little place all to myself. And I got a dog. His name is Charlie and he's a darling little Cavalier Spaniel. He's been great. I absolutely love him. Also, I am officially divorced as of last week. It was a very easy divorce and I'm so happy about that. However, Derek didn't want any of Becca's things when we tried figuring out who gets what. He left it all to me. I tried hard to get him to take something because I feel like he'll regret it, but he said he didn't want anything, so I have all of Becca's stuff. I have no idea why he didn't want anything, but I have it all in the guest bedroom right now. I'm trying to figure out what to do with everything. Derek is apparently an alcoholic now and has quit his job. He seems to be doing terribly. Besides all that, I don't know if I have anything else to share. I just want to say thank you again to all of my supporters. I've made some friends on here and I am so thankful for you all. I appreciate every one of you. This next story was made in the same subreddit by a user named Eastside Sweets. The post is titled, "My mom explained why she's always been partial to my sister." Okay, so I have a twin sister, and if I'm being honest, our mom has always seemed more partial to her. She's always far quicker to give her hugs and compliments, and she seems a bit more emotionally distant toward me. I've noticed it my whole life, and I've tried not to let it bother me, but things finally came to a head recently. I don't really want to get into the inciting incident that started this. I told her she loved my sister more than me our whole lives and that she didn't give a shit about me. I'm still not sure why. Today, she came into my room and asked if we could talk. She said there was something she felt it was time to tell me. Then she opened up about her childhood and explained that her father abused her and that she had brothers who abused her too. This instilled a deep disdain toward men in her. She told me she's been meaning to go to therapy and get help, but it breaks her heart that she ever made me feel like she loved me less than my sister. She's been trying my whole life to get the f*** over it and grow up, and that it breaks her heart that I haven't had the mom I deserve. She started crying and I hugged her, telling her I loved her and that she was a great mom and I was lucky to have her. Afterward, I suggested we go out to dinner and that I could pay. She said she'd take me up on that under the condition that she would pay. So we had a really nice dinner, talked, and I felt like I connected with her in a way I hadn't before. I can't really explain it, but I felt like I saw her, and she saw me in a different way. Overall, I'm going to be honest, I feel terrible because I feel like I made her trauma all about me. She's a wonderful person, and I don't know why I accused her of not loving me as much as my sister. All I know is that I'm going to be better to her and understand she's doing her best. That's all, just figured I'd share somewhere. Edit. Okay, yes, my mom has made mistakes by not getting treatment and by being more partial to my sister than to me. However, that doesn't mean she's a horrible mother like a bunch of comments are insinuating. She's a human being in pain, and she was able to admit when she did something wrong. Just so everyone knows, she did make some calls and has an intake therapy appointment on Wednesday. If I made my mother sound like she hated me or was blatantly awful to me, she doesn't and she isn't. I love her and she loves me, and we're going to do better from now on. User Consistent Ed said, "Don't feel bad, you didn't know her history, but you had a right to talk to her about her behavior toward you." User the ZD Me said, "I'm so glad you brought it up and I'm pleased with how your mom reacted. This is the best case scenario for her response, and I hope you both have a better foundation for a meaningful relationship." User Special Lychee said, "I think a big part of growing up is the moment you realize your parents are more than just your parents. They've had a life before you and they'll have a life after you spread your wings. Not everything about their lives was or is about you. Welcome to one step closer to adulthood. You didn't do anything regarding your mom's trauma. You took a big step in reaching out and communicating in better ways than slamming doors and thinking, 'Poor me.' I believe you and your mom can finally have a real connection and grow really close from now on. Just continue being the good young man she raised and you'll make her happy." Update. So I made a post last month talking about how my mother opened up to me about why she always seemed more partial to my sister. I was going to post an update 2 weeks ago, but the Reddit app crashed and I lost the post just as I was finishing it. I rage quit and lost the drive to write another one. That being said, thank you to those who commented asking for an update. You helped bring the drive back. For those of you who haven't read my original post, to make a long story short, my mother was abused throughout her childhood by almost every single man in her life, including her father, older brothers, and some older students at school. These horrible experiences instilled a deep disdain toward men in my mother. My whole life, I always felt she connected with my sister more than me and made more of an effort to connect with her than with me. I confronted her about it recently, and for the first time, she told me what had happened in her childhood that made her more partial to women. She also agreed to get therapy to help her with her problems. Now, before I get into my update, a few things. First, people were asking about my father, and well, I've never met him. My mother has never told us about him aside from the fact that he left her to raise us all by herself at the last second. Like really, all by herself. We don't have any family members we talk to. Additionally, some people accused her of telling me the story to manipulate me and get herself a pass. And that's just not true. If you want to argue that she wasn't taking care of herself in the way she should have, then sure, you're not wrong. However, she's not abusive or manipulative like that. She's just a person in pain. Now onto the update. She goes to therapy on Monday afternoons and I've been going with her to her sessions. We get dinner afterward and that's been going well. She walked out of one session crying this month, but that's just how it goes sometimes. I've also been seeing eye to eye with my mom in a way I never have before, and I've even been getting along better with my sister. My sister has been incredibly compassionate toward both me and our mom, and sometimes intentionally leaves us alone so we can bond. Make no mistake, she is trying her hardest to connect with me. She's been asking me questions about my hobbies and engaging in them with me, and I truly believe she's a great mom. I'll close this out with an uplifting story from a few nights ago. My sister and I were watching some TV together and staying up late when we heard our mom crying in her bed. We looked at each other, neither of us knew why she was crying, but I know she's been in pain. So I went inside and without saying anything, lay down next to her on her bed. She stopped crying and seemed surprised, but then my sister came into the room and also got into bed next to us without saying a word. My mom started crying again and gave us both a hug, saying, "I love you guys." The three of us then fell asleep together. It genuinely made me feel like my sister and I were little kids again. Obviously, we had a lot less space than we did back then and were packed tightly together, but it was wonderful and reminded me of the old days when we'd all fall asleep together. Anyway, that's the update. Thank you to everyone who commented asking for this update and to anyone who left a supportive comment on my last post. It means a lot. Update 2. So I figured I'd post another update. I've made posts about my mother who explained to me how she was sexually abused by all the men in her childhood, which is why she's always seemed partial to my twin sister. You can check my post history to see the full story because I don't particularly care to summarize it again. This one's not as happy. Ever since I first confronted her about it, I've had this sense of resentment toward her that I've been trying to compartmentalize and deal with later, or at least in my own therapy sessions. Lately, it's been getting harder to ignore those feelings, and over the weekend, I lost my temper and yelled at her, asking why she thought it was okay to wait so long to get help, and how she probably wouldn't have done anything if I hadn't called her out on her behavior. She heard me out, started to cry, and said the only thing she could say was that I was right. She acknowledged that I've always deserved a mom who would outwardly love me as much as my sister does, and it breaks her heart that I didn't get that kind of mother. All she could say was that she was sorry and hoped I could forgive her someday. I didn't say anything in return and just left the house. I haven't confronted her since, and I know she feels bad. The frustrating part of me feels good about that, but I also know she needs all the support she can get, so it's just a difficult situation all around. Update 3. I was thinking today and randomly remembered that a year ago I posted about telling my mom that she obviously always loved my twin sister more than me. She then explained how she grew up in a house with a father and brothers who regularly sexually assaulted and raped her, and how she projected that disdain toward men onto me. Since then, my mother, my sister, and I have been seeing our own individual therapists, and we've had several group sessions together. Today, my sister is away at college while I stayed local and go to community college. Something I mentioned in my old post was that my mom was pushing me to go away to school while encouraging my sister to stay local. Funny how that happens. Anyway, my sister is coming back home this week for the holidays, but I've honestly really enjoyed my time here with my mom. She's been making an effort lately to engage with me about the things I'm passionate about. I'm a big movie fan, so I've been showing her my favorite movies over the past few months. She's made an incredible amount of progress as well, and I'm so proud of her. We have a wonderful relationship now. It certainly wasn't always pretty over the past year, and even though the work isn't always easy, the payoff is definitely worth it. So yeah, we're doing a lot better than we were when I made that original post last year. User Wild Black Hat said, "I am happy that your life and your relationships are improving, but I can't help but feel that if a future parent has that much baggage, they should resolve it before having children or refrain from having them. It is unfair to the child." To this, OP said, "Something I forgot to include in the post. She told us a little bit about the circumstances surrounding our birth. It wasn't as awful as I had been dreading, but long story short, we were unplanned, and it sounds like she was more or less bullied into bringing us to term." This story was posted by a user named Pretty Yayflow in the AITAH subreddit. The post is titled AITA for kicking my fiancé out after joking that he got me pregnant on purpose. I have been with my fiancé for 3 years. We met while I was on holiday, and a few weeks later, he followed me on Instagram, and the rest is history. We got engaged last year, and a month later, we found out I was pregnant. We have a beautiful 6-month-old. We hosted Thanksgiving this year, and my fiancé was drinking quite heavily. After dinner, my mom and I were talking about the wedding, which my parents are paying for. I overheard my fiancé tell my brother, who was just as drunk as he was, that he needed to tie me down and get me pregnant before I realized what a dickhead he was. They laughed it off, but it rubbed me the wrong way because our baby was not planned. I wasn't ready for a child and we were using condoms, but after a few instances where the condom broke, I decided it would be safer if I got on birth control. During the first month on birth control, I got pregnant. We were told that could happen, and he said he would pull out to be safe, but I still got pregnant. I was scared as hell, but I personally didn't want to get an abortion, so I decided to keep the baby. I work for my dad's company, and my fiancé works at a country club. Money wasn't necessarily why I didn't want a baby, I just wanted to do more before starting a family. I spoke to my fiancé about what he said, and at first he claimed he didn't remember saying it, which was believable because of how drunk he was. Then he said it was just a joke and meant as a compliment because I'm so amazing. So I said, okay, good, because we're getting a prenup. I was just joking, but I also wanted to see how he reacted. He was pissed. He said, "Why the f*** would would I sign a prenup when we have a baby together and a house together? I will not sign one. We wouldn't need one because we're never separating. And that me mentioning a prenup was insulting and emasculating. I never felt threatened or anything like that, but he did make me uncomfortable and he woke our baby up. So I told him to leave, which he did. The day after I kicked him out, he sent me a long apologetic message about how it was out of character for him to get loud, which it was. He's never acted like that before. I replied that I appreciated the apology, but still needed a day or two to think everything through. The next day, he sent a bouquet to the apartment. On Sunday, he sent me a booking confirmation for a massage he booked for me at the club and offered to come over to watch our son and cook dinner. Tonight, he sent me a message saying that I'm being an asshole and that I'm taking a meaningless joke to heart and that he's wasting money he could be saving for the wedding on the hotel. Now, things that went over my head before are starting to seem suspicious, but breaking up my family over this doesn't seem right. Am I overthinking this or being an asshole? Update. A lot of people were asking for context. When I said I wanted a prenup at the time, I wasn't being serious. Maybe I was being an asshole trying to get a reaction. Based on the 3 years we've been together, I would have never imagined he'd react the way he did. Why did the joke bother me so much? About a year ago, he lost his job. He was never really clear why, and for the next 3 or 4 months, he didn't really do much. He said he was trying to figure out what he wanted to do next. That was the first time he brought up having kids, indicating that he was ready. We had a candid conversation where I expressed that while I want kids someday, I just don't want them anytime soon. I enjoy my job, I had trips planned, and I wanted to be married first. He agreed with me that we should wait 3 or 4 years. My dad's company got a contract at the club, which is how he got his job there. During the time he was out of work, my friends would joke that he was a stay-at-home boyfriend and that I was the provider, and they'd say he'd be a stay-at-home dad because I was paying the bills and rent by myself. At the time, that didn't bother me. I had lived there by myself before we got together, so it wasn't a big deal. But I guess it was them who first made me question things. To be honest, I don't know how long the condoms were breaking. A lot of people are saying they've never had them break, and I can't say I remember it ever happening before. I noticed the first time that it looked like it had split, and then I checked it the next time and found it was also broken, which is when I decided to get an IUD. He didn't want me to, but I stood my ground and we compromised. I got on the pill instead. I know we should have continued using condoms, but he said he'd run out and that since I was on the pill, we didn't need them. In hindsight, yes, I should have insisted we still use them, but I chose not to have that battle. I thought we'd be okay. He knew my opinion on abortion and that if I got pregnant, I would raise the baby unless there was a medical reason not to. Financially, my family is successful. I work for my dad's company and have 2 trust funds, one of which I received at 18. Before I got pregnant, I was making plans to start my own house flipping business, but I decided to put that on hold. I still work from home with flexible hours, but he said that once we're married, he wants me to stop working so I can focus on our kids and that he'll support us. However, I've never really liked that idea, mainly because although I've never had to worry about money, my parents always taught us the importance of financial stability. My mom always said to never be financially dependent on anyone. Plus, with my fiance's current salary, I'm not sure it would cover all of our expenses. The only reason why I haven't told my dad is that they have a good relationship, and I don't want to blow everything up over an overreaction on my part. Without context, I would think that this quote-unquote joke was fine. However, learning that OP wasn't prepared for a child yet, chose to keep the baby, is definitely concerning. Even if her partner truly only meant to make a joke, he messed up. He should have known that OP didn't want a child at the time of her pregnancy and that saying something like this was bound to stir up some issues. Obviously, the first steps would be to apologize and attempt to reconcile, which OP's partner did do, but then he backtracked on all of that effort by saying that OP overreacted. Based on the rest of the background information about OP's partner, he seems very immature and has never grown up. I also tend to support the idea that people are more likely to show their genuine feelings on certain topics when they're drunk. Not all of the time, but occasionally that's when people show their true colors. User Odd Preparation said, I agree with other commenters. Pursuing a prenup seriously will reveal how much of a joke your ties together are. Prenups protect both parties. When you talk, I think you should ask him what his real serious issue is with a prenup, especially if it would also protect his assets in the case of separation. If you are never going to separate, then why would having one even make a difference to him? He should feel confident in his ability to love you and make this relationship last. So a hypothetical future where you aren't together shouldn't even be a concern. You're not the asshole for not overthinking this. The time to talk about finances and your future together is now, not after the wedding. User Little Happy Pumpkin said, NTA, he is love bombing you. Make a prenup mandatory, along with anger management and couples therapy if you choose to stay with him. Don't add him to any documents. What is yours is yours. Create a trust for your children's inheritance and have someone other than him be in charge of it. Talk to your dad and see what he says. User NYC Storyteller said, NTA, you absolutely should not marry this man. I hope that the house is in your name alone and that you can afford it on your own. If you do take him back, you really better not marry him without a prenup and premarital counseling. If you've jointly put money down on the house, you need to document that and have a plan for who gets the house and how the other person will be bought out. Update. I made a post last week about a joke my fiance made at Thanksgiving while drunk. For those who haven't seen my earlier post, he joked that he got me pregnant to tie me down and I didn't know what to make of it, so I posted here to get outside opinions. I didn't want to initially talk to my friends or family about it because they're all quite close to him and I didn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill or cause rifts in their relationships. Yesterday, we had a conversation about where I was at, but he said he couldn't go back to the hotel because they kicked him out for smoking in the room. He stopped smoking while I was pregnant, but he said I was stressing him out, so he had to stay at the apartment. While I was on the phone with one of my friends in the bedroom, he came in, took the phone from me, and told me to come eat. While we were eating, he said that he understood what I said and that things needed to change for us to move forward. He then proceeded to list all the things I needed to do to make things better. His tone throughout the conversation made me uneasy. I texted my dad saying that he was making me uncomfortable when he wasn't looking. I went to check on the baby and when I came back, I saw him take my keys out of my purse but didn't say anything. He took my silence as agreement to everything he said and went to bed, acting like everything was normal. I stayed in the living room and my dad, bless him, drove 6 hours to come and get us. My dad arrived at the apartment around 5 this morning while my fiance was still sleeping, and we left. My son and I are at my parents' house now. My fiance has been blowing up my phone since this morning. I sent him a text as we were driving off, saying he wasn't respecting the fact that I needed space and time to figure everything out. I told him he could stay in the apartment while I stayed at my parents'. We haven't officially broken up or called off the wedding. My parents, who are paying for it, have said they don't care if I want to call it off, but I feel bad. I just want to say thank you to everyone who replied to my original post and private messaged me. I didn't think people would care about me. I feel like every option I have is bad. The thought of being a single mom is scary. If my fiance's behavior gets worse, that would be terrible. If we cancel the wedding and cost my parents thousands of dollars, I'll feel guilty. And if we break up altogether, especially since we just got a house together and are both on the mortgage, it's also scary being without him for good after being together since I was 19. User Bear Liz said, NTA, it was very worrisome that he took your car keys. He's also very controlling and there are a lot of red flags. His comments about getting you pregnant and how everything is your fault and that you need to change for the better are concerning. You're young and shouldn't waste your life on something you will regret. He will not change because in his view, you're the one who needs to shape up. User here from FB said, OP, if you go back, he will make it harder for you to leave again. You seem to be coming to the realization that this is not a healthy partnership, and I hope you follow that intuition. Listen to your parents when they say it's okay not to go through with the wedding. Your dad drove 6 hours for you on the fly, and your mom has taught you to never be financially reliant on someone. Those are parents who just want their daughter to be safe. Do not go back without someone with you. I genuinely believe your fiance is not safe for you to be alone with, and if you for some reason choose to stay, fight tooth and nail for that prenup, but I do think you and the baby need to get out. This next post was made in the relationship subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, My GF won't stop comparing herself to an old friend of mine and it is really pushing me away. Melissa and I have been dating for a little less than 2 years. It's been an amazing relationship, admittedly my only one, but I am really happy with her. We are both in PhD programs at the same university, but in different STEM fields. We've been considering moving in together, getting pets, and overall I'd say our relationship is pretty serious. She has even mentioned getting married before. I can definitely see a future with her, but it's still a bit early for me. Right now, I'd like to focus on my research and securing a future that can support both of us. She took that kind of harshly, but I just wasn't ready to commit to something like that yet. That was the only bump we've had until Natalia entered the picture again. Some background info, Natalia and I went to the same college for undergrad. She studies the same branch of biology as my current girlfriend and is a year younger than I am. We were in the same science-related clubs and a professional fraternity together, and we quickly became very close friends, as Natalia and I had extremely similar personalities and interests. We spent weekends together, were each other's dates to all formal events, but we never dated even though we both liked each other and slept together. We were just too scared to ask each other what we wanted. It sounds silly and immature, but that's just what happened. We were essentially friends with benefits for 2 years, but we always knew that we had very different plans for the immediate future. I was graduating before her, and she was going to move to another country to work and do research before coming back to the States for her PhD. It was kind of an unspoken acknowledgement that when I graduated, we would go our separate ways, but we always joked that maybe we would run into each other again since we had the same dream school for grad school. We tried to remain in contact when I left, but it was just too hard on both of us. We missed each other, but were busy with our own lives and eventually stopped talking. No hard feelings. It happens. We moved on. That was almost 5 years ago. Before Melissa, I used to wonder if Natalia and I could have made it together. But now that I have a girlfriend, that thought hasn't crossed my mind at all. I am happy now, or at least I was. Last year, Natalia was accepted into the PhD program at my university. It's the same dream school we talked about years ago. I didn't know this until a little over half a year ago. One day, my girlfriend came over because she was really upset. I will spare most of the details, but basically, a professor in her department had told her that he had room for one more grad student to join him on one of his research trips to South America the following summer. My girlfriend really thought he was going to pick her because they had a pretty good relationship, but he met with her and told her that there was a new grad student who already had experience with this particular species, worked with the South American university he was collaborating with, and spoke Spanish. She was denied the position, and I tried to explain to her that some people just have different expertise. Over the next month, she would tell me more and more about this new grad student, how everyone who met her practically fell in love with her or found her extremely interesting, that she was super cool, fawned over, etc. It made my girlfriend extremely sad because she has always had issues with insecurity and feeling like she has to try extra hard for people to think she's worth anything. I tried to tell my girlfriend that she is great at what she does and to stop comparing herself to other people because it just makes her upset. But she said, "No, you haven't seen her yet. She's extremely smart. She's been all over the world. She's a literal 10. Natalia is utter perfection." I kind of froze at that moment because somehow I immediately knew this was my friend. I kept trying to tell my girlfriend all the ways I admired her, but I realized it wasn't helping, so all I could do was listen to her and be someone she could vent to. I admit I was curious, but I didn't want to complicate things for Melissa, so I didn't try to contact Natalia or find out if it was even her. A few weeks later, however, I ran into her at a cafe on campus. It was really great to see her again. We sat together for about an hour and a half, just catching up with one another. I told her about my research and she told me about hers. She had accomplished so much for herself in the few years since I had last seen her, and I was so happy for her. I mentioned that I had a girlfriend who was in the same department as she was, and she asked if we could all hang out sometime since she was still new to the town. Natalia seemed really excited and not at all disappointed. We exchanged numbers and parted ways. It felt evident to me that we had moved on. Whatever romantic feelings we had for each other were purely platonic now. We were both doing very well and genuinely happy. That night, I told my girlfriend that I ran into Natalia and that she was actually a really good friend of mine from college. I knew my girlfriend felt insecure at work and in the lab, and I did not want her to feel threatened within our relationship. I suggested we all have lunch sometime so she could meet Natalia because I actually thought they could get along. My girlfriend was kind of taken aback and immediately started asking me if I ever liked Natalia, if she was my ex, and if we dated. I said no. We never dated, we were only friends, but I did like her a lot. I reminded her that this was 4 years ago and that I had not thought about Natalia at all since I started dating her. My girlfriend left the house for the night because she said she was really stressed and didn't want to think about it right now. I felt like I had done something wrong and decided not to mention Natalia again. Ever since that night, my girlfriend has been asking me really strange questions, like if I thought she was smart enough. Of course, I think she's smart. The university we are at is one of the best in the nation. She then said, well, you and Natalia went to XX Ivy League University for undergrad and I went to X State University, so she's clearly beaten me both times. I was appalled and told her there is no competition. I am with you. It doesn't matter where you went to undergrad, look at where you are now. She just wouldn't stop talking about how much more experience Natalia has and how much better her resume probably looks. She would ask me this multiple times and it really upsets me to see how much she works herself up over these things. What's worse is when she compares her looks to Natalia's. Lately, Melissa will not stop complaining about how pale she is, how easily she sunburns, how short her hair is, and how nothing fits her well. She says, I wonder how Natalia stays so skinny. I wish I were mixed like Natalia. Natalia is so exotic looking. I always tell her how beautiful she looks and how attractive I find her. Melissa is beautiful. I love everything about her, even though she doesn't love herself as much as I do. I would never say this to Melissa, but Natalia is definitely more of a conventionally attractive woman in terms of arbitrary societal beauty standards. But that doesn't matter to me. I don't love my girlfriend just because of her looks. It's so difficult to convince someone that you find them attractive when they want to jump out of their own skin. I have caught Melissa stalking Natalia's Facebook profile, Instagram, and lab page. It's ridiculous. I can't understand why she does it when it just makes her upset. Melissa isn't fat at all, but lately she has been rejecting me when I try to initiate sex because she feels fat or not sexy enough, which I think is due to the aforementioned insecurities. I try to talk her through them, but it always ends with the same conclusion. She says, I'm sorry, I'm not good enough. I only talk to Natalia at the cafe. We have lunch together maybe twice a week, but we never plan it. I have always eaten lunch at the same time and place, and Natalia comes in every few days. When she does, we sit together for about an hour and talk. Occasionally, she will text me before lunch asking if I'm there or planning on going, and that's the only time we text or talk outside of the cafe. I feel like this is an appropriate amount of communication for two friends. I feel bad for not being able to hang out with her more, but I know it would upset Melissa. There have been a few times when Melissa has joined me at the cafe and Natalia has sat with us. Honestly, Melissa is straight up rude to her. At first, I think she tried to be nice, but just got too upset. She either remains silent or responds with really short, cold answers. It makes me really sad because I know Melissa is struggling with insecurities, but Natalia is a really good friend of mine who has only been nice to me. She has invited me and Melissa out numerous times, but each time Melissa declines. I once told her I was going to attend a comedy show with Natalia and Melissa broke down, so I decided I wouldn't ever go anywhere with Natalia unless Melissa was there too. Some of you might say, why don't you just stop talking to Natalia? Is she more important than your relationship with Melissa? I don't really know what to do. I see Natalia for 2 hours a week and we don't hang out or even talk outside of that. I have given Melissa no reason to think I am cheating or being unfaithful. Natalia has only ever been a good friend to me, and I shouldn't have to cut her out of my life when she already plays such a small role. It feels kind of unfair because honestly, sometimes I wish I could see Natalia more because she's a really wonderful, interesting person. But Melissa is definitely a priority in my life, so I have kept our friendship very casual and minimal. I think there is a bigger problem. Melissa is not the same person I entered into a relationship with. She's sad, always stressed, and much more cranky and snappy with me. Her insecurities make her shy away and retreat into herself, so it feels like I can never reach her anymore. She has been denying me and complaining about how she isn't good enough for me, which has honestly been pushing me away from her. I find that I no longer want to deal with her insecurities and constantly validate that I love her. I have suggested therapy before because I think the real problem is not Natalia, but rather Melissa's underlying insecurities. This is not normal and it causes her so much unnecessary stress. Melissa always says, okay, I'll think about it. but when I bring it up again, she gets really defensive and asks me why I think something is wrong with her. I don't. I just think a professional would be able to help her work through her thoughts better so that she can accept herself more, because clearly what I'm saying doesn't get through. It's hard to see her so unhappy. Edit. Because someone asked, I should clarify that I also told Melissa that Natalia and I slept together in college. I didn't hide that from her. I can see why that would upset her, but I really tried to stress how long ago it was and how happy I am with Melissa now. The past does not affect how I feel now. Update. Alright, so I posted here a few weeks ago concerning my girlfriend Melissa and my ex-friends with benefits from college, Natalia. The gist of the story was that Melissa kept comparing herself to Natalia, who is a grad student in her field of biology and whom she feels is basically the epitome of perfection. It got to the point where Melissa would spend hours staring at pictures of Natalia, and every time I tried to be intimate with her, she would shut me down, saying she wasn't good enough. I received a lot of criticism in my last post because Natalia and I ate lunch together a few times a week, but as many commenters suggested, I now eat at a different place and no longer see Natalia. I think Natalia took the hint, and we haven't spoken since I posted that. Anyway, I'm posting now because I feel Melissa's obsession with Natalia hasn't improved at all, and she did something that I'm not sure I can consider forgivable. When I graduated from college, my mom made me a photo album of pictures with me and all my friends doing whatever it is college students do. It means a lot to me because I rarely see my old friends, and unfortunately, one of them passed away, so these are physical representations of cherished memories. Yesterday afternoon, I received a Facebook message from my late friend Dan's mother. She asked me if I had any pictures of Dan from our fraternity events. I said of course, and that I would scan them and send them over to her. As I looked through my album, I was shocked to find a few pictures in which Natalia was cut out. Some were just of me and her, others were of a group of friends. After flipping through a few more pages, I saw one that broke my heart. It was a picture of Natalia, Dan, and a few other friends during one of our formals since we were all in the same fraternity. I kept searching through the album and found that this was the case for maybe 12 pictures, 3 including Dan. It felt like I had swallowed a pound of rocks, and I honestly just felt so angry. I knew it had to be Melissa because I would never have done this. I sent the uncut pictures to Dan's mom and texted Melissa, asking if she was still on campus so we could meet. When I saw her, I asked her why she cut my photos, and she said, "What are you talking about?" But I could tell from her face that she knew she was caught. I was furious. I told her that it was extremely disrespectful and that she had no right to destroy them the way she did. I even mentioned that some of the pictures she cut were taken with my friend who had passed away, and now she had ruined them. She immediately started crying and apologizing, saying she didn't know what came over her. She said she still has the pictures of Natalia and that she can put them back together. I felt like I was going to explode, so I just excused myself and left. Melissa has been blowing up my phone since then, but I haven't read any of the messages or listened to the voicemails. I feel so drained. In my last post, I got a lot of criticism, so I bet many of you will think I had this coming. I know I can't convince you how hard I've tried to make Melissa feel like she's the only girl I want to be with. No matter how many times she has asked me if she's pretty or if I find her sexy or smart, I always tell her how amazing I think she is, but it just isn't enough. Maybe I should have never spoken to Natalia when I found out she was attending the same university as me, but I don't think that gives my girlfriend the right to destroy my property. The album has literally sat on my shelf for years. It's not like I look at it every day and fawn over my ex. I've never even shown it to Melissa, so she must have been snooping through my belongings, which honestly wouldn't bother me if she hadn't destroyed the pictures of my dead friend because of her petty jealousy. I just feel exhausted. It feels like I'll never make Melissa happy. Sure, maybe I could have done things differently, but it feels like she has never tried to work on her insecurities or confidence in herself either. Update 2. Feel free to creep through the history. My ex-girlfriend Melissa was very jealous of my old friends with benefits, her colleague Natalia. Her obsession was extremely unhealthy, and she did something to me that I considered unforgivable, hence the breakup. Now, this was 9 months ago, and since then, Natalia and I have rekindled our friendship. She knows why Melissa and I broke up and felt very guilty, but she has always been a good friend to me, and I like having her in my life. I know I'm going to get a lot of criticism for this, and people will say they saw it coming, but whatever. I'm not asking for judgment. What's done is done, and I thought we had all moved on. Last month, Natalia, a few of our friends, and I were out playing billiards. As I was giving Natalia and her roommate a ride home, the roommate said, "En, did you tell him about the thing?" Natalia responded no, and her roommate pressed her, but she stayed firm. I texted her later to see what was the matter, but she assured me it was nothing. This past week, her roommate called me and asked if we could meet up. She sat me down and said that she thinks my ex-girlfriend is stalking Natalia. I was taken aback, but not completely shocked at this accusation given Melissa's past. She told me that it started with obvious fake Facebook profiles, sending friend requests, and then vile hate messages. Then Natalia began receiving calls from random numbers claiming they were following up on Craigslist escort ads with her name, picture, and number. The roommate knew about the picture situation and immediately suspected Melissa. That was a few months ago. Last month, Natalia and some friends were heading back from the movies when a guy in Melissa's grad school cohort saw a car parked along Natalia's street and said, "Hey, what's Melissa doing here?" This freaked her out since she had seen that car parked there several nights a week for the past 3 months. This was the thing she didn't want to mention to me. This week, her growth chamber was contaminated. Apparently, someone let disease-carrying aphids into a few sections of the greenhouse and ruined several grad students' crop or plant experiments. Anyway, it was a pretty big deal for the grad students who needed to restart their experiments, including Natalia. However, her PI thought it must have been some undergrad who forgot that you're not supposed to enter the greenhouse after being in the aphid room. Her roommate, who is in the same department as Melissa and Natalia, thinks it was foul play on Melissa's behalf. Apparently, she's been bad-mouthing Natalia ever since we broke up. Obviously, that is a very strong accusation with no real proof, so she hasn't spoken to administration about it. It is really scary to think Melissa would go to such lengths to hurt somebody else. It sounds to me like Natalia is being stalked, but she doesn't want me to know. I brought it up with her yesterday, and she confirmed what the roommate said. She dismissed the greenhouse incident, saying she doesn't want to think someone has it out for her. She also thought it was unlikely because the risk was so great. If it were done on purpose and the person were caught, they would be expelled from the program without a second thought. She did admit to having the feeling of being followed and that she'll be at a grocery store or cafe and thinks she sees Melissa there too. She thinks she's just paranoid and letting her roommate get into her head. However, this happens more frequently since we've started hanging out together. I asked her if she has spoken to Melissa or wanted me to say something to her, and she said absolutely not. I'm feeling like this is all my fault, and I keep screwing up. If I had left Natalia alone after breaking up with Melissa, this wouldn't be happening to her. I haven't spoken to Melissa since the breakup, and I don't think speaking to her about this would do any good. I wouldn't doubt that Melissa is capable of stalking and sabotaging Natalia's work, given her history, but I haven't seen anything with my own eyes yet. Is there something I can do before this gets worse? In my last few posts, many people said I had handled things wrong, and I want to make sure I do something right for once. Should I stay out of it or should I investigate? Please give me advice and not judgment right now. I am worried for my friend. User GigaCheese said, I wish this one weren't real, but there are absolutely Melissas in the world who are pathologically insecure, impulsive, and pathetic enough to do what she did. User Substantial Maze said, for all of Melissa's faults, her intuition was spot on. This guy wasn't over Natalia, hadn't fully committed to Melissa, wasn't even that nice about her in his first post, and started putting himself in places to see Natalia more and more. Totally innocent, sure. He absolutely created this situation, and no sooner had he split up with Melissa than he proved her right by getting back with Natalia. I'm always super wary of people who claim their exes are psychos, but then spin a yarn like this, where they're oh so innocent, but clearly maneuvering and manipulating to achieve what they really want while coming off as the nice one. Melissa may have been a tad unhinged to start with, but I imagine the gaslighting he put her through might have tipped her over the edge. The only solace I'm taking from OP's comments is that 5 years ago, supposedly 1 year after he got back with Natalia, he was scoring a random woman based on her looks. So either he split from Natalia or he's the kind of guy who cheats on his partner. I think the latter based on his track record. User Saltine Soup said OP sucks. I feel like he wasn't thinking about what could happen if he had a 90-minute lunch with his ex-bed buddy, especially since his current partner is insecure about it. Could he have guessed that Melissa would become a psycho-stalker? No, he couldn't have. But you can't convince me he truly thought that telling his insecure girlfriend he had a 90-minute lunch with the woman who makes her feel insecure would go over well. Then he does it twice a week, and this ex-bed buddy becomes an active friend again. Did he even like Melissa? I feel a loving partner wouldn't have done all of that. Instead, they would have gotten their girlfriend help rather than making her insecurity an active part of their life. To be super clear, I don't condone anything Melissa is doing. She needs serious help, and I do feel bad for OP and Natalia. But OP was a dumbass and a shitty boyfriend. This final post was made in the AITAH subreddit by a user named Signal Hope. The post is titled AITAH for refusing to give my half-sister any of our grandmother's jewelry after they excluded me for years. For context, I am the product of an affair. My father was married when I was born, and his marriage fell apart because of it. He eventually divorced his now ex-wife, and his 3 kids have always resented me for it. I understand that what happened between our parents was messy and destroyed their happy family, but I was just a baby and they've punished me for it my whole life. Growing up, they excluded me from everything. They didn't want me around, made cruel comments when I was present, and acted like I didn't exist unless they were making me feel unwelcome. The worst part was when my mom passed away when I was 19. While I was mourning her death, they openly celebrated. I found out they made jokes about how the trash took itself out, and threw a party less than a month after the funeral to celebrate it. That broke me, and I've been no contact with them for years over it. Our shared grandmother wasn't much better. She wasn't outright cruel to me, but she clearly favored my half-siblings. They spent vacations and summers with her while she barely acknowledged me. She also made it known on more than one occasion that she wanted her jewelry to go to my oldest half-sister when she passed away as the oldest female grandchild in the family, since she never had any daughters of her own. It was well established among everyone who knew her that this was her intention. However, she didn't leave a notarized will, so legally, her estate went to my dad as her only child. To my shock, my dad gave the entire jewelry collection to me. He said he regretted how I'd been treated by the family and wanted me to have something meaningful. It was the first time he had ever done something to truly acknowledge me, and I was floored. Now, my half-siblings are furious, especially my oldest half-sister. She's demanding I give her some of the jewelry, claiming that since she was closer to our grandmother and that our grandmother had always intended for her to have it, it's unfair that I kept it all. She even said I wasn't really part of the family and has been calling me selfish and accusing me of stealing what was rightfully hers. I refused. I told her that after years of being treated like garbage, I'm not giving up the one thing my dad has ever done to acknowledge me. She accused me of being bitter and petty, saying I'm using this to punish them for things that happened years ago. I'll admit that part of me feels like I'm finally getting some compensation for their horrible treatment of me. But another part of me wonders if I'm being petty or cruel by keeping it all when the others were so much closer to our grandmother. Edit. Due to some people making assumptions about my mother, she did not know my father was married originally. They married after my father's divorce because at the time, my mother could not support the two of us by herself, and being an unmarried pregnant woman was a major cultural taboo for her. My father spent most of his time at home trying to make it up to his children, my half-siblings, during his custody time. As far as I am aware, my mother never treated them poorly. They tended to ignore her, and she did the same when they were around our house. Update. First, I want to thank everyone for the responses, advice, and support. I never expected this post to gain so much attention, and it's been overwhelming but also incredibly validating to know that so many of you understand where I'm coming from. After reading through the comments and reflecting on everything, I decided to stand firm in my decision to keep the jewelry. This is the first meaningful gesture my dad has ever made toward me, and I'm not going to give it up, especially to people who have done nothing but make me feel like an outsider my entire life. For greater clarification, the jewelry also represents a larger apology to me. No one has ever apologized for the treatment I faced throughout my childhood, even when I chose to cut them off. Not for the constant name-calling, not for the actual slurs they would regularly use against me, not for the unwanted comments about my weight and how I was a pig just like my mother. None of it. This is the only apology I've ever received that even tangentially relates to my childhood. That said, I didn't want to completely close the door on reconciliation, so I reached out to my dad to discuss everything. I asked him why he gave the jewelry to me and what he thought about the backlash from my half-siblings. He admitted that he regrets how he handled things during my childhood and feels that he prioritized his other kids at my expense. Giving me the jewelry was his way of trying to make amends, even if it's late. I also told him about how my half-siblings were treating me now and the things they had said about my mom in the past. He was upset and said he would speak to them about their current behavior, though that wasn't my intention, and I doubt it will make much of a difference. As for my half-siblings, the situation has only escalated. My oldest half-sister sent a long message accusing me of being vindictive and selfish, still claiming that I'm taking the jewelry out of spite. She tried to guilt-trip me again by bringing up how close she was to our grandmother and how much she wanted these specific pieces to remember her by. I didn't respond, but I've saved the messages in case things get worse. Unexpectedly, my middle half-brother reached out privately. He admitted he was wrong for how he treated me in the past and apologized. He said he doesn't care about the jewelry and just wants to move forward. I told him I appreciated his apology, but I need time to process everything before I can even consider having a relationship with him. I'm still no contact with my oldest half-sister and youngest half-brother. At this point, I don't see that changing. To those wondering about the jewelry itself, I've decided to have some of the pieces appraised and restored. I plan to wear a few of them on special occasions and keep the rest stored safely. They hold sentimental value for me now, not because of my grandmother, but because they represent a step toward my dad finally seeing me as part of the family, even if it's imperfect and overdue. That said, after speaking with my middle half-brother, I've come to understand that most of my oldest half-sister's anger and attacks come from a place of grief. As such, I plan to give her my grandmother's favorite pair of earrings. She wore them constantly, and while I doubt my sister will feel any gratitude toward me, I'm sure she'll appreciate the gesture nonetheless. Thanks again for all the support. This whole situation has been messy, but I feel more confident in my decision now. If anything else significant happens, I'll update again. The comments have made me realize that I've probably been giving my sister too much benefit of the doubt. While I do want to return the earrings to her, I think I'll offer to let her buy them back instead. For those concerned that letting her take them may incite her to sue me for the rest, I'll see how soon I can speak to a lawyer for a consultation. User Icy Cockroach said, I feel bad for the OP, but at the same time, the father is a POS. If the half-sister was truly as close to the grandmother as she claims, there were probably other ways for the father to make amends without giving away all the sentimental jewelry. OP is a victim, but the father just cannot stop hurting people. Edit. I mentioned this in some comments, but I also want to note how messed up it is that the one time OP thinks their father acknowledged them and what they went through, it's with the jewelry of someone who hated them. OP literally had to wait for someone to die to receive recognition because the father was incapable or unwilling to do it himself. He didn't acknowledge OP, he basically outsourced that task to a dead person. User Smalltown Cryptid said, OP's father really is trash. He gave her the jewelry, but effectively threw a goddamn grenade into an already tenuous situation. He only thought about alleviating his guilt and put no forethought into how OP would end up in the stepsister's crosshairs because the jewelry that was promised to her was given to her father's affair baby. That man is truly a selfish, spineless coward through and through. This story was posted by a user named MIL Chickenpox in the relationship subreddit. The post is titled, Mother-in-law deliberately infected my daughter with chickenpox. I'm livid. She doesn't think it's a big deal. I can hardly type this out because thinking about it makes me so angry. Earlier this year, my husband and I decided to spend Christmas with his family for the first time since my daughter was born last September. Since they live 12 hours away, we decided to stay for a few weeks before Christmas so they could spend plenty of time with Annie. We arrived early as planned and everything was great. I've had a few disagreements with my mother-in-law Trish in the past over my parenting style, but everything seemed fine. After a day or two of settling in, my husband and I decided to pick up a few gifts from a mall about an hour away before the last-minute rush kicked in. My father-in-law tagged along. Trish said she was happy to take care of Annie. We got back a few hours later and Annie was down for a nap on a blanket I didn't recognize. Trish said one of her friends dropped by and gave it as an early Christmas gift. It looked pretty old and worn, but I figured one of her hippie friends was just recycling it. The next 2 weeks were fine, aside from Trish making a point to prepare meals for Annie from scratch. I mentioned this to my husband and he said to just let her be. Annie mostly mushed the food Trish gave her with her hands or threw the bowls on the floor, as she's been doing lately. Trish said it would take her a while to get used to nutritious meals. I was getting sick of her meddling, but it was only for a few weeks, so for the sake of the holidays, I let it slide. The day after Christmas, Annie was really unsettled and wouldn't stop fidgeting and crying. I took her temperature and she had a fever, so I kept an eye on her for the next few days, and thankfully it started to go down. This morning, she started to get a rash and blisters on her arms and legs, and I freaked out. I was packing a bag to drive to see a doctor when Trish asked where I was going. I told her Annie had a rash and that I was taking her to see a doctor. She got a weird smug smile on her face and told me there was nothing to worry about. When I asked her what she was talking about, she said, without even looking at Annie, that what she had was just chickenpox. I asked her how she could possibly know that, and she casually admitted that one of her friend's grandkids had chickenpox a few weeks ago. She said she asked them to wipe a blanket over the child's arms, legs, and face and bring it to her house. At this point, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, so I asked if that blanket was the gift Annie was sleeping on. She said it was. I lost my temper. To be honest, I don't really remember what I said because I was up most of the night for 2 days checking on Annie. I just unleashed on Trish, asking what the hell was wrong with her. My husband and father-in-law came to try to calm things down, but Trish dug in her heels and said chickenpox was the best and most natural thing for Annie to build up her immunity. I already have a vaccination schedule in place with my pediatrician, and Annie was booked to get immunized for chickenpox at 18 months. We drove to see the doctor, and he confirmed she had chickenpox. He said I would have to cut Annie's nails short and might have to tape socks on her hands while she sleeps because kids so young can scratch until they bleed, which can leave scars. On the drive back, my husband started making excuses for Trish, saying that she was only doing what she thought was best. I couldn't believe he was defending her, and we fought most of the way home until I told him to stop talking to me. Annie's been scratching like crazy, and I just had to tape socks over her hands. Trish tried to talk to me when we got back, but I told her to get out of my sight. We were meant to stay until Wednesday, but I just finished packing up our stuff so we can leave first thing in the morning. I'm so angry I can't even think. Whenever I hear Trish moving around in the kitchen, my heart starts beating faster, and I feel like going out there and grabbing her by the hair. I don't ever want to see her again or let my daughter see her again. What can I say to make her and my husband realize the enormity of what she's done? Update. I got up first thing the next morning and started packing our stuff into the car. Once I opened it up, I kept the keys in my pocket since I was going in and out. Usually we use Jack's set and leave mine in my bag. While I was packing, he sat in the kitchen with Trish and my father-in-law, chatting and having coffee like nothing was wrong. Annie was mercifully still asleep, so I had just gently belted her in and closed her door when Jack came out and asked if I had everything. I said we were good to go as soon as he was. He said okay and calmly took out his key set, centrally locking the car and locking Annie inside. I asked him what the hell he was doing, and he said we wouldn't be leaving until I apologized to Trish. I think I was stunned into silence because he then took the chance to rehash what he had said the previous day, that Trish thought she was doing what was best, that chickenpox doesn't kill you, and that I was making a bigger deal out of this than I needed to and making Trish feel bad. Yes, making her feel bad. All the comments from my last post were swirling around in my head, and I told him he needed to stop being a son and start being a father. He screwed up his face and said he would always be Trish's son, and that was the point. That nobody should speak to his mother the way I had the day before, and I needed to apologize to clear the air. I felt like I had entered some kind of weird twilight zone where I had accidentally married a 9-year-old instead of an adult man, so I just asked him to open the car so we could leave. He repeatedly refused, then walked back inside and said he would see me in there when I was acting more reasonable. You can probably guess what happened next. I'd left my bag on the passenger seat, so he probably assumed my keys were in there. Nope. I waited 30 seconds, then just hopped into the car and drove away. My phone blew up with a million calls from him, Trish, and my father-in-law. Eventually, my mom, dad, and my sister Jess, who I'm super close with, called as well. I'd briefly texted Jess about what was happening the day before, but she was stunned to get the full blow-by-blow. By the time I was on the open road, I asked her to phone Jack and tell him he could walk home for all I cared. Once she heard my side of the story and not Jack's, she calmed down significantly. Mom, Dad, and Jess offered to start driving and meet me halfway so I could switch with one of them and wouldn't have to drive the full 12 hours by myself in one day. I was so grateful to see them that I pretty much broke down in a truck stop parking lot while blubbering that I loved them. They all took turns driving while I rested. It was super reassuring to talk it over and hear that Trish and Jack were the unreasonable ones. Once we got back, I stayed at my parents' overnight, and they said I could stay as long as I needed. The next few days were fairly tense. I was up most of the night making sure Annie didn't scratch, and it seemed like she just cried and cried until she was exhausted. She has 5 scars on her face and a few others on her arms from scratching. I know appearances shouldn't matter, but I'm so angry that her skin is marked for life now over some stupid situation. This whole thing is just something I never expected to happen. I answered one of Jack's calls only to have him start a rant about how he didn't recognize this person I had become. So I hung up on him. He was due to come back for the start of the work year, which I wasn't looking forward to, but I figured we could make it work as long as Trish was 12 hours away. Then at around 11 p.m. one night, I got a very short and formal text from my father-in-law via Jack's phone saying that Trish had come down with shingles and was in the emergency room. He mentioned that Jack was staying there to care for her and that he would work from their house remotely once the year started back up. Jack's been there for the past few weeks, tending to Mama's every whim. I'm sure she's put on an Oscar-worthy performance of having one foot in the grave, and according to Google, it should be any day now that her painful, crusty pustules go gently into that sweet night. A few weeks ago, I was honestly so tired, overwhelmed, and in disbelief that I didn't know what to do. Now that I'm back at home with people who actually care about me, I think I'm starting to realize how lucky I am to see the weird relationship he has with his mommy this early on. The fact that he cares more about Trish than his own daughter speaks volumes. When he eventually comes back, I think we'll have to have a serious talk about our future together. This post reminds me a lot of a different one involving coconut oil. If I remember that story correctly, that child actually died as a result of the grandmother being stubborn. OP mentions that her mother-in-law has a distaste for the way she raises her kids, but that's none of her business. Unfortunately, I see this sort of thing happen too often. The in-laws overstep and think they are the parents of a newborn, but I'm sort of going off on a tangent. Anyway, one approach I have in mind is cutting off contact with the mother-in-law. However, OP's husband is working against her, so that might not be easy to do. It's important to set boundaries. I don't like jumping too far ahead of things, but I can't see this relationship lasting much longer. User Captain Delicious Pants said, "Neither Trish nor the husband give a damn about that poor baby. They just want control." User Shadowheart said, "Well, at least the custody battle will be swift and easy. Intentionally infecting an infant with a virus and then locking that sick infant in a car to exercise power over the mother won't result in anything more than supervised visitation." User Larryman said, "I'm so mad. The irony that Trish has shingles and has now potentially passed that on to her granddaughter instead of waiting for her vaccination is insane. I'm old enough that I got chickenpox the old-fashioned way, and I'm jealous of everyone who can get vaccinated. I had it at age 7. Anyone who thinks chickenpox isn't serious doesn't remember having it. The bumps would get so big they'd form double or triple little rashes. You can even get chickenpox in your throat. It's miserable. Add to that a poor baby who is going to scratch herself to oblivion. I hate this woman so much. I'd consider divorce over this. The scars, the potential for shingles, etc." This next post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Cow2Girl. The post is titled, "I discovered my BF of 3 years is cheating. Tonight is the biggest night of his life. Help me." I won't go into all the gory details of our relationship. We were in love and, well, I still love him, but I found out that clearly he does not. I discovered proof that he has been cheating on me for a while in the form of small home movies of them. I don't know the girl, and from the looks of their conversations, she has no idea I exist. Tonight is the biggest night of my boyfriend's life. He's receiving a state award at a big dinner with a few hundred people attending, from his mom and dad to councilmen and all of that. In fact, the only reason I discovered this transgression is that I have been putting together a little video for him to enjoy, highlighting some of the key moments of his life. You know, typical sappy stuff. I'm burdened with a lot of power right now, and I don't know if I have it in me to do the right thing, or if I even know what the right thing is. I'm blinded by tears of rage, sadness, and betrayal, but at the same time, I love him and have loved him. Do I really want to do this? The relationship is over. There's no doubt about it. I am not a woman who will tolerate her man cheating on her. Certainly not. That's not the issue. The issue is there are cutesy selfies of the two of them, a lot of them, only shared between the two of them. Nothing lewd. Do I sneak one into the snap reel as a way of letting him know that I know, or do I simply confront him after his moment in the sun passes? I'm not going to pick up everything and leave without cutting contact. That's not my style, and it wouldn't make me feel good. Just very sad. Do I do the bitchy thing for once in my life? To anyone looking at the snap reel, it would just look like a picture of him and a friend. But to him and to me, it would be a private message, an outing. Help me, Reddit. I don't know what to do this time. Update. Well, it's been a month and a half since this all went down. I have received so many requests for an update, and I never intended to actually give one, honestly, because I was afraid of the fallout depending on what I ended up doing. So what did I do? I did the immature, vengeful thing, and I don't regret it. I took a few photos of the two of them, tasteful photos that gave off no indication other than she might be a childhood friend. I slipped them into the snap reel. Then I spoke kindly of him at the podium. After my turn was finished, I walked out. I drove home feeling calm and in control. 20 minutes later, the text started. Where did I go? What did I know? Where did I find the photos? Was there more in store for him? I texted him, I know you've been fucking her, but there are no more photos. There weren't any, and of course I left it at that. He didn't come home that night, or the next. The next day, he called me to ask if we could meet and talk at a public location. I agreed to meet him at Starbucks. I arrived early and waited for him. He showed up a few minutes late and took the seat across from me. He started right off with the excuses, how it just happened, how he fully regrets it, that she doesn't mean anything to him, and that she looked like a girl he had a crush on in high school and he was powerless against his teenage self. I didn't interrupt him, I just let him have his time. When he was done and looking at me for a sign of what might happen next, all I could say was, "So where did you stay the past few nights?" "Her house." "And what did you do?" He wouldn't answer. There hadn't been any doubt in my mind, really. I knew I was leaving him. He talked over himself, apologizing, begging for forgiveness, saying he'd change. I told him that I didn't want him to have to change himself. If who he was, naturally, was someone who cheated on his girlfriend, then that's not someone I wanted to be with. He said that he was thinking of proposing to me, and all I could say after that was, good thing I found out before. Fast forward to a few weeks later, he's moved out and I am doing well. We have cut off contact. People ask me about him all the time and I just let them know he left me for a girl who looked like his high school crush. So that's the end. We are broken up. We are never ever getting back together. I don't feel any regret for how I handled it. Like one commenter said, there's no need to take the high road all the time. User Angel Irene said, I would have done the pettier thing and made it clear to everyone in the slideshow that he was cheating. Screw that. To this user, Snape said, yeah, put cheater in big red letters on the pictures and in the speech. Talk about the fantastic times you had together and how you saw your future. But that's ruined now because you found out he didn't care about your relationship since he was cheating and sleeping with other partners. Then walk out. User Board German said, why do they always think it doesn't mean anything is a proper excuse? Okay, so you threw away our relationship and the love we've had for something that doesn't even matter. That's worse. User Trainwreck said, I try not to take the low road personally, even in situations like this, because it's almost never been worth it the few times I have. People suck. That said, this really didn't seem very low road, and it was done without publicly humiliating someone. So respect to OP for that. Cheaters generally deserve public humiliation, but screw it. Why bring ourselves down to their level? This final post was made by a user named Christy in the relationship subreddit as well. The post is titled, My husband insisted he was gay while drunk. My husband and I have been married for 4 years. I'm 26 and he's 30. In the 6 years we've been together, I have never had the suspicion that he was gay. The only signs I can really think of are that it took him a while to initiate sex. I still have to initiate sex often because he'll only do it about once a week and sometimes won't even finish himself off. Sex is over once I've finished and we barely have any foreplay beforehand. He always said he was under pressure and that work takes a toll on him. I never questioned it. I mean, he's a paramedic and I know it's a stressful job. 2 days ago, my husband and I were invited to a friend's get-together. While there, he drank a lot with the guys and was completely hammered by the time we needed to leave. He doesn't drink much normally either. One of his friends even had to come with me to help my husband walk from the car to the apartment. When we got inside, he asked me for more whiskey, so I gave it to him since he didn't have work the next day. He drank quite a bit of it. I'm tired, so I decided to head off to bed. I went to give him a kiss, like usual. As soon as I started bringing my face closer to his, he leaned back so far that he almost fell off the chair. He had this really confused or disgusted look on his face, and I laughed at first. But then when I went to kiss him on the cheek, he pushed my face away. Then he looked at me really shocked and said, "No, I'm gay." So I backed off and went to bed. I couldn't sleep all night. After 6 years together, why would he say that now? But now that I think of it, I wouldn't be surprised if he was. The next day, we were having breakfast and he was extremely hungover. I started telling him how drunk he was last night and he just laughed. Then I told him about what he did and said, and he looked straight up at me really worried. I must have looked really upset because right after that he said, "Everyone says stupid things when they're drunk. Forget about it." Then he walked off saying he needed a shower. He's been a little distant ever since. Maybe I'm reading into this too much. I don't know. It's bothering me a lot, and for some reason I feel very hurt. I'd appreciate some help. Update. Ever since I confronted him about what he said while drunk, he has been ignoring me and giving me one-word answers all day today. He's been looking extremely tired, worn out, sad, and stressed. I didn't want to push him to talk to me about it because I thought it would make him explode, but it's been eating at me ever since and I couldn't control myself. I burst out crying while he was getting ready for bed. I told him I needed answers because I didn't want our relationship to be like this. He was really hesitant to talk to me and tried leaving it at, "You don't need to cry, it's okay." But then I asked him if he was attracted to me and he gave me a look of pity without answering. Then I asked him about women in general and he gave me the same look. It turns out you guys were right. He's gay and said he meant to tell me sometime soon. He said he drove himself crazy thinking about it and finding the right way to tell me, and that it came out while he was drunk instead. He said when we first started dating, he thought he was bisexual, so he went along with it. Then he slowly came to realize he was gay, but had dug himself into a much deeper hole by then. He said he was diagnosed with major depression and was prescribed antidepressants, but he couldn't take them because the side effects interfered with work. He also assured me he's never cheated on me, flirted with other guys, or been to any gay bars or clubs, and said he had no intention of doing so. I do believe him though, because I know he's not that kind of person. Also, his daily routines are the same: work, gym, and then straight home. He barely uses his phone for any other purpose but calls. It doesn't have a passcode on it either, and he leaves it lying around everywhere. For some odd reason, I don't feel as angry and upset as I thought I would now that I know what's been going on, but I feel like I'm handling this too well and might break down sooner or later. He said the only way he can be fair to me at this point is if we get a divorce. So we agreed on that. He said he'd tell his friends, his family, and my family exactly what happened, so nothing is left in the dark. I guess it all makes sense now. When I first met him, he was a really happy and spirited person, and when I look at him now, that happiness is completely gone. Thanks for the advice. It really helped prepare me for what went down today, and I appreciate it. Now, any tips on moving on would also be helpful. This story was posted by a throwaway account about 5 months ago. The post is titled, "My little brother is actually my fiance's kid." Yes, the title is messed up, I'm aware. My fiance and I have been together since we were 17 and 18 years old. Honestly, he was always kind, handsome, funny, and everyone used to say I was so lucky to have the whole package. I felt lucky too. He always treated me with love and respect, so this makes everything just so shocking for me. I have always had a good relationship with my mom. It has always been her and me against the world. My dad died in an accident when I was little. We always joked that we are the real-life Rory and Lorelai from Gilmore Girls. My mom dated guys on and off, and they were usually cool, but nothing ever really progressed past the early stages. Around 4 years ago, my mom told me she was pregnant, which was a huge surprise. My mom was around 42 years old, and although she was sort of dating someone recently, it was still a big shock. She never thought she could be pregnant at her age, and I could tell she was stressed and worried. I decided to support her since she has always supported me and tried to reassure her. She then had my brother, who is now 3 years old. I have a close relationship with my brother. I have helped take care of him since he was born, and I just love the little guy. My fiance was also always helpful with my brother. We would take him out for ice cream, to the playground, pool time during summer, etc. But nothing felt weird. He was just my then boyfriend, spending time with my brother and me. Now to how I found out. My fiance and I have lived together since we finished college. My fiance was not at home since he was hanging out with friends, but I was home because I didn't feel like going out and just wanted to chill on my sofa. At some point during binge watching a series on Netflix, my laptop died and I was too lazy to go get my charger, so I just took my fiance's iPad. I know the password, but honestly never used it before. The iPad logged in and I got a bunch of messages pinging. Anyway, this got my attention, so I went to check it out, and of course I found everything. My mom's number wasn't under her name, but I recognized the number and verified it with my phone. She was telling him she felt guilty and that I should know. He said he also felt guilty but couldn't lose me and that they f***ed it up. She said that it was unfair for my brother to never know his dad and that if he could live having his son around without behaving like a dad but as a brother-in-law. I broke down. There weren't a lot of older messages, just some photos stored of my brother as a newborn, my mom pregnant, and more photos of my brother growing up in an album. I couldn't take it anymore. I cried for what seemed like ages while waiting for my boyfriend to come back home. I wish I were one of those women who can pretend and get things together before confronting the cheater, but I can't. He came back later that night and I just gave him the iPad with the conversation open. I watched his face go completely pale. I asked for an explanation. When? How? Why? He didn't want to at first, but knew he had to. Apparently, a few years back while I was traveling with some friends, my fiance and mom had dinner together. Somehow, one thing led to another and they ended up sleeping together. They felt guilty, but apparently not guilty enough because they slept together 2 or 3 more times under the excuse of meeting up to discuss how to tell me. Apparently, when my mom got pregnant, they stopped sleeping together and decided not to tell me since my fiance loved me and couldn't lose me, while my mom didn't want to lose her daughter. So here we are now with 2 of the most disgusting humans. I obviously broke off the engagement, told my mom never to talk to me again, and moved in with a friend. I feel bad for my brother since I really love him, but I can't be around him now. I just can't. It reminds me of all those times we talked about having kids. I would be his baby mama, only baby mama. We talked about this future since we were 17 years old, so I want to puke every time I think about how I was actually taking care of his child with someone else while still having those dreams. I want to puke. This is just wild. I agree with the steps that OP has already taken in cutting off ties to her mom and her partner, but to be honest, I don't know what she should even do from here. Every decision will probably have a very negative outcome for OP. Both people are utter trash, but I can't help but hate the mother more. User Nikki PJ said, "My mother also slept with my husband. It was devastating at the time. I just want you to know that you will get through this and you will be okay. You will build a wonderful life without your mom or your ex. I have. A mother who will do that to her daughter is not normal. I also want to share something that a counselor told me while I was going through it. I don't know if you're feeling the same, but I felt so much shame at being cheated on, at cutting my mother off, at feeling so much anger toward them, and at failing in my marriage. It's not your fault. You did nothing wrong and you did nothing to deserve it. I hope you see this comment in the flood of responses you are getting. Be gentle with yourself." User Zealous Ideal Wolf said, "I would leave them behind and never look back. You deserve so much better and you will find better. Don't waste another minute of your time on them. When your little brother gets older, I'd explain to him exactly why you walked away because he also deserves to know what kind of parents he has and why you had no choice but to abandon him for the time being. I'm sure he'd understand. I'm so sorry that your mom betrayed you this way. I hope you have a really good support system to help you get through this awful time. It's bad enough when a friend does something like this, but I can't imagine how it feels when it's your own mother." Update. First, I want to thank everyone for the nice messages and comments. I was not expecting so much support. I'm still a mess, not gonna lie, but after reading the comments, I felt better, like a mini therapy session. So again, thank you all. Now for the update. As I feared, I was indeed confronted near my office this week. I knew this was coming, but thought maybe I had more time. My ex was the person who came to find me. Yesterday, after finishing work and walking to where my car was parked, my ex was sort of lingering around. I thought about running, not gonna lie, but in that moment I felt strong enough to get it over with instead of having it hanging over my head waiting to be approached again. He asked if we could talk and I said yes, but I didn't feel like having that conversation over coffee like we were old friends. It felt ridiculous. So I told him to just talk right there. He basically said sorry 100 times and that I deserved better. He said he did love me and still does, but understands why I wouldn't want anything to do with him. He said that if I did consider giving him a chance, he would go to therapy, alone or together or both, and that he would work hard to win my trust back. I told him it wasn't possible. There was too much damage. This sounds calm when I type it, but in the moment, things came out with a louder tone and harsher words. Anyways, he did say that he is in the process of getting partial custody of my brother and that he does want to be a dad to him. He said he does not want to be with my mom and that it was just a stupid mistake. He couldn't explain why he did it in the first place. I think he doesn't even know himself. I asked if he had cheated with someone else before and he said no. I asked why he didn't come clean and he said that after he did the deed, he always felt panicked and realized he could lose me and he just didn't want to. I told him it was meant to be found out. What was his plan? To have my brother around and ignore their relationship forever. He said he didn't think far enough ahead and that he was basically going with the idea of taking it one day at a time, survival mode. I asked him if he felt that my mom seduced him. He said it was mutual, which made me want to puke again. I asked if he has had any contact with my mom since I found out. He said yes, but mostly about my brother. He mentioned that he told his parents about everything the day before or the day before that. His parents were not happy, but are glad to start building a relationship with my brother. Honestly, all of this felt like a punch in my stomach. I don't know why. His parents wanted to contact me, but he told them to wait until he approached me first, hence why he was here. I asked if he started thinking about custody before I found out, and he said no, but when I found out, it was like the push he needed, and this past week he had been arranging all of that mess. He sounded and looked defeated, but the whole thing made me feel not just sad, angry. I was mainly depressed before, but now I'm furious. I feel like he's still in an okay place and isn't paying for his actions beyond me leaving him. He will have my brother, his parents, and others while moving on with his life while I've lost everything. I hate him. We parted ways on a sour note and I told him to never get near me again. I was done. He asked to see my brother still, that I was important to him, and tried to guilt trip me. It worked a bit, but I still think I can't do it. I don't know much about my mom and really hope she doesn't come looking for me anytime soon because I'm fuming right now and won't be able to handle it. I will be contacting my family and friends and finally doing the blasting today. I think it's about time, and after my talk with him, I've got the extra push I needed. Update 2. I did the blasting, and this is how it went down. I first posted in my family's Facebook group, which is from my mom's side of the family. I used inspiration from what you all suggested in my last post and said something along the lines of, I want to communicate to you all that my wedding with my ex has been permanently canceled since I found out that my mom and my ex have had a relationship over the last few years, which resulted in the birth of my little brother. I had no clue about any of this, and I found out about it last week. I will not have a relationship moving forward with mom and ex for obvious reasons. I would appreciate your understanding, and I felt it was only fair to let you know about the situation since I value transparency and honesty above all. I also included a screenshot of my mother's message. I didn't open the message until before the blasting. I didn't want to hear her and be persuaded. It exploded. I had family reaching out via text and calling the whole day after the blasting. Most were very supportive and I could tell they were just shocked. There were a few neutral responses and some suspicious ones that suggested it wasn't the whole story and maybe I misunderstood. My grandparents were in the maybe you misunderstood category, which wasn't surprising since my mom is super close to them, and like I said before, my mom was always a good mom, so no red flags. I will be moving in with a cousin who is more like a sister to me. I hadn't reached out to her previously because I knew once she knew, everyone would. That's why I went to my friend's place. My cousin is devastated on my behalf and offered for me to live with her and her 2 kids until I can get back on my feet. I accepted and will be moving next week. I'm a bit afraid this will give my mom easier access to me, but I can't stay at my friend's place forever. I then quickly posted a similar message for my friends on Instagram. I created a close friends story and tagged most of them too. This went sort of viral in our friend group. Actually, one of my friends sent me my Reddit post and asked if this was me. I confirmed it. They were also shocked and speechless. They never thought my ex would even remotely do anything like this. They said, he was crazy about you. Oh, well, apparently he went overboard on the crazy part. The group of friends is divided at the moment. Some are completely on my side, while others think it isn't the whole truth. I told everyone who reached out that if they don't believe me, they should ask their friend if he is asking for custody of my little brother. That kind of shut them up for now. My ex deleted his social media apparently. Also, my ex's parents called me like I guessed they would. They were kind to me and very sorry about everything. I got the feeling that they are also overwhelmed and very disappointed. However, it was clear they will be supporting their son. They are very upset with my mother and don't want anything to do with her, but I'm not sure how that will work with my little brother and everything else. They tried to give me info about custody and what my ex is up to now, but I shut that down quickly and told them I don't want any information. I want to move on. I also asked them not to reach out in the near future because I need distance, especially if they will be supporting my ex. Also, my ex and my mother went nuts trying to reach out to me after the blast. They tried calling my friend and reached out from different numbers. I had to put my phone on silent and ignore everyone. However, my mother sent me a long text, and it was a weird text. She said that I was being cruel and that she didn't think she raised me that way. She said she thought we had a better relationship than for me to blast out laundry like that without talking to her first, and that I didn't have the whole picture. She mentioned something that confused me. In her long message, she said the reason she slept with my ex is that he reminded her of my dad, that it was grief. She claimed she didn't mean to use him to heal her pain, but that she wasn't strong enough. I don't even know what that means. Did she think that my ex looks physically like my dad, or personality-wise, or what? I have seen photos of my dad, and while my ex isn't super different, he also isn't super alike. I mean, they share brown/dirty blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin, but that's not so uncommon. I don't see what else, I don't know. That threw me for a loop and honestly makes me want to confront my mom just to understand what the hell. Of all the things she could say, I was not expecting that. I'm holding on better, I don't cry every hour or want to murder them, but I'm still sad and upset, and it just feels like this isn't my life, that it's a big joke or a bad dream, and that I will wake up to my normal life. I also need to really start planning my future and begin applying for jobs in other cities, or maybe check the possibilities abroad more seriously. I might ask for 2 to 3 days off work to really get my thoughts together and do some research. I'm terrified, to be honest. I feel frozen, but I know I need to start moving. Update 3. Hi everyone. It has been a while and honestly, so much has happened. I wanted to give you all an update because most of you have been wonderful and weirdly a very big source of support. I know we are all strangers, but thank you. Really, I don't even know where to start. I will begin with the fact that I talked to my mom. Once I moved to my cousin's house, it was easier for her to access me, I guess. So my mom showed up and we had a chat. It didn't go great. She was asking for forgiveness, but at the same time, giving herself 1,000 excuses. Her story is as follows. My ex-fiance, let's call him Max, reminded her of my dad. She said the way he talked, his personality, his caring and loving nature, and how polite and good he is. She couldn't stop her feelings for him and tried. She dated around and thought of herself as a sick woman. What was shocking is that apparently my mom and Max kissed before he and I were official. He was 18, so there was no criminality there, but what the hell. Also, it seems like Max initiated it. My mom stopped him and that was it. He and I started dating a month or 2 after that if the timeline is correct. I am still unclear who initiated it when they started sleeping together. It seems mutual. I asked her why she kept my brother if the whole situation was so bad. She said that she never thought she could have another baby so late in life, and when she found out she was pregnant, she felt it was a blessing and that I was so nice about it. Also, she thought it would be the child my dad and she had planned all along. She knew it wasn't my dad's, but for her, Max was basically my dad. It makes me sick. She wanted to tell me, but thought it was better not to because she loves me. However, recently, she felt bad for my little brother that his dad was alive but not with him, so both of her kids would grow up without a dad. She felt it wasn't fair to anyone anymore. I told her that I listened to her, but that I still want nothing to do with her ever. She said that when I grow up, I will understand. I told her that I will never understand because I'm not a sick, selfish, nasty person. I'd rather die than understand. As for my family, well, I have cut off my grandparents, they support my mom. They told me what she did was wrong, but that she was my mom and I needed to learn forgiveness. I posted my mom's message in the Facebook group again and received mixed reactions. Some people in my family were completely on my side, like my cousin and an aunt, but others thought I was being too dramatic and that this needed to be discussed in private rather than on a Facebook group. So I got kicked out. I'm hurt. I grew up with these people. Christmas holidays, birthdays, I don't get it. A lot of people wondered in my last update if my mom is hot or what. Thanks for those questions, by the way. They really made me feel better. But to clarify, and just because my friend said this last time and thought it was accurate in a very morbid way, have you guys seen the Maroon 5 music video, She Will Be Loved? Well, that is a very good representation. I almost laughed. Almost. On the Max topic, a lot has happened there too. We also had another chat since he decided again to ambush me on my way back from work. I hate this. It feels so vulnerable that people can just reach me like that. Anyway, I tried to avoid him and walk around, but it was impossible. He is double my size in height and weight. I then exploded and told him what my mom said, and he went pale at the part about them kissing before we dated. After some back and forth, he admitted it. Apparently, he had a massive crush on my mom as a teenager, but after he got to know me better and we started dating, he realized, "You are your mom's better version." Literally his words. I felt like I had been slapped in the face, and also, what the actual hell? Is my life more of a lie than I thought? Is someone recording this shit? Because what? Finally, I got more info on why he slept with her. What I understood is that I'm the love of his life, but he needed to take my mom off his system to have closure for that teenage crush so he and I could continue our happy life without regrets. He just didn't count on my little brother and that up situation. I was honestly shocked and didn't say much after that. I just wanted to get the hell away and hide. The day was a blur and I had to call in sick the next few days. I felt like everything crashed. I've been sad and angry, but then I just felt devastated. Why did they put so much effort into destroying me? They supposedly love me, so why? I have honestly been recovering from everything, and that's why I haven't really been on Reddit. On the topic of future plans, I might be able to get a position as an au pair in Spain. I applied with guidance from some friends and have had a few interviews with some families. One seems like it will be possible. I will know in the next week or two, I've been told. The position is only set to start at the end of September or the beginning of October, but I'm ready to leave. This will be a setback in my sort of career, but I need to get out. I can't continue looking over my shoulder, and I absolutely can't forgive them. Oh, I also saw my little brother. It was his birthday last weekend, and although I didn't go to the party, my cousin helped me set up a short meeting. It was bittersweet. He told me he missed me, and I did too. He said he was happy that Max was his daddy because he was so much fun and they were spending a lot of time together, and mom seems happy. Not gonna lie, that hurt a lot. I tried to put on a brave face, but it was hard. It was very short, and I told him I would be traveling for a long time and that I would try to send him cards in the future through my cousin. He was confused, but accepted it. I'm not sure how much he understands about everything. Update 4. My group of friends is divided. Some of Max's closest friends have been saying that I should give him another chance. That no one is perfect, but he loves me. That he was always good to me, and I shouldn't just turn my back on him. They even said that Max, my little brother, and I could be a perfect little family, and that I could make sure my little bro has a good stepmom, who better than his blood relative. Right? This is such bullshit. They are talking like he messed up on something minor or even medium. Like he lied about getting laid off work or forgot to pay our bills for a month. Like what? I have some girlfriends who are completely on my side and supporting me, which is nice. But our friend group isn't solid anymore and everyone is taking sides. I did have a conversation with Max on the phone though. I admit I had a bit to drink that night since I was coming back from meeting some friends for dinner and I had a few glasses of wine and a cocktail, but I remember the talk. Disclaimer, this is not the exact conversation, but I will recount what I remember to the best of my ability. Me. Do you think that you were groomed? Max. I never thought of that, but maybe. Me. How did you even get a crush on my mom? I thought we always hung out in a group and my mom wasn't really there for more than a few minutes, just passing by. Was it looks? Max. Yes and no. I thought she was pretty, so there was the teen crush. But then I also tried to talk to her by passing through your house and asking if you were there and then had a chat with your mom. Me, was I always second choice? Max, no, you aren't now. Me, and back then when you asked me to be your girlfriend? Max, silence. Me, tell me the truth please. Max, I don't know, I did like you, but I still had the crush. Me, do you want to be with her now? Max, God no. Me, why did you do it, Max? To get her out of your system, so you still wanted her. Did you want her during the times we had sex? Max, no don't, I only wanted you. I don't know, I felt like those YOLO moments. I thought I'd give my teen self what he always wanted. I felt so stupid. Me, then why did you do it more times? Max, I really don't know. We were silent for a lot of it, and not long after that, we hung up. It was a short call and honestly emotional. I was sort of drunkish and he seemed emotionally drained too. I feel stupid for opening up and calling him to ask those questions. I've said 1,000 times that I don't want to know more, but I was weak. Every time I feel like moving on, I'm hit again by everything. My brain can't understand it yet. On my mom's front, well, not much has happened. She continues to try to fix it. My grandparents reached out to me, but I didn't answer. I'm sure they were trying to give me support. Final update. I'm moving to Spain. I got the job as an au pair near one of the biggest cities in Spain. I'm so excited. I'm flying in a few days and starting on September 1st with the family. The kids are adorable too. I will be learning Spanish, which I have always wanted to do anyway, so it all feels like it's heaven sent. I haven't told almost anyone about it, just a few friends I trust, and of course, my cousin who I live with. Also, my boss. My mother has been telling people I'm being mean to her when she wants to fix everything. She made a mistake and is trying to fix it, but I'm being difficult. She is just human. Not surprising. I'm really coming to terms with how self-centered she is and has always been. I'm sad I lost the mom I thought I had. It feels like she died. My new therapist said I'm grieving. Max has left me a bit alone since the last call we had. I heard he is focusing on my little brother and just staying under the radar. I have had some short phone calls with my little brother which have been bittersweet, but he is doing okay. He of course doesn't know what's really happening, but he is happy to have a new dad. It doesn't hurt as much as it did before, but it still hurts. Thank you all for all the support. This next post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named OtherSalt. The post is titled, "My wife is addicted to the gym and it's ruining our marriage." My wife is 30 years old and she's always worked out and been in shape, but lately I feel like it's becoming excessive. She used to regularly work out at a gym when she was in college. At some point, she stopped going to the gym, probably due to her schedule, and preferred to work out at home or go for runs outside. About 18 months ago, she announced she was going to get back into the habit of going to the gym. She now had a job that allowed her to make more time for it. It started off normally, but slowly became more and more frequent. She signed up for classes on the weekends, started going to the gym every day, and then it became the morning before work and again later in the evening, every single day. If she's stressed, she goes to the gym. If she experiences some sort of life crisis, she immediately heads to the gym. If we have an argument, she runs to the gym. She's 4 months pregnant right now. I'm kind of surprised we even had time to make a kid. I understand that it's safe for her to work out, especially since she was already in the habit of doing it before she got pregnant, but the intensity is not slowing down. If she misses one of her normal gym sessions, she becomes so irritable, like a junkie not getting her fix. It's just bizarre. Truly a case of too much of a good thing. Of course, she gets upset when I voice that I feel it's becoming an unhealthy obsession and that I miss spending time with her because she's there so much. She has all of these friends and this whole circle of people at the gym that she seems to prefer spending time with over me. Why don't we work out together at the gym? The gym is her time, she says. This isn't a case of me feeling insecure because she's in great physical shape and I'm a fat slob. I work out and am in shape. My job really requires me to stay fit, so I can't let myself go. I genuinely feel her gym habits are unhealthy. She's over-exercising for one, there is such a thing. But worse than that, I feel it's becoming a way for her to escape everything else in her life. She never actually fixes anything that goes wrong. She just runs off to the gym for some sort of mood boost and then that's it. She also never gets anything else done in a practical sense because how can she when she's at the gym so often? It's gotten to the point where I have to do every chore, and if food is getting made, I'm going to have to do it. I don't expect her to do all of those things, but it should at least be a shared effort. People we know have even commented about it to me. They've said things about how she seems different, how she sure is at the gym a lot, and many of her friends and family barely see her anymore. Some have even suggested that she's having an affair with someone there. Please tell me this doesn't sound normal to you. She insists this is perfectly normal. Update. I posted not very long ago about my wife's addiction to the gym, a compulsion if you will. She spends most of her free time there. She often goes twice a day and sometimes even 3 times if we have a fight at night and she needs to run off instead of actually talking to me. She won't let me go to her gym and she refuses to go to mine. Her gym is her place, my gym is my place, and that's just the way it has to be according to her. I'd love to have her come along with me. I've invited her multiple times. She's about 18 weeks pregnant right now. This is our first baby. She worked out like crazy prior to the pregnancy and she continues to work just as hard now. I truly didn't think she was cheating on me. People suggested it in the last thread and I laughed. You can tell she's at the gym a lot. She's in great shape, so she's obviously going there. I felt really confident about the cheating issue, and when I posted 9 days ago, I wasn't even considering it. I'm embarrassed to admit that after reading a lot of the comments on my last post, I thought maybe I was being overly confident about her fidelity. She usually always has her phone on her, but she left it on the kitchen counter. As stupid as I felt, I decided to do a quick swipe through her texts. She had a current text conversation going on with a guy. I recognized the name, the same name of a guy from the gym she mentions a lot. She's friends with many people there and went to one of their weddings last fall. I wasn't too terribly concerned until I started reading the texts. I never wanted to know what the guys look like, but now I do. She was only out of the room for literally about a minute or two, so I had to scroll fast. I was furious. I asked her what the hell that conversation was about. She started yelling at me for looking at her phone. I told her she was acting so weird and that the gym obsession was really bothering me, so I decided to look. I was ashamed that I did, but I thought I'd find nothing at all. She kept saying, "It's nothing, it's nothing." It didn't look like nothing to me. She sure seemed pretty interested in this nothing. I wanted to know if she had been sleeping with him and for how long. She kept saying no. I left the house because I was so furious, but not before I slammed her phone on the ground and shattered it. She called me all sorts of names for breaking her phone and hit me on the back as hard as she could. I left and went to my brother's house. My brother and sister-in-law were shocked, although my sister-in-law was one of the most vocal ones about my wife's gym obsession being weird and constantly bringing it up to me. When I went home, she was in bed crying. She obviously couldn't call me or anyone else for that matter. She was laying it on thick. "I don't know if you'd ever come home. Give me a break. I took her phone to get repaired tonight. She doesn't deserve it, but I still feel like an ass for breaking it. I still don't know how deep this goes. She won't admit to anything beyond what I saw. Was it sexting or more? I'm convinced it was a lot more, but she refuses to hand over her phone and is now trying to act like I'm this terrible monster who is abusing her because I broke her phone. It's not my proudest moment, but honestly, after she punched me, I wanted to body slam her. I have never and would never actually touch her like that." Update 2. Today, my wife asked me to stay home from work so we could talk. She laid in bed all day yesterday trying to get me to feel sorry for her, but I paid absolutely no attention to her and ended up leaving the house to go to my family's Super Bowl party. I wasn't in the mood to go, but I wasn't going to sit at home with her. It really bothered her that I left. She kept texting me things like, "Who just leaves like that? When something like this is happening, who is that cold and callous that they just leave to go to a party?" I stayed home today to talk to her. She was full of tears and said she was so sorry. According to her, she really was going to the gym twice a day because she likes going there. That's where her friends are. It makes her feel good and it's fun for her. She met this guy there and he started flirting with her. Everyone likes him. He's one of the most popular guys there. I didn't realize there were popular people at gyms. She admitted that she flirted back, but didn't mean anything by it. She didn't reciprocate very much at first, but he gave her butterflies, and she just found herself flirting back without thinking. She said it felt like when she had a crush on somebody when she was in school. They started texting. At first, it was just friendly and nothing sexual for several months, but she'd feel giddy every time she got a message from him. She was really attracted to him, but told him that she was married and there could never actually be anything between them. According to her, he kept flirting with her anyway and said, "Sure, we won't cross the line." Until they did cross the line. She said she had tried to resist it for a while, but then one day they kissed. She admitted to enjoying it, but also felt that it was wrong. She must not have felt that bad because she slept with him for the first time later that night. She described it as falling in love with somebody for the first time. All she could think about was him. Is she in love with him? She doesn't know. Is this baby mine? She thinks so, but there's always a small chance it could be his. He always uses a condom, so she doesn't think it's his baby, but they were sleeping together at the time she got pregnant. She loves me. She can't help that there's just this huge spark between the two of them. She doesn't know if she loves him. She doesn't know if the baby is mine. She doesn't know why she did this. She doesn't know what she thinks we should do. The nail in the coffin is when she said, "You would really leave me if it's not your baby, would you?" She had the audacity to ask me that. I told her, of course I'm leaving her. I wouldn't raise another man's child. She seemed shocked. She said, "Really? With everything we have and all our history, you wouldn't even consider it?" She can't be serious. I told her no, I would never consider it. She agreed to get a DNA test, tearfully agreed, like I'm supposed to feel sorry for her about it. I don't know who this woman is. She was crying the whole time, but not tears of an ashamed or sorry person. They were tears for herself and meant to try to make me feel bad. Feel bad for what? That her heart is apparently so torn. Update 3. My life has been reduced to a trashy daytime talk show. The woman who was once my wife, whom I considered a classy woman, has turned into complete trailer trash. Today, she announced that she's moving in with her affair partner from the gym. She's pregnant. It might be his kid or it might be mine. She's too embarrassed to go get blood drawn for a paternity test. She spent about a week trying to get my attention, to get me to talk to her, to get me to beg her to be mine. I didn't fall for any of it. I've largely been ignoring her, and when we have to speak, I keep it very brief. We've been living together this whole time, but I'm in a different room now and functioning separately from her in all ways. So her pouting and trying to get me to pay attention to her and give her a gold star for not going to the gym for 5 days in a row didn't work. Today, she texted me to say she is moving in with him. Somehow, I still care about this person. I've already met with a lawyer though. I can care about her as a human being and the possible mother of my child without being married to her. Still, it stung to hear her say she was going to be with him. I told her it wasn't a smart move to leave the house. I've even suggested she should probably meet with a lawyer. She doesn't care about anything I have to say. I don't think she needs to move in with anybody. I actually feel bad for her that she can't just be on her own. I asked her if he actually knew she was pregnant and wanted to know what stories she's been telling him this whole time. She said he knows and that he doesn't care if it's my baby. He loves her and wants to be with her. Bizarre. You can't find anyone else? Someone who isn't a married pregnant woman? Why would you take that on? It doesn't make sense to me. He's scum, but he's good-looking scum who apparently is gainfully employed and owns his own home, so you can't tell me that my married pregnant wife is your only option here. I just can't imagine being a single guy like that and wanting to put up with this baggage when I could have other options. And if this really is my baby, then what? They'll live with my wife and this weasel 50% of the time? I don't know how my life turned into this mess, and she thinks it's embarrassing to have to go get blood drawn? Update 4. My wife moved in with her affair partner last weekend. She didn't take very much at all. Most of her stuff is still in our house. I still get the feeling she was just waiting for me to beg her to come home, but I didn't reach out to her at all after she left. It was a strange mixture of relief, anger, and sadness. I don't think I ate at all until last night. I just never felt hungry. I drank a little too much, but I'm fine. I'm posting this update because I've received a ton of messages from people, and honestly, it's emotionally draining to respond to each one and to have to type the same stuff out. I just don't feel like talking about her that much. So this morning she texted me to say her affair partner wants to get a DNA test done, so she's going to do it. Look at that. Didn't matter when I wanted one, but now that he has requested it, she suddenly thinks it's a great idea. She asked if I wanted to submit a sample because it'll be cheaper to have 2 dads tested as part of one package. I don't even care about the cost at this point. I just want an answer. I don't have to see or interact with them at all. I just have to make my own appointment with the lab to get my cheek swabbed. So this Saturday, I'm going to do that and we should have the results within a week. I'll take what I can get at this point because it's better than her dragging this out for another 20 weeks. So that's it. I'm fine. I'm going to work every day trying to function. I just feel stuck in limbo. I miss her. Honestly, I hate that she's there with him. It makes me sick. Part of me does want to beg her to come home. It'll be even worse if I find out that it's my baby and she's there with him unless he drops her at that news. I won't let myself beg her. I won't play any of those games with her. Update 5. My wife has been having an affair with a guy she met at the gym for nearly a year. She's around 22 weeks pregnant right now. She was somewhere around 17 weeks when I discovered she was cheating. She maintained that she was positive I was the father, but then refused to get a paternity test done to ease my mind. We recently had a paternity test done and it proves the baby is mine. It's been a whirlwind of mixed emotions for me, very up and down. Originally, I thought I just wanted to be completely done with her and not have any lifelong ties in the form of a child we share, but I was somewhat happy or relieved when I got the results. I'd already had it in my mind that I was going to be a father for months before I found out she was cheating. Sometimes I just have moments where I can't believe this is my life, that this is the situation my kid will be born into, and I hate her for it. She's still living with him. All of her belongings are still here in our house. I refuse to do the work of packing everything up for her. She doesn't seem concerned about taking any of her things beyond the essentials. After we got the news that I'm the baby's father, she texted me to say she's glad I'm the father and that she knows I'll be a great dad. She was texting me new baby name ideas last night. She's tried calling, but I ignore the calls. I only speak with her via text. This morning, she asked if she could come by and get a few things. I told her it was fine, as I've been advised by my lawyer not to prevent her entry into the home, but I told her he better not be with her. So who shows up with her? The scumbag boyfriend. He walks right into the house behind her like it's no big deal. She ran upstairs to get the stuff she wanted while he and I were just left standing there in the living room. He told me it wasn't her fault that he was there. She told him I didn't want him to come, but he forced his way along. He wanted to talk to me, supposedly, to tell me he understands how I must be feeling. No, you don't know. He told me he knows I probably don't believe him, but he genuinely loves her and knew he probably wasn't the father. He accepts it and then tried to assure me he won't try to take my place with the baby and hopes we can just get along since we're both going to be in her life now. He promises that she's fine. He's looking after her. I told him that I couldn't for the life of me imagine what he wanted with a pregnant woman who is having another man's child. That I found it weird. Then I told him if he didn't get out of my house, I'd punch him. I went upstairs and she was trying to find some things in the bathroom. I got mad, asked her why she brought him along, and told her I found it really strange that he still wants to be with her now that he knows he has nothing to do with this baby, and that I refuse to let him have anything to do with my child. She said he talked her into coming and that she's sorry. She never meant for any of this to happen, but she's in love with him now. He is supposedly what 30-year-old her is looking for, not me. She's setting up a nursery in his house and said I can set one up at my place. She has no intention of trying to get full custody or anything like that. She doesn't want to keep me from being involved in my child's life. How generous of her. She went back downstairs and I followed her. He was still standing there in the living room, so I just walked up to him and punched him. He stumbled back and fell into a table. She yelled, "What the fuck?" and ran over to him. At this point, I didn't even care, as if he's going to call the cops. He deserved it, and it wouldn't have happened had he just left like I told him to. Several hours later, she texted me to say she was sorry about today. He really meant what he said. He's actually a good guy who cares about her and respects me. What the hell? He respects me? He was screwing my wife in the gym locker room. I told her she couldn't be serious. She said, "Fine, I'm trying to have a mature conversation about this. I can't help that we fell in love. Believe it or not, I'm not trying to hurt you. I want everything to be amicable. This guy stole my wife and now he's stealing my kid too. Sure, I'm the actual father, but now they're setting up a nursery together in his house. I've tried not to feel jealous or sad. I've tried to maintain the thought that he's the trash man who picked up my garbage. Sometimes I feel that way, but the truth is that I loved her and still love her. I don't want to stay married to her on principle alone, but this is devastating for me." Update 6. My wife is basically 26 weeks pregnant now. There actually hasn't been much drama with her and her affair partner. I was away for a long weekend last week, and it was nice to just get away from home for a while. The only really annoying thing that's happened is that I told her I'm going to be in the delivery room, not him. After everything she's done, she owes me that. It's not his baby. He has no right or reason to be there. I will not be the one waiting outside when my kid is being born. She said she agreed and that she never planned to have him in there with her. I asked her if she told him that and she said no. I told her to tell him he'll have no part in it. Well, she told him, and apparently he didn't like that. He started trying to convince her why he should be there. Next thing I know, she's telling me that he really wants to be there and that she's the one giving birth, so she should be able to say who she wants there, and she wants him there. I suppose he'll start making name suggestions soon, and we'll try to overrule names we've had picked out for our future kids for years. We've talked a little bit, and she told me I can have our house and the dog in our divorce. I'm requesting that we sell the house and split the profit. I already have that written in the paperwork. I'm not buying her out of our house, a house that I've made all the payments on anyway. I have a much better credit score than hers and less debt. I compromised a lot because she liked this house. I'd rather be able to get my own place based solely on what I want, with no reminders of her. And there was already no way she was getting the dog. I already had proof that I owned him, so she wouldn't really stand a chance of having a court award the dog to her. It's the one thing I told my lawyer I wanted above everything else. Honestly, her affair partner can have her, but he will never ever have my dog. Not to mention, my dog is 100 times more loyal than my wife, and some might even say better looking too. So with the idea that I won't be living here in this house for much longer after the baby is born, I decided I will still prepare a nursery here anyway, in case anyone wants to accuse me of not being invested or prepared for fatherhood. I'm trying to look at the positives. It doesn't matter what colors she likes or what themes, I can do whatever I want. Honestly, we've been together for so long and have lived together for most of our adult lives. It's sort of nice not living with somebody, but also sort of lonely too. I have friends and family, but it's hard to feel in the mood to go out or hang out with people too often. They always ask me about everything that's going on, and it's just tiring to have that as the topic of conversation. I got a promotion at work, which financially would have been better had it happened after the divorce, but I'll take what I can get. I feel like I'm living in limbo right now, and a lot of what I do is always framed around how will this affect me in the divorce. Admittedly, I spy on them on social media sometimes. Guess I'm hoping to see he's been in a motorcycle accident or something now that the weather is nicer. It hasn't happened yet, but he's starting a new company, and once that's up and running, I can always get all my friends and family to leave 1-star reviews everywhere. Have to find ways to have a little fun. Sorry that I don't respond to a lot of messages or comments. Sometimes I just take big breaks from looking at Reddit since it can be depressing as hell, editing to add something I forgot. She told her family that we've split up and that she's with this other guy now. Her sister reached out to me to say how sorry she was. Her sister is a dumbass, that sort of thing. She told me that my wife was complaining about her affair partner. She said the is over when he's done, and apparently he's really selfish with he doesn't do the extra little things for her that she's used to me doing, like clearing the snow off her car in the morning and heating it up, or offering to make her food after a long day. He doesn't speak her love language, and he hangs out with his friends too much. This made me so happy to hear. She's secretly miserable, and I find that absolutely delightful. Update 7, I'm still alive. I'm mainly posting here because several people have reached out to me and were concerned that I'd taken my own life. No, I'm not on the brink of ending my life. I think I'm doing better than I have since all of this started. Around the time of my last post, my story blew up and I was getting messages from people who saw it on TikTok and YouTube. I had to take a step back because it was a little overwhelming. I have over 100 unread messages here. I appreciate it, but it was a little uncomfortable at the time. And I got to the point where I didn't really want to talk about the situation with my wife and her affair partner anymore. As of today, our baby is due in less than 10 weeks. We're in the home stretch now. I don't feel prepared at all. All of this other stuff has just been so distracting. I started working on a nursery. It's not done yet, but I have the floor finished and the walls painted. My ex-wife was impressed with the color scheme and furniture I chose. She's not legally my ex-wife yet, but I've started calling her that. It sort of makes it easier. I also packed up a bunch of her stuff. Originally, I refused to spend my time packing up her things, but eventually I just said screw it and started packing them. I'm at the point where it'll just be easier not to see all of her stuff around here. Why did I leave it for so long? She came over to get some of the boxes I packed up and she came alone. Things were fine between us. I loaded the stuff into her car, we didn't argue. At one point, she started to tear up and said she messed up. I said, yeah, she did, but there's no point in talking about it now. She shit all over our marriage. She has her muscle-bound asshole to go home to now anyway, so who cares? She said, I know, but it's not the same. I told her nothing has been the same since she decided to sleep with him for the first time. Supposedly, he's going to let me be in the delivery room when my baby is born. I didn't even argue when she said it like that, but inside, I was boiling at the idea of him letting me be there for the birth of my child. She says she talked to him and he agreed it wouldn't really be right not to allow me to be there. I'm going to take what I can get if it means being there for the birth of my child. I'm going to try to just ignore him for the time being. She was acting all sweet and laying on all of the I really want you there, I really need you there stuff, and mentally, I know I'm not in a place to be that cold toward her when she starts acting that way. I'm trying to be indifferent more than anything else, but it's so hard when she's actually around and starts looking at me a certain way and making me feel bad. She invited me over to see the nursery they have set up at his house. I'm not sure I can bring myself to go into another man's house and look at the nursery set up for my kid. I did ask her if she was truly safe there though. I don't know why, it's just been bothering me. As pissed as I still am, I don't want to find out he's mistreating her, and I definitely don't want my kid going into an unsafe household. I haven't told her about anything her sister has told me. They probably won't last, but as of right now, there's a very good chance my newborn baby will be going home with him. It kills me to think about it. It's almost soul destroying if I dwell on it too long. She says she's fine, he genuinely loves her. He's great with kids and accepts that she's having a baby, that this is part of the package. She insists it's not weird because she wasn't pregnant when anything started between them. I asked her why she did it. Why did she ever let anything start between them in the first place? She said, I don't know. Then she went into I don't want to talk about this mode and left pretty soon after. Typical behavior from her, just run away. Overall, I'm doing okay. I'm not sitting here depressed and drinking a bottle of scotch every night anymore. I mean occasionally, but for the most part, no. I feel more used to my new normal now, and that'll all change yet again pretty soon. Update 8, I have a baby, a little girl, I'm a dad. She was born yesterday at 11:57 p.m., 2 weeks early. As she has done before, my wife was having some pains off and on, and she left for work yesterday morning. She works from home on Mondays. She told me around 8:30 a.m. that she was having contractions 17 minutes apart. The same thing happened not long ago, but then by evening, all the pain stopped. I was at work, so I told her to keep me posted. A little later, she said they were 15 minutes apart and that she had some other signs that actual labor might be starting. I asked her if she needed somebody there with her. She said she wanted me to come be with her. I didn't even mean to volunteer myself. She was scared. I didn't even ask why she didn't call him. I left work and went over to her house. Uncomfortable doesn't begin to describe it, but there were obviously more important things going on. He wasn't there. She didn't even contact him. She said she just wanted it to be me and her there. In her words, he hadn't seen her pee or shit herself yet, but I've witnessed all of that already, so she was more comfortable with me there. I really tried to be as nice and supportive as possible, setting aside the whole situation about her affair, our marriage, everything for a brief time. I don't really know what my purpose was in being there, but I think she just needed somebody there so she didn't feel alone. She spent most of the time stretching and doing some sort of yoga labor routine while bouncing on this huge exercise ball. I twiddled my thumbs for the most part and looked through a bunch of her belongings. I was timing the contractions and they were consistent and slowly getting closer together, so I thought it was probably actually going to happen. It wasn't nearly far enough along to go to the hospital yet, and it was getting close to when he'd get home. I was planning how I'd handle that when she called me into the bathroom to ask if I thought her water broke. It wasn't like in the movies with this huge gush of water, so he got home while I was there. He came into the house and the first thing he asked was, "What are you doing here?" I think he thought something else was going on. "No, you just left for work and left her alone when she was scared." He said he was home and that he'd be with her until it was time to go to the hospital. He put his hand on my shoulder and said something like, "Thanks, bud, I got it from here and we'll call you when we're on the way to the hospital." He called me bud. I told him I wasn't his fucking buddy and to screw off. I could tell she wanted me to leave. I'm not sure she really wanted me to leave so much as she was in labor, and the tension between the two of us wasn't what she needed, and I knew that. It was his house, so what was I supposed to do? I left and prayed they'd actually call me instead of letting me know the next day that my kid had been born. She texted me a few hours later to say the doctor told her to go to the hospital. At that point, I still didn't know if I would be waiting outside or what he'd decide was best for his apparent wife and child. I was allowed to be in the room. I didn't force my way in there. She said she wanted me to be there. He was there too. By far, it was the single most awkward experience of my life, and the only reason I was able to excuse it was that she told me she wanted me there. I didn't want to miss the chance to be present when my kid was born and to hold my child before he did. I can't imagine what the doctors and nurses were thinking. It was humiliating. Then the guy tried to police what I could see. I put the baby in there. He's fucking watching, and it's like, this is still my wife and that's my baby. I chose to stay dignified and ignored him the entire time. I was there to do whatever she told me to do, and my focus wasn't on him. But in any other setting, I don't think I would have been able to hold back. The baby came flying out. I mean, as far as labor goes. These are the nurse's words, and I trust labor and delivery nurses to know what they're talking about. She tore very badly because the baby came out so fast. The baby is so tiny, barely 6 pounds and only 18 inches, but perfectly healthy. I went home for a short rest, although I really couldn't rest at all. I went back today, and of course he was there. Surprisingly, he said he was going to give us some time alone with the baby. I'm not sure if she had previously asked him to do that when I showed up or not. I didn't ask. He even brought us all food back when he returned a few hours later. I wondered if mine might be poisoned, but I tried to be nice. He's still not gone, so I'm wondering how long he'll be around. I just can't let myself do anything that will make her try to keep me away from my daughter now. I don't want them making it difficult for me. I'd prefer not to share her name publicly, but I can confirm it's the name we chose for a daughter years ago. He had no say in it and hasn't said anything about the name at all. It kills me to see him holding her though. I eventually left because it was just too much sitting there pretending to be in some bizarre Threes Company situation. I know I will get my time with her when he's not around. He's already posting pictures of her on his social media. I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but I'm going to figure it out. I just have to find a way to be the bigger person because I won't let him or their relationship discourage me from being my daughter's dad. I totally get doing anything for your kids now, and if it means having to pretend to get along with him, I will. A deleted user said, "Wow, this guy is sucking up his pride and setting aside all the BS for the sake of the baby. She's right, he will be a good dad." User Incredible Platypus said, "I do feel a little sorry for her, feeling like she has to be with him for those reasons because that's the ideal setup for abuse. And now there's an innocent child in the mix. That's never great. I'm a bit more gleeful about her tearing than I feel I should be though. If anyone ever deserves it, it's cheaters. But God, I feel so bad for OP. That's just horrible. There's a good chance that cheat bro is going to see first that he doesn't get to see, etc. And poor kid, because yeah, she doesn't have to watch her family be torn apart, but growing up as the affair child and having that level of tension between your parents, I hope she gets therapy and I hope her dad gets therapy." This story was posted by a user named Guilty Toe in the Ask Men Advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I'm divorcing my wife of 17 years because of an old FWB of hers. 1 month ago, I found out that my wife's male best friend was actually her former friend with benefits, and that has enraged me to no end. Not just because they had that kind of past, but because she kept it a secret from me for all these years. To make matters worse, my sister, who is also my wife's best friend, knew about it and never told me. When we started dating 18 years ago, we agreed to cut all ties with our exes. Now I've learned that she's been lying to me about that for years. After finding out last month, I spoke to a lawyer and told my wife we were getting a divorce. Nothing she says or does now will change that. I also took a DNA test for my daughter and twin boys and have gone no contact with my sister. Some might say I'm taking things too far, especially with the DNA test, but there's a reason for it. Her friend with benefits and I look strikingly similar. We're both 6 feet tall, have blonde hair, and blue eyes. Until now, I never questioned whether my kids were mine, but after learning about her past with him, I couldn't help but feel paranoid. On top of that, her friend with benefits never got married because he claimed to have a free soul. It makes me feel like she just settled for me, and if he had ever decided he wanted marriage, she would have left me in an instant. The only silver lining in all of this is that the house we live in is in my name. I inherited it from my grandfather before we got married. For now, I've kicked my wife out of the house and taken her to her parents' place, where I told them exactly why we're getting divorced. I also told my kids because I believe they're old enough to know the truth. Since then, my wife has been calling me constantly, crying and swearing that they were just friends, but I don't believe her. I made it clear that even if the DNA test confirms all 3 kids are mine, I will still go through with the divorce. From what I hear from my brother-in-law who lives near her parents, she's a complete wreck and barely eats anything. My sister has also tried to reach out to me through her husband, but I told them I don't consider her my sister anymore after wasting 18 years of my life. Honestly, if the DNA test comes back negative, I don't know what I would do. I love my kids more than anything in this world, and finding out that even one of them isn't mine would break me more than anything else. Update. First, I want to make some things clear. I didn't kick her out of the house like some crazy person. I asked for space and she accepted. I then drove her to her parents' place, which is a little over an hour away by car. The idea of cutting ties with exes was hers. When she said exes, she meant people like my childhood friend, whom I only dated for a month in high school, but somehow not her friend with benefits, with whom she had a sexual relationship for who knows how long. Yes, cutting him off would have probably cost her half of her friend group, but the same thing happened to me when I cut ties with my childhood friend because of her boundaries. If she didn't want to lose friends over this, she shouldn't have been the one to suggest cutting ties with exes then. I explained the reason for our separation to our children. She lied about something important, and I was upset. I told them that I wanted us to take some time apart for now. The house isn't about money, it's about the sentimental value. It holds memories of my grandparents and childhood, and it's where I've made so many memories with my kids. That's why I consulted with a lawyer about the house first. I would still need to pay at least $100K to my wife for the house, but I'm okay with that. I asked her about her relationship with that guy 2 or 3 times early in our relationship. She always assured me that they were just friends, but I felt insecure and asked my sister, who knew them for 4 or 5 years. She told me their relationship was like that of a brother and sister, so I chose to believe her. A big mistake. The friend with benefits was never someone who would settle down and have a family. For as long as I've known him, he's always been traveling, doing dangerous things, and chasing thrills. That's why I feel like I was the safe choice for her. The fact that she kept their relationship a secret from me for 18 years only makes me think I'm right. The results of the DNA test don't matter. They will always be my children. Even if the results come back positive, I still want to proceed with the divorce. However, I should at least try 3 to 6 months of couples therapy, if not for myself, then at least for the kids. About the test results, I'll wait for my best friend before looking at the results so I have someone for support. I'll post a small update in the comments once I look at them. Edit. Like some people have advised, I should probably have her take a polygraph test to see if she's lying, and I will do that. Edit 2. So yeah, I don't really know how to start this, but my kids are mine by blood and soul. I can't even begin to describe the mix of happiness, sadness, and guilt I feel right now. But I wanted to give you all an update since you've helped to keep my mind occupied and not let my thoughts spiral down into a dark place. So thank you all. So about an hour and a half ago, my best friend, whom I've known for as long as I can remember, drove nearly 3 hours to be with me and help me through this. After he arrived, we had a beer or two and I told him everything. He just listened, letting me get it all out, and reassured me that he'd be there for me no matter what. After about 10 minutes, I finally gathered the courage to look at the test results and completely broke down. I collapsed into a crying mess. When I finally calmed down, we started talking about what I should do next. Should I try to save my marriage for the sake of the kids? Would that even be the right thing to do? That's when my friend shared something from his own past. When he was young, one of his parents cheated, but they still stayed together for the kids. And he told me without hesitation that it was the worst thing they could have done. He spent years wishing they had just divorced instead of forcing everyone to live in that kind of broken relationship. His words, along with some of the private messages I've received, really hit me. So I've decided not to try to save the marriage. I will go forward with the divorce, but I also want to make sure that even after it's over, we can still work together for the best interest of our children. That's why I'll be going to both individual and couples therapy so that we can learn how to co-parent in the healthiest way possible. I also am looking for a good therapist for my 3 children so that they can begin to heal as soon as possible. Final update. I wanted to post one final update on what's been happening after I talked with my wife when she got back from her parents. As you can see from the title, I've made up my mind to give her a second chance after going through her current phone and her old phone from about 12 years ago. We had a long conversation where I asked her why she made me cut off my exes while she still kept her former friend with benefits. It turned out that her first long-term boyfriend of 3 years had cheated on her with a mutual friend, which made her deeply insecure about her future partners having female friends, especially exes. From the time we started dating until I made our relationship official after about 5 or 6 months, she was struggling with those insecurities. When I asked her to make our relationship official and get engaged, she had a conversation with my sister, who suggested that we both cut off our exes. My wife agreed, but my sister convinced her that the friend with benefits didn't count as an ex because they had only slept together twice during a trip to Europe with some friends. Later, my wife regretted lying to me and wanted to tell me about her past with him, but my sister stopped her. She told my wife that bringing it up would only cause unnecessary stress and could even put her pregnancy at risk. Because of that, my wife decided not to tell me, but tried to distance herself from him instead. Eventually, she planned to cut him off completely without me ever knowing. However, my sister had other plans. She had a crush on the friend with benefits close friend and really liked that friend group. She knew that if my wife distanced herself, it would inevitably break up the group. So she pressured my wife into going to meetups where the friend with benefits would be, sometimes lying to her about who would be there. Another possible reason my sister did this was that she herself wanted to keep seeing her own friend with benefits while being in a relationship and didn't want to feel guilty about it. That's the only explanation I can think of. I also asked my wife if she would take a polygraph test to prove she never cheated on me, and she agreed immediately without a second of hesitation. So we're going to try to save this marriage, starting with marriage counseling and other steps to rebuild trust. But first, she has to completely cut off that friend group and block my sister from everything. And to address some of the private messages I've been getting, no, I'm not an abuser, nor have I financially abused my wife. She has been working since our twin boys turned 2, and my mother moved in with us to help care for them while we both worked. And no, I'm not just looking for an excuse to leave this marriage because of some midlife crisis. I love my wife and my children, and not being away from them for weeks or months would be heartbreaking. Vastro said, polygraphs are absolutely junk science. It enrages me to no end to see people keep pushing this absolutely trash process. God, they should really just get divorced too. OP flew off the handle, and the OP's wife was intentionally deceptive. I couldn't imagine treating my wife this way. Hashin said, I'm not sure what brought all these people out in force here, but this is deranged. Is it shitty that they colluded to keep an 18-year-old alive? I mean, sure, but it's a former friend with benefits from almost 2 decades ago. It's an ex-friend with benefits, and there is no evidence of any cheating during the relationship. OP just sort of nuked his family because, I don't know, he's insecure. Honestly, that doesn't even seem right, because no reasonable person would end their relationship like this. Honestly, I can't give a coherent response because I am baffled by the magnitude of this overreaction. This final post was made in the same subreddit by a user named Elephant No. The story is titled, "My younger brother's GF said something that made me super uncomfortable. It's been months and it's still a problem." So some background, my brother, we'll call him John, and I are very different people and always have been. I'm a nerdy guy who likes playing Dungeons and Dragons and works from home coding websites, while he's always been sporty and has one of those corporate office jobs where I swear half of his work is just playing golf and going to fancy lunches. We didn't always get along, but we're pretty good these days. He started dating his girlfriend, who we'll call Jane, a few years back during what was a pretty low point for me in life. I had just gotten out of a long-term relationship that had ended anything but amicably, was burning out of the career I went to college for, and in general was about 2 paychecks away from having to move in with my folks. The stress of it all was taking a toll on my body. I went from being lightly chubby to just straight up fat, and shortly after the breakup, I had an anxiety attack so bad it put me in the hospital. It was not a good time to get to know me. I was basically the picture of a up older brother, but I turned it around. I got the mental health assistance I needed to diagnose and treat some long-standing issues. With that as a springboard, I started exercising more and eating better, finding cooking to be a good hobby that also led to me eating less takeout and processed foods. I'm still no Adonis, I still have a bit of a tummy, but I'm much stronger and feel better. I was able to quit my job and find a new one in a field that I never considered, but that I found I loved enough that I'm going back to school to work on a PhD in the fall so I can pursue it to a greater extent. And finally, I started dating again, someone who was a better match for me than my ex, which all brings us to the night things went wrong. We had a family gathering at my parents' house with extended family and all, plus Jane and Flo. I was making dinner, a beef Wellington. Everyone was raving about my food and my recent glow up, my new job, the program I got into, etc. I was smiling politely and mostly just trying to do a bunch of dinner prep while they wouldn't get out of my way. Then Jane said, "Yeah, never thought I'd picked the wrong brother, but I'm starting to think I might have." You could hear a pin drop. I said nothing again, just awkwardly laughed at what I assumed had been a bad joke. Jane's face immediately changed to the look of someone who has only just realized their mistake. John looked pissed, and the two of them left the kitchen shortly after. From what I could see, she seemed to be trying to apologize to him while he looked really hurt. My relatives said nothing, not immediately anyway. Flo kind of just winced and later told me that it was really awkward having to stand there, but she didn't know what else to do that wouldn't have escalated things or put me on the spot. That was over 2 months ago, and both John and Jane avoid me like the plague. Not even a text since then. Whenever I meet up with my relatives, they badmouth her over it, and while I think Jane did mess up by saying that, I really do think she was just making a bad joke. Personally, I think they're overreacting. This aside, I think she's probably the first person he's ever dated who was a fit for him in terms of personality and lifestyle. The only person being normal about it is Flo, who thinks it was weird, but like me, just a dumb thing to say. How do I clear the air with Jane and John and get people to stop bringing this up? I'm sick of hearing about it and just want things to go back to how they were before. Right now, it just feels like a dark cloud over all of our interactions. Update: I messaged John and we're grabbing a beer over the weekend. I'll update later. In the meantime, here's some clarifying information for some of the other comments. Jane is a very nice person and really cares for John. She's been with him through some difficult times, including a period where work separated the two of them for 3 months, and they're otherwise attached at the hip. She does have what some call a lack of filter, which we've known for a while, but she'd absolutely never leave him for me. As for why my relatives won't let it go, it's probably because they're a bunch of old Italian Catholics who like to gossip, which incidentally is probably why they didn't like the joke in the first place. My brother and I have a pretty good relationship as adults and aren't especially competitive. My folks and relatives don't favor one of us over the other, though admittedly they do understand my brother's career path better than mine. I agree with a number of comments that the impetus of the joke was that I'm a good cook, especially when it comes to celebratory feasts. John is okay in the kitchen, but he's the kind of guy for whom a fancy meal just means picking up a more expensive cut of steak. I really don't think it has anything to do with me being the hot brother now, as a few comments suggested. John and I have always looked very different. Comparing us would be more a matter of personal preference than any kind of objective hotness scale. He's tall with a runner's build, and I'm a few inches shorter with a wider build and more visible muscles, as weightlifting is my main form of exercise. Lastly, not to toot my own horn, but I've never had any issues getting dates, barring the aforementioned year-long period where my life was falling apart, so I must have been doing something right. Lastly, as some have said, I probably could have saved everyone some awkwardness by playing along with Jane's comment with a "sorry, Flo got to me first," or something similar. I go into what Flo dramatically calls the kitchen death drive, while cooking complicated meals, where I'm laser focused on the task at hand to the exclusion of all else, and my responses to questions tend to be short, curt, and even a bit rude. Normally, I would have tried to help salvage the bad joke, but I was searing a big, expensive piece of tenderloin at the moment, so my thoughts were elsewhere. Adam's little Wanda said, "I'm not bothered by this one bad joke. My girlfriend isn't bothered either, so why aren't you over it?" Honestly, those relatives seem like the kind of people who just want to have something to complain about, and maybe just try a simple approach with your brother. Ask him to hang out one-on-one first, then with both of your girlfriends, and go from there. To this comment, user Squeaky Wheels said, "I bet the brother is super hurt from it. If he's the sporty jock type, he probably always saw himself as the cooler sibling. His ego was probably rattled by Jane's comments that his dorky, chubby brother is actually a good catch." So I do think OP should reach out, but I think he should prepare himself for the possibility that the brother might not want to see him. He's feeling his insecurities in a new way, and that can make people act really weird. KJoy63 said, "Sometimes it's the reaction to the statement that makes things awkward. A simple laugh from just one other person could have set off the rest of the group to find it funny, not egregious. Obviously, just you laughing, being the target of the compliment, wasn't enough. If John and Jane do not have a solid relationship, this could have been a catalyst for a breakup. The fact that they're avoiding you is probably based on your brother not wanting his girlfriend to get any ideas. Maybe let time pass and someone can bring it up in a joking manner later if the setting is right." Plenty Different said, "It was a joke, albeit a bad one, but nonetheless it wasn't said with any malice towards anyone. Talk to your family and tell them to let it go. Maybe ask John out for a beer or two and talk it through. Tell him you want to reconnect. You're brothers, and at the end of the day, a silly joke shouldn't cause such a problem between the two of you. Then maybe the two couples could have a meal together to show the rest of the family that it's all put to rest." Update: I met up with John at a sports bar we go to sometimes when our dad is in town. We shot the breeze for a little bit before I asked him if everything was cool. He didn't really know what I was talking about at first, so I had to remind him. That weird thing at the family dinner. He immediately knew what I was talking about. I asked if we were all right, if they were all right, and lastly, what we should do about our nosy Catholic relatives gossiping about all this. First off, he confirmed what I thought was true. Jane was talking about my cooking exclusively. She's a big fan. It's actually the reason she came to that gathering in the first place. So that's good to hear. Nothing to do with my physique, though John did congratulate me on the additional weight I'd lost since the whole ordeal. Second, John's issue with Jane's joke had nothing to do with the idea of her leaving him for me or that he'd lost some prestige as the athlete in our family or anything like that. Something I didn't mention in the original post because I didn't think it was important is that John and I grew up middle class, while Jane's family is well off. Not billionaires, but she graduated from an Ivy League college with no student loans, which she's turned into a well-paying and highly specialized tech job. She and John go on lots of vacations together, have a very nice apartment in a very expensive part of the city, and all that stuff. The thing is, while John does pretty well for himself at work, he's not making nearly as much as she is and doesn't have old family money to fall back on. Trying to keep up with her has been putting a significant dent in his savings. Apparently, he's been psyching himself up to talk to her about how they may need to make some lifestyle adjustments so he can put more money away in savings, and he was worried about how that might go. Hearing her say that I might be a better option after hearing about my new PhD program was the sort of thing that came at exactly the wrong time, so he had to walk away. Adding to the sting of that, while he and I don't have much of a rivalry, he does still have some insecurity about me being the smart one of the two of us. I say this with all the love in my heart. John is an extremely intelligent guy, but you'd never know that from just talking to him. He's a whiz with numbers and knows more about corporate finance than nearly anyone I've ever met at any age. He also speaks with the vocabulary and goofy demeanor of a frat boy. So on top of the anxiety about his rich girlfriend thinking he's too broke to hang out, he was a little frustrated about the idea of a doctorate putting more perceived distance between us. He apologized for that jealousy and I told him it was fine. If folks were giving him shit, he could tell them he wasn't going to look over their stock portfolios anymore. He also said that he and Jane spoke about the money and she took it very well. The reason he hadn't been in touch lately was because they'd been looking for a more affordable apartment to move to when their lease is up. The only thing that left was how to handle the extended family. Apparently, John didn't know they were still on about that, largely because whenever he and Jane see them, they just talk about how Flo has too many piercings and swears too much. That gossip was news to me, so we mutually said, hey, forget them, and decided to continue not really letting what they say about our partners get to us. Instead, we agreed to spend more time, just the four of us. And before we left for the night, John did ask me for a few of my recipes. This story was posted by a user named Reasonable Wing in the Step Parents subreddit. The post is titled, I don't want to have my stepkids at my honeymoon. I have been in a relationship with my fiance Tyler for the last 4 years. He has 2 children from a previous marriage, an 8.5-year-old boy and an 11-year-old girl. His wife passed away when his youngest was 1 year old. He met me 3 years later. His kids are wonderful and lovely, and we get along great. We live together. I do everything for them since Tyler works long hours. They call me mom, but they are aware of who their biological mother is. We have her pictures in their rooms, and Tyler talks about her to them all the time. We are planning our wedding. My father offered his condo in Hawaii to us so we can enjoy our honeymoon there. It was a very kind and generous offer. When I told Tyler, he was so grateful. Then he said, I bet the kids will have a blast. I looked at him in disbelief and said, the kids? He said yes. I said, that's our honeymoon. I don't want to be a mom on my honeymoon. We can go on plenty of family trips later, but this is our honeymoon. He said, I was honest with you from day one. I told you I'm a package deal. You can't just choose me, not my kids. I told him I understood, but asked if they could stay with his mom for 1 week, just for our honeymoon. He got very frustrated and said he couldn't believe how insensitive and selfish I was being. Am I the asshole to expect a child-free honeymoon? Edit. Okay, I said I wouldn't reply because I was emotional. I went for a long bath. I'm better now. I was into him. I pursued him. I thought he was younger. He told me about his real age, his kids, and his late wife from the first moment. He even said he would understand if I said no. I loved him. I loved how honest, kind, and caring he was. Do I feel loved after giving him oral sex? Yes, I do. He has a higher sex drive, so I often provide oral when he wants sex. Yes, he kisses me every time afterward. He cuddles until we go to sleep. I take care of myself later. No, he never pulled his gun at me. He is not a violent man. Lately, we've had more quickies, mostly because I'm very tired, but I don't like to turn him down. We don't have alone time or date nights. True, but it doesn't mean he doesn't say he loves me or isn't affectionate. I decided to cancel everything. I don't think he's ready and we need to have a serious talk. I also need to know if he can still have children or if he had a vasectomy. Either way, we are not ready to be married. Update. Thank you very much for all the private messages and comments. I'm so glad I posted here. So many of you suspected that he had a vasectomy. Well, I decided to have a serious discussion with him about everything last night. He said he has never cheated on me and he never will. I asked him if he had a vasectomy and told him to just tell me. He didn't even deny it. He said, yes, but you have to understand. I lost my wife when my youngest was an infant. It was such a traumatic time for me. I wanted to make sure I would never go through it again. I started crying. I asked him how he could lie to me all these years. He didn't even feel bad. He said, well, you never asked. You ask now, and I told you. Plus, what's the big deal? I have frozen sperm at the clinic and it's a reversible procedure. I was floored. You saw me taking pills, yet you didn't mention it? He said, well, I thought you were taking pills because you have heavy periods. I couldn't believe this man still blamed me when he was the one lying to my face. I told him how unhappy I am, how burnt out I am, and how he uses his work hours so he can dump the responsibilities on me. I don't even feel loved anymore. I gave him his ring back and told him I was done. He was shocked. At first he thought I was kidding. Then he saw me packing my clothes at 11 p.m. So he started arguing that I should just wait a little longer. By December, he will know about his job, and after that, we will go to a fertility clinic and you will have your stupid baby. Then he started guilt tripping me, saying things like, his kids have already been traumatized once. How could you be so selfish and leave them? I didn't even bother answering. I left for my parents' place. He has been begging and saying he will change, he will be more involved, and asking me to come back. I'm mentally exhausted. I couldn't believe I've been so stupid. I'm going to start finding a place for myself near my work. Thank you. Update 2. I left my ex because he was lying to me and treating me poorly, as I mentioned in another post. We were together for 4 years and I did everything for his 2 children. I went back to pack my belongings and his daughter said her dad told her that I left because I couldn't stand them anymore and that he chose them over me. I was floored. I asked my ex and he in front of the children said that he was just telling them the truth. He said, you wanted a baby because my kids were too much for you. You hated my kids. Remember, you even wanted to exclude them from our trip. He meant our honeymoon. He wanted to bring his kids to our honeymoon, which was unbelievable. I told the kids that wasn't true and tried to explain, but both children cried and went to their rooms. My ex screamed, happy now? Get out of my house. I know I shouldn't care, but after 4 years of doing everything for them, this is what I get. I'm so mad at him and my stepchildren. Man Woodlover said, the guy is upset that he lost his babysitter. He's beyond repulsive and I feel sorry for his kids. To this user, why are people said, yes, such a terrible father using his children for emotional blackmail and giving them abandonment issues in the process. Digital Girly said, this dude is a punk ass bitch and OP dodged a huge bullet. Unintentional Wipe said, I'm honestly glad he has had a vasectomy because he sounds like the type to try to trap her into staying by having another child. And considering he referred to a child as a stupid baby, that says it all. Thankfully, she is young and will grow from this experience. I feel bad for her and the children, but the children will learn just how useless their dad is as they grow up. The second post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Parking Breadfruit. The story is titled, I refuse to have my dad in my life after he chose his new family. When I was 13, my dad had an affair and left my mom to move in with his affair partner, whom I'll call Janet. At first, my sister and I would visit every weekend. I'll admit he was a good dad, although I never liked Janet. When Janet got pregnant and had their son, our visits became less frequent, and my dad became more concerned with his new family. He would miss some of my recitals or my sister's competitions because he was busy with his son. When I was 16, Janet decided she wanted to move for a new job opportunity. My sister and I begged him not to leave us, but he just said, I need to prioritize my family. He moved 10 hours away. That pretty much ended our relationship, and I decided to go no contact, as it was clear he did not consider me family. My younger sister stayed in contact with him. He would try to call me and offer for me to visit with my sister, but I refused. When he came back to see my sister, I would refuse to speak to him when he turned up at the house. I didn't invite him to my high school or college graduation. I'm now 33 and have remained no contact with him. Over the years, he has repeatedly tried contacting me and getting his family to contact me on his behalf to reconcile. I have avoided family events in case he attended, including my sister's wedding and baby showers. My dad and his family moved back to our hometown 3 months ago, and he has been relentless in trying to reconcile. I have received messages from my half-brother and and half-sister wanting a relationship, saying he's a great dad. My dad found out I'm getting married and keeps trying to contact me, even attempting to speak to my fiance. Janet messaged me saying I have broken my dad's heart repeatedly, that I'm pathetic and should get therapy. I replied that she was nothing but a home-wrecking whore and then blocked her. Everyone seems to want me to let him back into my life. I'm sick of all the harassment and accidentally bumping into my dad and his family in town. Whenever I see him, I just walk away and refuse to speak to them. Everyone is saying he's a good dad who tried his best to remain in contact, but I pushed him away. Everyone is pressuring me. My mom, sister, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and even some friends. My fiance has even started saying I'm the asshole for shutting him out. It's all starting to get to me. So am I the asshole? Update. Thank you for all the comments, although most seem to say I'm not the asshole. Some said I was. Some of you gave helpful suggestions which I am planning to take on board. I have just spoken to my fiance and unfortunately it has not gone well. At this point I've had enough and want to run away and never come back. My fiance knows my history with my dad and Janet. I explained to him that his siding with my father and pressuring me was hurting me, and as my fiance, he should be supporting me. My fiance, whom I'll call Larry, told me he can't support me in doing something he knows is wrong. Larry told me that he had spoken to my father and had an understanding of both sides of the story and believes that if we both sit down and talk, we can sort this out and reconcile. I told Larry I don't want this and want no contact, and I asked why he is even speaking to my father. Larry admitted that his father, who is friends with my dad, encouraged him to speak to him and hear him out. Larry told me my dad loves me very much and always wanted to be in my life and has pictures of me. Larry said my dad is heartbroken at the state of our relationship because I was being unreasonable about him moving away when I was young. Larry stated that I got off on the wrong foot with Janet and that I was not innocent in the breakdown of the relationship. He told me that everyone can see the truth but me and that I should look in the mirror because I'm the problem. Needless to say, I broke down crying and asked him why he was doing this to me and not supporting me. Larry claims to love me but won't stand by and watch me be a heartless bitch. After he said this, I stood up, told him that he shouldn't marry a heartless bitch, and walked out. I'm currently sitting in my car. My phone is blowing up with Larry trying to contact me, but I don't want to speak to him. I feel like I'm losing everything and everyone. I don't understand what is happening. Update 2. Hi everyone, thank you for the comments and for letting me share my thoughts with you. I desperately need an outside perspective. I know a lot of you are telling me to cut all contact with my family and leave town. That is not an option for me financially, and I would not be able to set up my business elsewhere. All my money is invested in it, and I have only recently managed to establish a steady income. Relocating is not an option for me. I love my friends and family, and I don't want to cut everyone off. I love my hometown, I grew up here, and this is my life. I'm not willing to walk away from it. I didn't expect to write another update this fast, but a lot has happened today. Firstly, I agreed to meet my dad to talk and try to get him to back off and leave me alone. I asked my mom to arrange it, just him, no one else. I wasn't sure if he would agree to that, but within 15 minutes of her calling, he was at the door. I asked my mom to stay and mediate. To summarize the conversation, I asked him to give me space and stop trying to get everyone on his side, letting me live my life. I told him he stopped being my father when he moved to 10 hours away. I told him Janet was mean to me and shared all the horrible things she has said to me over the years. I hate how he chose Janet and his new family over me and how he told me he had to prioritize them, basically telling me I wasn't family. He was an awful person for withholding my college fund and trying to blackmail me and then spending it on his new family. I hate how I have missed major family events because he attended them and would make them awkward. I don't see his son and daughter as my family, and I'm sick of them trying to speak to me and approach me. He keeps making scenes every time he sees me and making me look like the bad guy. He keeps inserting himself into my life, going to my fiance's family events, and going behind my back to talk and sway Larry to his side. I hate how he cheated on my mom and broke our family up, and then listened to Janet, who stopped our visits, missed my recitals, reduced contact, and was more concerned about his son. He loves me and always has. He is never going to give up trying to reconnect and has given me enough space over the years. He is done hearing about my life from secondhand knowledge and is not willing to miss anymore. He loves Janet and he can't regret his past because he wouldn't have her or his 2 kids. He wishes he had done it differently and ended his marriage with my mom first. His kids are innocent and I shouldn't be taking it out on them. They just want to know their big sister. I was a difficult child who was rude and disrespectful to Janet, breaking her belongings and calling her names, ruining day outs. When Janet got pregnant, she was high risk, and my coming every week and starting arguments was stressing her out. For her and his son's sake, he stopped the weekend visitation. He still spoke to us on the phone and took us out for dinner and days out, but just didn't let us sleep over. When his son was born, he was premature and had health complications, which meant he stayed in the hospital for weeks and had frequent hospital admissions. Janet was also going through postpartum depression, so he wasn't able to see us as much and had to miss some events when he was taking care of Janet and his son. Janet was unable to get a job locally, and the opportunity was too good to pass up, so they had to move. He pointed out that he came back to town for weekends as much as he could to see us and would always invite us to fly out and spend vacations with him. He phoned every day, but I refused to speak or see him. They had flown in for my graduation, but I refused to invite him, and he lost his temper and refused to give me my college fund. He apologized for this and tried to fix it a few weeks later by offering me the money, but I refused it. He still has the money and I can have it if I ask. He had visited me at my college to try and talk to me, but I refused to see him. He is not going to miss family events. He makes a scene because he misses me and just wants to talk to me and reconcile, but I always end up running away or shouting insults at him and Janet. He has been trying for 16 years to reconnect, but I shut him down at every turn. He just wants to be my dad. He is old friends with my fiance's dad and hoped my fiance could talk some sense into me and open a line of communication. He feels I never gave Janet a chance, no matter how she tried in the beginning, and hoped we could be civil. Janet hates knowing I talk badly about her, am mean to her children, and won't speak to him. What he wants. My dad is in therapy and wants me to join him for family sessions. He wants me to spend time with him one-on-one, to stop being rude and mean to his children and to spend time with them. He wants me to stop trash talking Janet to everyone and actually give her a chance. He wants an invitation for him and my family to my wedding and to walk me down the aisle. What I want. For him to stop talking to my friends and getting others to try and talk to me on his behalf. To keep Janet away from me completely, to be civil at events or in town, providing he does not try to hug me or talk to me. My mom told him he was being unrealistic with some of the things he wants, especially regarding Janet and his other children, so we have agreed for now. I will attend 3 therapy sessions with him when he arranges it. He will stop trying to interfere in my life and relationships. He will keep Janet away from me and talk to his kids to give me space. I will be civil to him in public as long as he respects my personal space and does not approach or pressure me. As for my fiance, I still haven't spoken to him. He turned up at my mom's, but she refused to let him in. He keeps blowing up my phone, and so does his family and friends, telling me to hear him out. During my conversation with my dad, I found out that he has paid for most of the vendors and services for my upcoming wedding, and they have been on speaking terms for quite some time. Larry told me his family had paid for these and I believed him. I feel betrayed by him and I don't feel like I can trust him. I'm going to have to speak to him eventually, but I don't feel ready. Update 3. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for taking down my posts. I was really upset and felt under a lot of pressure, and I needed space to think without constant messages. Some of you were trying to be helpful and I appreciate that, but some of the abusive messages I received were terrible. I'm updating for those who have asked for an update and were supportive of me. This will be my last post and I won't be posting again. Firstly, the deal with my dad is off the table. He couldn't even manage a week without overstepping my boundaries, so there will be no therapy sessions with him and I will remain no contact. As you are all aware, after speaking to my dad and agreeing on a way forward with my conditions, keep Janet away from me. Tell his kids to back off. Don't pressure me or invade my space. It lasted all of 3 days. Everyone seemed happy that I had forgiven my dad and told me so. My sister was excited that I was willing to give him a chance, and with some pressure, I agreed to have dinner with just her and my dad. When my sister and I arrived at the restaurant to meet our dad, he was not alone. He had invited Janet, my grandparents, his son, and daughter. He got up and tried to hug me. I immediately became upset, asking why they were there. My dad told me that if we have any hope of repairing our relationship, I had to accept Janet and my younger siblings. I told him he had just broken our deal and to never contact me again, and I tried to leave. He refused to let me leave and grabbed hold of me. When I say all hell broke loose, I mean it. I started shouting at them. My dad, Janet, and grandparents tried to gaslight me and convince me to sit down. When that didn't work, things got very heated and a shouting match started. A lot of unforgivable things were said by my dad and Janet, including remarks about my appearance and calling me a psychopath. My half-brother walked out of the restaurant and my half-sister started to cry. My sister actually surprised me and defended me, shouting at my dad for ruining things after all this time when I had finally given him a chance. She even slapped Janet. She got me out of there and apologized to me. I think this was the first time she had really seen how Janet was with me and how she treated me. She kept saying she couldn't understand how my dad had spent years saying he would do anything to have me back and then would do this when he finally got his chance to rebuild the relationship. My dad has been trying to contact me, but I have blocked him and refused to talk to him. I have also refused to speak to my grandparents. My dad has tried to convince my mom and sister to speak to me, but I think he's burned his bridges with them. The incident from the restaurant has spread and some people seem to be backing off. Like I said, what my dad and Janet shouted at me was unforgivable and they were overheard. This is a small town, so hopefully people will back off, and those who won't, I'm going to have to cut them out. My sister is very unhappy with my dad and Janet and is not speaking to them. She is blaming them for me going no contact again. My sister is not letting them see her kids. I don't know if my sister will reconcile, but right now she is furious. My mom is also furious and apparently had a few choice words with my dad and Janet and has promised she will never pressure me again to speak to him. I am going to go to individual therapy. I think I definitely need it. I do feel bad about my half-siblings as they haven't done anything wrong, and I may be open to having a distance kind of relationship with them in the future, but I'm not ready yet, or if I'll ever be. I did send them a message on Facebook to apologize and tell them they've done nothing wrong. Lastly, to update you all, regarding my fiance, I spoke to him yesterday about everything. I had been radio silent since walking out on him. Basically, he was pressured by his father to speak to my dad and was fed a sob story of a misunderstood father desperately wanting to be in his daughter's life. Larry had become annoyed with me for refusing to attend his family events and walking out of his mother's birthday party when I realized that my dad and Janet were there, as he was getting pressure from his family about me ruining their events. He just wanted everyone to be happy and get along, clearly at my expense. Larry admitted my dad had paid for some of the vendors for the wedding, but he did not know this until after it was already paid. His father had told Larry that he and his mom had paid. My dad had told Larry it was a gift and his way of contributing. Larry admitted my dad had asked him to speak to me on his behalf. I told Larry he had betrayed my trust and I couldn't see myself marrying someone who does not support me. He broke down crying and apologizing to me and promising to never do it again. Larry was heartbroken and begged for a second chance. To those of you who wanted me to break up with him, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we are going to try and work through this. Apart from this issue, he had been the best partner, and I genuinely think he was manipulated by his family and my dad. Larry has promised to stand up to his family and go no contact with my dad. I'm still living at my mom's as I still need some space, which I won't have if I move home. We are going to contact our wedding vendors and see what our options are next week. Larry is begging for a postponement rather than canceling it altogether. We may still break up as actions speak louder than words, and I need to see if he can rebuild what we had and show me I can trust and depend on him. Update 4. Hi everyone, I thought I would give you an update on what's been happening over the last couple of weeks for those of you who are still interested. Firstly, I'm still living at my mom's and I've gotten a little kitten. I've named her Sasha and she is the sweetest thing but very energetic. For those of you asking for pictures, I'll try, but she refuses to stay still long enough to get a photo that isn't blurred. I love her already. My mom continues to be my rock. I'm still waiting for therapy, but I've found Reddit useful and therapeutic. The support I've received from most of the people here has been great and has helped me see things more clearly, so a big thank you to everyone. As for my ex, now that we've broken up, I feel lighter and freer. Being away from him has made me see all the red flags that I was blind to in our relationship, and I feel like I've dodged a bullet. Luke is not taking the breakup well and has taken over from my father, constantly bothering me. If you read this, Luke, we are done and I'm not changing my mind. So stop calling me, stop coming to the house, and stop sending me flowers. I'm moving on, so you should too. My sister Emma is still firmly on my side and has washed her hands of Janet. They are not on speaking terms after my sister told everyone about Janet's affairs. Janet is still trying to save face, saying my sister is lying and telling everyone she can how we are just the worst and that we have treated her terribly over the years, trying to ruin her marriage. I don't think anyone is buying what she is saying. She has sent abusive messages to me and my sister, and when we've bumped into her, she's been screaming at us and threatening us. My sister's car had been keyed and my store windows were smashed. We can't prove it's her, unfortunately, but she is the most likely culprit. My half-siblings are definitely my dad's children. They were tested years ago when she was a baby. From what I've heard, they're not speaking to Janet at all. As for my dad, he seems to have grown a spine and has kicked Janet out. She is now living with her parents. From what I've heard, he's thinking about divorce. I haven't had any contact with my dad except for a text saying he was sorry for everything. As for getting a restraining order, I'm more concerned about getting one against Janet at the moment. Update 5. Hi everyone, it's been a while and some of you have asked for an update. Firstly, my dad and Janet are still together. They broke up for a while, but now they are back together and showing a united front, even though she is a cheater. Apparently, they tried again for the sake of their children. Weirdly enough, my dad and I are in a better place. We occasionally text and are cordial when we see each other, but he has stopped pushing so hard for a relationship and is respecting my space. We can now be in the same place and room without a scene, and we have had the occasional coffee together, which, to be fair, is all I ever wanted. He even gave me my college fund with no strings attached. My step-siblings and I have started talking, and we follow each other on social media. My stepsister sometimes comes to my business and helps out. I realized that they were not at fault and I was being unfair to them. They are still upset with their mom, but they are stuck living with her. From what I can gather, they are giving her the silent treatment. As for Janet, I still dislike her, but at least she is staying out of my business. Unfortunately, I couldn't get a restraining order against her due to a lack of evidence. I avoid her and won't speak to her, and I think my dad has warned her. My sister is speaking to our dad again, but despises Janet and refuses to have anything to do with her. She is going out of her way to exclude her from everything she possibly can. My sister and I have become much closer. As for Larry, we are not back together and never will be. He has not fully accepted this, but things have calmed down and I'm not being harassed as much. He still wants to get back together, but I'm not interested. He, his friends, and family will eventually accept this. He thinks that because things are better with my dad and me now, I'll soften and forgive him too, but I just can't trust him. As for me, I started therapy and am working through my issues. I've realized that the relationship with my dad wasn't purely his fault, and I share some blame in this. I've spent my life acting like he abandoned me when I pushed him away as well. My business is doing well, and I'm just focusing on myself. Thank you for all your support. Korodic said, "You have to love how my dad and Janet got back together for the sake of their kids. Meanwhile, their kids are upset with their mom, feel like they're stuck living with her, and are giving her the silent treatment. So they're doing it for the kids, but the kids absolutely don't want anything to do with it. That really makes you wonder if they're actually doing it for the kids. Though I guess they'd also be stuck with their mother even if the two hadn't gotten back together." Simple Pigeon said, "I don't understand how people don't accept that they've been broken up with. What exactly is the plan to force a relationship with someone who vocally and obviously does not want to be with you? What is the end game? To have them tied up on the couch while you play house?" Norman Yeats said, "The biggest thing that pisses me off beyond anything is when people can't keep their word. The dad had to do one thing. No, actually, he had to not do one single thing. Push her. The first thing he does when she finally agrees to meet him is push her. Like, people just don't get that the thing that destroys trust is not when you do something, it's when you promise not to do it and then do it. Keep your word or don't promise it if you can't do it. You absolute idiots." This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My GF has been lying to me our entire relationship. How do I move on after all these lies? My girlfriend Sarah and I have been together for a little over a year. I recently moved to Houston, but I'm originally from North Carolina and I got a job in Houston. I was nervous about moving, but luckily I had my cousin Nathan there who was living with his wife Sarah. They helped with my apartment search and I ended up choosing the same apartment apartment they lived in. Nathan works the night shift, and Sarah and I started spending the majority of the evening together. I started falling for her because we just clicked. I don't know how to explain it. I started noticing the tension and planned on pulling away, but she asked me if I was attracted to her. I told her out of respect for Nathan that I wouldn't answer that. Then she told me she was attracted to me. I told her that if this was just attraction and wanting to get intimate, I didn't want anything to do with it because it wasn't fair to Nathan or their marriage, but she told me it was more than that. Afterwards, I confessed my love and she said it was mutual. After that, we talked about her leaving Nathan for me. As much as it hurts, we knew everyone involved deserved better, or so I thought. It was all a lie. She never did anything and we kept things a secret. At first, I thought it was because it was a tough thing to say and I didn't want to hurt anyone, but I told her that love is hard and life is hard. She pushed it off. Still, the truth always comes out. I'm still not sure how Nathan found out, but he found out about us dating. This wasn't how I wanted him to find out, because things turned messy quickly. I wanted him to find out by us coming clean, but he found out on his own. But what I wasn't prepared for was Sarah's complete 180. She is attempting to reconcile with Nathan and has told me that she's sorry she let it get this far, but I meant nothing to her. It was just sex to her. That hurt a lot. I asked her if she loved me and she said no. She said she cares about me the same way she cares for any person but doesn't love me. I'm just in disbelief. Our whole relationship was a lie. I just don't get it. I have trust issues now and my relationship with the rest of my family has taken a hit. My cousin and I are no longer on speaking terms. She did this because she wanted to get intimate. My cousin almost fought me physically over this, but luckily calmer heads prevailed. All this for her to say it meant nothing. It hurts a lot. Yeah, I'll have another said, how can you possibly think you have any leg to stand here? Murky Anxiety said, in the long run, Nathan may appreciate that you helped him discover what kind of person his wife was. Unfortunately, he also found out that you were not much better. Drunk on Red Cordial said, of course, your relationship was based on a lie. You were dating a married woman and having sex with her. Which part of this did you think was honest? You have trust issues. You certainly have issues with behaving in a trustworthy way. This second post was made in the same subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, I'm finally meeting my online GF after years of talking. A couple of years ago, I met a girl through an online circle. We talked frequently and it was always a great time. She's very passionate about many of the same things I am and is very career driven, which is something I'm looking for. Early last year, she opened up about having feelings for me, which I was receptive to. We started spending more time online together and eventually it got to a point where she would tell her coworkers and family members about her boyfriend. This didn't bother me too much. I'm very interested. However, for me, I had to meet her to seal the deal. Fast forward to Christmas and my gift to her was going to be a trip up to meet her. The trip was very expensive, but it was worth it. We had talked about me going to meet her a few times and I thought it was better that way since she has a lot of anxiety and health issues that would make it much harder for her, especially in the current political climate. Well, that trip happened this weekend. I'm currently typing this from my hotel room where I've spent the vast majority of my time alone. The main issue, the trip to see her started off as I expected. I don't know this city at all. It's a country I've only been to a few times and I was nervous myself. I took a 40-minute Uber to my hotel and expected that by the time I got there, she would have worked out her nerves and be ready to meet me. Unfortunately, her anxiety was extra bad and it took her another 2 hours to work up the courage to drive 5 minutes to come see me. This didn't bother me at the time. I knew it would be rough and I'm a patient person. We met and she was shaking and bawling her eyes out, but overall it was great. We shared some hugs and we drove to her place. She lives with her brother, so I was able to meet him and we chilled out for a little while. Her anxiety was still through the roof though, so we didn't actually do much for the next couple of hours. She wanted to drive around and show me some stuff, but she couldn't. Eventually, she decided I should probably Uber back instead of her driving me. The next morning, I was up extra early. She usually works nights, so I figured she wouldn't be up for a bit. Not knowing the city, I chose to stay in and wait until she was awake. 4 hours later, she messaged me and we talked for a bit. She told me she wasn't quite ready to see me because the nerves were still there. That was fine. I found a drugstore within walking distance where I could pick up some stuff and get us some food at a local spot before meeting up. Fast forward about 2 hours later and I finally got back to her place. She didn't eat anything and told me that her brother, she, and I were going to go to a get-together and hang out with a bunch of their friends. That was cool. I asked her how long we'd be there and she said a few hours. We left. It was about an hour's drive. Everyone at her gathering was great, super welcoming, and she seemed really happy to introduce me as her boyfriend. The little party lasted a good portion of the night, but we didn't talk much because I was usually being bombarded by her friends or she was playing a game or something. It was around 10 when we went to leave. There was still plenty of night left, so I figured we'd get to spend the rest of the night together. However, as we got in the car, she asked her brother if it was cool that she took me to the hotel before they went home. He said yeah, and I just sat in shock the whole way back because she was too drained to spend a couple of hours of quality time with her boyfriend, whom she had just met. At this point, it was all starting to catch up to me, and I was feeling pretty bad. I got back to the hotel room and was just confused by this whole trip. I'm alone in a hotel room in a country I don't know with my girlfriend just a few minutes away, not knowing what to do. What the hell is going on? I fear messaging her about it will make her anxiety worse, but at this point, I don't know what to do. I'm set to meet her mom in the evening for dinner, and at this point, I feel like I've met everyone except for my girlfriend, so I messaged her that. She was very apologetic, saying her anxiety was still through the roof and she wanted to make this trip worth it for me, but she was just drained. She made an effort to let me know she is still very interested in everything, but she knows that if we're alone together, nothing would happen because she's just too nervous. She hasn't been in a relationship in a couple of years, so it's hard for her. I told her I don't even want to try anything intimate if that was her fear. I've barely hugged her this trip, and there are a lot more steps in that process before anything like that could happen. I just want to spend some quality time together. She said that tomorrow, after I meet her mom, there will probably be time. All that said, today is my last day here. I leave early tomorrow morning on a flight. I feel like this whole thing has been a waste, and I'm still just confused. I wanted to spend quality time with her, not sit alone in a hotel room for most of my trip. In my mind, she would want to be with me every waking moment of this trip. Our time is so short and we've talked about it for ages, like that was going to be the case. I don't know if the relationship can last after this. Are You On Email said, dude, you have one more night in this city, which you will probably not visit again. I say go out and explore the city with whatever time you have left. Find some cool local food spots and go to a bar or two. Sorry your trip hasn't worked out like you would have liked it to, but you might as well make the most of what little time you have left. Franjo Manjo said, you had to give it a shot, but it sounds like it didn't work out. You need to be honest and tell her how this made you feel. If she wants to keep seeing you, she's got to travel to you next time. If she's too anxious for that, then you're not compatible and you're wasting your time. MJS said, she needs professional help. I would kindly cancel meeting her mother. Tell her it doesn't make sense to meet her mother because you don't know her. Let her know outright that you feel this trip signals the end of any ideas of a romantic relationship because she is clearly not well enough. Tell her you would love to remain friends, but you are not putting your life on hold for someone who needs to deal with her mental health issues. Honesty is the kindest thing you can do for her. Hopefully, it will put a mirror up for her to make efforts to get the help she needs. Lying or playing along is crueler than being honest in a kind way. Good luck. Update. Yesterday morning, I woke up, made the original post, and waited nervously for her to wake up. It once again took a couple of hours. A little after noon, she finally messaged me. She said we had dinner in the late afternoon with her mother, and I could Uber over to her place whenever. A few of you suggested I should just call off the dinner plans, but I decided to stick with them. I went up to her place shortly after that, and we spent some time watching things together. She was having a better day, so we sat close, and while we didn't do anything, it was some quality time I had been looking for. Dinner with her mother was great. We connected well, and she seemed to be genuinely excited for me and her daughter. We left with a hug from her mom and went back to her place. It was a lot more of the same thing as before, so while it wasn't alone time with her, it did feel more one-on-one, and we had a good time. Was it exactly what I was expecting on the last day of this trip? Not really, but was it nice? Definitely. It was getting late, and I was half expecting her to want me to Uber back, but she drove me herself. She helped me confirm my packing for the flight early this morning, and we ended with a kiss. We got to texting a bit, and we realized that she hadn't taken a photo of us for a frame she had bought. I was pretty sad that we hadn't, and the few pictures of us from that weekend didn't really fit the vibe she was going for. I mentioned that I should just Uber back. 10 minutes later, waiting for a response, and she tells me to come down. Anxiety be damned. She did drive back just for the photo and another goodbye smooch. So overall, it wasn't the perfect weekend, but I'm going to stay cautiously optimistic. I think it was a mistake not to make the trip longer, and I think that would have helped even more. We'll see how things go when she has to decide if she wants to make the solo trip down here for an event closer to this summer. To clear some things up, she is on medication and goes to a therapist. Normally, I wouldn't be into a long-distance relationship, but our likes and interests align well, and it's something I've struggled to find around me back home. My last relationship was decently long and taught me that was something I valued a lot. Thanks for all the comments on the other post. I imagine interest for another update will wane by the time the next trip happens, but that is the time when things will really be make or break. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "My semi-disabled mother moved in with me. My boyfriend hasn't been handling it well. I want to try to be as brief as possible, but there's a bit of nuance. I'm an only child to a single mother. My parents divorced when I was very young and my mom raised me. I'm very aware of the sacrifices she made to ensure I succeeded in life, despite how poor we were. About 5 years ago, my mom had a stroke and a series of TIAs. These changed her personality somewhat and caused some mobility issues. She doesn't exactly qualify for disability because she is still able to walk around and take care of herself. She could theoretically hold a job, etc. She has about a year and a half until she qualifies for Social Security. My mom started her own baking business in 2019 after working as a baker for 20 years. This obviously failed in 2020. She coasted for a bit before becoming the live-in caregiver for my grandmother until she died, and then the executor of my grandmother's estate. That brings us to now. She was living in my grandmother's house, which sold. She found herself with nowhere to stay and no income. I live with my boyfriend in a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment. We have been dating for 2.5 years. I am very much the breadwinner. I estimate that I pay around 80% of household expenses. I make $50 an hour, he makes $21. I also work from home, so I generally take care of making dinner, doing dishes, shopping for groceries, etc. If my partner does any of these tasks, it is under my direction. We originally agreed my mom could stay for a month while she found a job. She has struggled to find a job. She's been applying every day and she's had a few interviews but no serious leads. We've had a lot of discussions about this, mostly that I am unable and unwilling to kick my elderly disabled mother out with nowhere else to go. This has caused a ton of tension between my boyfriend and me. He has become generally unpleasant to be around all the time. He's very moody and prone to outbursts. He gets angry if my mom stays in her room, and he's even angrier if she and I are on the couch together when he gets home. If I go into my mom's room to talk for a little bit, he says I'm ignoring him. Along with this, he started telling me almost daily that I don't do things with him enough. I don't kiss him enough, snuggle enough, talk to him enough, etc. Anytime I'm doing something fun or for myself, he starts a big fight. It feels like living with a storm cloud, and I constantly feel like I'm dropping the ball in 7 different arenas. This all came to a head this weekend because he was driving me to a photo shoot. I had been working on making this big, elaborate costume, and a friend volunteered to take some pictures of me wearing it. I can't emphasize how meaningful this was to me. During the drive, he decided this was the time to tell me that he would never tell me to kick my mom out, but he's really angry that I haven't done it already, and that I should be on team us more than team someone else. I understand that a relationship should be a priority, and my mom has been with us almost 5 months. I don't think this is an easy situation or one that he isn't allowed to have feelings about, but the fact that he seems to genuinely believe I should kick my elderly disabled mother out into the street really shocks me. It also makes me question our future. If this is how he's acting over a family member needing our spare room temporarily, what would happen if we had a special needs child? Or if something happened to me? I'm a big believer that a good relationship should thrive even in times of crisis. How do I handle my boyfriend's strong feelings without telling my mother to leave? Update. Thank you so much to those who offered advice on my previous post. So much of it has been really helpful. I did my best to reply to comments, and I was surprised by all the responses I got. So much has happened since I posted this, and I feel there was some information that I excluded from the original post because it felt irrelevant at the time, but now it seems relevant. First, I kind of want to elaborate on my mom's behavior while living with us. This didn't originally feel relevant to this post because my mom really feels like a fixed point to me, like she's going to behave how she behaves. That doesn't change that she's my mom, and I feel I have a responsibility towards her as long as she isn't violent or outright abusive. Also, I am pretty desensitized to my mom's quirks. I've been dealing with her my whole life. It doesn't really occur to me to think critically of her behavior. My mom is really manipulative and I am easy to manipulate. She is the type of person who will make small, seemingly innocuous comments that over time kind of create a new reality if you are around her frequently. So over the time she lived with us, she really made me feel that 65 is very, very old, and it's unreasonable to expect a 65-year-old to take care of herself. She also basically didn't take care of her personal hygiene. It was very hard to get her to shower, to the point where she would smell terribly. It was hard to be in a room with her. I would of course beg her to shower, and every time it was a very long, drawn-out, dramatic, and emotionally intense scene. She would cry, sob, she would tell me she'd promised to do it in the morning the following day, and then the next day she'd be throwing up sick. She'd beg me not to shame her for struggling, emphasizing that she's getting old, and as you get old, it's hard to do things. She'd talk about being afraid of falling in the shower and no one helping her because I'm so ashamed of her. After she did shower, if I thanked her, she'd burst into tears and talk about how difficult it had been and how scared she had been of falling. This happened almost every time. I want to emphasize that at the time this was upsetting to me, but I kind of just accepted it. I also felt horribly guilty for causing her emotional distress, and going through this whole process like once a week was pretty overwhelming. Also, there had been a pretty big blow up where I realized that she hadn't been applying to any jobs. She wanted me to fix something with her phone, and it led to me seeing she had 0 applied jobs. On Indeed, 0 confirmation, we got your application emails, none of that. I asked her to furnish any proof that she'd been applying and she couldn't. She swore up and down that she had been applying, but she couldn't prove it at all. This made me really upset, but she still had nowhere to go and she's still my mom, so I didn't really know what to do. I started making her show me every morning the job she had applied to. Afterwards, she did this voluntarily every morning. I had been told when she first had her series of TIAs that she needs to go on short, frequent walks. Otherwise, she will experience blood flow issues that cause things like numbness in her limbs. She barely moves at all, so much that her leg muscles are very atrophied. I have offered to go on walks with her, buy her a walker, etc., but she always declines. It's worth noting that I work from home, so I was around her constantly. She was the only person I talked to, sometimes for weeks, and when my boyfriend came home, he was usually really short-tempered. So for me, this created a reality where my mom was feeble, elderly, shouldn't be expected to care for herself, trying her best, and my boyfriend was pissy, irritable, mean, kind of ungrateful about everything I did for him and for our relationship. My mom would comment frequently about how hard I work to have dinner ready when he gets home and how he never appreciates it, how immature he seems compared to me. So for most of the day, I would be dealing with my mom's emotional scenes, hearing a constant stream of subtle negative comments about my boyfriend, all so innocuous and focused on praising my efforts that I didn't realize how they were influencing me. All these realizations came later. Shortly after I made the original post, my boyfriend and I had a conversation that ended in us both calmly deciding it would be best for us to break up and move out. Luckily, our lease had already ended and we were on a month-to-month basis, so this wasn't an issue. It took a week for us to arrange new places to live. I got a 2-bedroom apartment for my mom and me. He found a studio. This happened at the beginning of this month. We both move into our new places at the end of this month. My boyfriend requested that my mom go elsewhere for a while so we can pack without her being around. I wholeheartedly agreed. We've been together for a long time. This is difficult. Going through a breakup, living together for a month, and also having your ex's mom be there constantly, it's terrible. My cousin agreed to let my mom stay at her place. This is not a long-term arrangement. She's sharing a bed with my cousin's mom. It's fine for a bit, but not forever. With my mom gone, everything changed. My boyfriend and I were getting along perfectly. My boyfriend's entire mood and vibe reverted back to how it was before. Fun, kind, hilarious, delightful. I felt like I was waking up. I had a few counseling sessions that helped me realize that most 65-year-olds do take care of themselves. My mom does have some issues, but a lot of the issues are within her ability to fix. She hasn't been trying to sign up for government assistance. She hasn't been trying to do anything. She hasn't even been taking care of herself at all. I realized through counseling and talking with friends and family that just because she's decided not to take care of herself doesn't mean I have to sacrifice my life to take care of her. I also had a lot of conversations with my boyfriend where we were able to really see how the other person was affected by all of this. He really now understands how this constant manipulation was causing me not to really see my mom and the situation clearly. He also understands that despite everything, she is my mom. And for my part, I really understand why he was just at the end of his rope and was acting like a jerk all the time. He was acting like a jerk all the time. He openly agrees he was, but yeah, I get it, I really do. He wasn't the problem. We definitely had some stuff to work on, and that was present before my mom moved in, but I think all that was fixable if we didn't have 6 months of me slowly being brainwashed and him slowly becoming the worst version of himself. I do have a lease which my mom is on for a year in the new place. I've decided that I will hold that lease for 1 year, after which I am moving into a 1-bedroom apartment alone. If in a full year she has not found a way to support herself, at that point it won't be me making her homeless. I can't keep supporting someone who makes no effort to support themselves, seems perfectly happy to have my life fall apart, and contributes nothing at all to our shared home. I'm happy to help her however she asks me to during the next year, but I can't set myself on fire to keep her warm, especially if she makes no effort. There are options out there for her. She's perfectly capable of looking into them. I need to give myself the love, care, and consideration I've given her. I have to have a question, so what guidance can you give for someone living with a parent who has a proven track record of being manipulative? Long-suffering Squid said, I saw where this was going the moment her mother staying with them for 1 month turned into 5. And even if we give OP the benefit of the doubt on not realizing how she was being manipulated, I call BS on her leaving out the fact that her mom wasn't making any effort to move out. Owl Deity said, I can't stand spineless people like OP. The older I get, the more they aggravate me. Like, stand up for yourself. Majid said, it's sickening to see people calling the boyfriend a beggar just because he earns less than her. It is such disgusting misogyny that is so prevalent in these threads. OP is an enabler of her manipulative and abusive mother, and people here took her side. I hope the boyfriend X moves on from her and finds someone who can prioritize the relationship instead of dragging everything under the weight of an abuser. The second post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Normal Redditor. The story is titled, I told my dad that he chose between me and his fiancée when he prioritized her surgery over mine. I have had a rocky relationship with my dad. My parents married after I was born, hoping to provide a stable family for me, but they divorced when I was 11 after my dad went to rehab, and things only worsened from there. During rehab, he met his current fiancée, and they later had a kid. Since then, my dad has been mostly absent from my life. Whenever I have important events, he either has an excuse or doesn't show. I'd estimate he's been present for less than half of my events since their divorce. A few years ago, I was diagnosed with scoliosis, and initially, surgery wasn't needed. However, my condition got worse, and I was finally scheduled for surgery on November 20th of this year. I told my dad about it months ago, expressing how much I needed his support this time, and he promised he'd be there. But later, he texted to say he'd planned a vacation that would keep him away until mid-December, just as my recovery period would be ending. It broke my heart, but I accepted it. Then 2 hurricanes hit his vacation spot, and he told me he'd make it to my surgery. I felt a glimmer of hope. But then, just a week before my surgery, he texted again saying his fiancée's lung cancer surgery had been scheduled for the same day, a few hours before mine, at a hospital 30 minutes away. He said he might not make it to my surgery, but with him, might not usually means won't. He added that this wasn't about who he loved more. That message shattered me. I realized that no matter how much I hoped, he might never give me the attention and support I needed. I broke down on my kitchen floor that day. After sitting with my feelings, I texted him to tell him how deeply his actions hurt me. I said it wasn't only about love, but about showing care, and that he'd given me hope only to let me down again. I questioned if his fiance's surgery had really been scheduled last minute, or if he had known earlier but hadn't told me. I asked him to show he was my dad through his actions, not just his words. He responded, insisting the surgery was only scheduled the day he told me, but because he's lied in the past to save face, I reached out to someone who might know the truth. I then sent a follow-up message clarifying that my frustration wasn't with his fiancée. It was with his ongoing absence and lack of support. I said that even if his reasons were genuine, he could have at least shown some empathy. I told him I hoped he'd be a better father for my half-sister than he has been for me. In a final message, I made it clear that I was done putting in all the effort to maintain our relationship on my own. I told him that if he wanted to be my dad, I would gladly be his daughter, but if he chose not to, I would be fine with that too. He hasn't responded, and honestly, I'd prefer he sit with what I've said. For once, I hope he really thinks about his actions and the impact they've had on me. So am I the asshole? Update. Hey guys, it's been a while. Thanks for your love. I've been dragging my feet on an update, but here it is. Surgery recovery has been great, and I've been in therapy since December, so my therapist knows everything about my dad. Can I just say it's weird seeing my story posted on other apps alongside Subway Surfers and woodworking? Love that people think my dad is a sperm donor and not a dad across all platforms. Senior night is on Valentine's Day, which I've told him about weeks in advance, saying games usually start at 7, but I would get to the school 30 minutes early since we will probably do it before the game. I texted his mom to ask him if he was going, and he texted her, "Oh, I never got a date, she doesn't tell me anything." Bullshit. I told her I'll go no contact if he doesn't go and will go low contact if he does go. If he wants to know, he can ask and write it in his calendar. I told my mom to stop staying neutral and tell me why he acts like this. The relationship is almost ruined, so there's no point in her trying to save it. He likes to play the victim, trying to make it sound like my mom doesn't want him around, using it as an excuse to make him look like a good guy. I've seen text messages from when I was younger of my mom trying to get my dad to make an effort. I see my mom in a new light now. She will be walking me down the aisle and doing my first dance with me. She sacrificed so much of herself for me. She is not only my mom, but also my dad. For non-Americans, senior night usually involves seniors and chosen people walking them across the floor. My dad walked me down for my fall senior night, but he will not be one of my people this Friday. I am desperate to keep contact with my sister. I know Mima will help me with that. I know that if his fiancée and he break up, he will do the same thing to my sister. Friday came and passed. My dad got upset when he realized I didn't want him to walk me across the gym floor. He, along with Mema and my sister, left during halftime. I left my dad a long voicemail and message on Friday for leaving, especially since my sister begged to see me and he refused her. I told Mama I was disappointed that she left when she knew what happens at games. On Monday, I finally sent him boundaries and blocked him. I know I'm going to cry later. This is going to be hard for me. Thanks for your support. It means a lot to me throughout this journey. Vivid Farm said, "It's heartbreaking to see a child try so hard for scraps of affection, and the parent just doesn't care. I noticed the father got off his butt when he was in the limelight of walking his daughter and having everyone think he's a great dad. When that limelight disappeared, he had a tantrum and left. He is going to really sulk when he finds out his daughter got married and he didn't get an invitation, and her mom walked her down the aisle." Inevitable Cup said, "Everybody has a point where they can no longer convince themselves that the neglectful parent cares. That was the surgery for OP. The senior event was the one last chance he had for a relationship with his older daughter. I'm glad she's in therapy to help her deal with her father's neglect." Awkward Bugger said, "I still don't see why he couldn't have been there at the hospital. Surgeries take a long time and they started a few hours apart. He could have stayed with his fiancée until her surgery began and then gone to be with his daughter until her surgery started. You don't normally just sit at the hospital for 5 to 10 hours waiting for the surgery to finish. You leave and wait for them to call you so you're not wasting space." This final post was made in the relationship advice by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I begged my partner for an open relationship. 8 months in, he left. I begged for an open relationship, and 8 months in, he left me. 8 months ago, I asked my partner for an open relationship because I got bored with him. There was nothing wrong, but he just didn't excite me much. He agreed, but proceeded to tell me there was a catch. If I catch feelings for a partner, I'm going to leave you for her. That's exactly what happened, and now I want him back in my arms. He left me for his new partner. What can I do to win the love of my life back?" Update. Probably nobody asked for this, but here's an update. I was kicked out of his house last Sunday. That's 6 days ago now, and I excruciatingly miss him. I will do anything to get him to return to me, but he looks happy on social media with his new partner, whom I'm pretty sure he was cheating on me with. Anyway, I tried calling him, but no answer. I saw him in public and he pretended to not even know who the fuck I was. He won't acknowledge my existence, so I went to our former place just to talk, and things got hostile. His new girlfriend hates me for some reason. I didn't even know her, and she proceeded to try and attack me, while he tried to split us up and get me out the door. When he had his back turned, she maced me. Now he's trying to file a restraining order against me. What the hell did I do wrong? She attacked me and pepper sprayed me. How can I convince him he's dating a psychopath? Update 2. This will probably be the last update. The restraining order has been filed, and I am not allowed within 100 feet of my ex, Harry, and his new girlfriend, Jess. I'm planning to move back to my home in Arizona and start over. They're happy, and I just want to find peace with myself. Thanks for everyone's advice and opinions. Yes, I was already in therapy, and I am still in therapy. Please, anyone my age or younger, listen to my advice. TikTok is not cool. Please delete it. It's done me nothing but harm, and other people's stupidity can really poison your minds. I'm living proof. Thank you. Take care. 2 years later, OP gave us a third update. It's been 2 years. I've tried to stay offline and live life, but my ex and his now wife find new ways to live in my head rent-free. I wanted an open relationship, so what? You don't just string me along for 8 months, get with some new girl you met through me, and then marry her. This isn't fair. She's living in my home with someone who should be my husband. He's been renewing the restraining order ever since it first expired, and I know he's going to keep doing it because, for reasons beyond my knowledge, the man hates me. Fuck my life. This story was posted by a throwaway account in the relationship advice subreddit. The post is titled, "I overheard my sister confess her love for my fiance. How do I confront her?" Using a throwaway account since I don't want to attach this to my main account, as some friends follow it too. Anyway, I'll get into it. My friends recently hosted a small party or get-together for my sister because she had been gone for a while in Florida with her boyfriend, but was coming back up north after they broke up. The gathering included a few of our mutual friends, some of her old high school buddies, and some cousins. My fiancé and I arrived a bit late, but we were excited to join the celebration. I was mostly happy to see my sister again since she had been pretty distant and rarely texted or called. Nothing significant happened at first, just some shots being poured and food being ordered until it got late and people started getting really drunk. Since wedding planning has been exhausting, my fiancé and I decided to leave early. To sum up a quick moment, I was walking to the bathroom and past the bedroom where I heard my sister crying in someone's arms. Originally, I was going to check on her or comfort her, but then I heard my fiancé's name and paused. I definitely think I was wrong for listening in, but I was curious and a bit drunk myself. From what I gathered, she was sobbing about how seeing my fiancé made it all real again, and that she didn't want to deny her feelings anymore, especially now that he's getting married to me. What really stood out to me was when she said that she just wanted him to notice her too. I left pretty quickly after that and haven't told anyone about what I heard. Maybe I never noticed the signs, but she has always been so polite and friendly with my fiancé. She knew him before anyone else since we were high school sweethearts, and I came out to her first when I was struggling with my identity. It's just such a strange thing to hear this from her, but part of me wants to blame it on drunk brain. She's never said anything like this before. In fact, she greeted him warmly when we arrived at the party. They even connected over a mutual interest for a while, and she was so warm toward me too. I want to confront her to see if she meant what she said, but I'm terrified of the potential consequences. My family has always stayed drama-free, and I'd hate to ruin everything now that my sister has just returned after being away. I really need advice on how to proceed and how to ask her about this without causing a scene. The party was a week ago, and I feel sick every time she messages me or calls, whether it's about wedding plans or just general chatting, so I know that I need to do something. Has anyone been in a situation like this before? Knitting Fairy said, talk to your fiancé first. See if he has any idea that she felt this way or if she has ever made odd comments that align with this information. Hamsta Elderberry said, you are no longer drama-free. Conflict avoidance has never once solved any problem effectively. Your fiancé deserves the right to know so he can make his own decisions about how he chooses to interact with your sister rather than you making the choice for him because you're afraid of drama. I can't tell you where this will lead, but this issue won't resolve itself by staying stagnant and pretending it never happened. By no means am I suggesting you need to have a massive, ugly blowout with your sister. However, you do need to inform both her and your fiancé that you are aware of what she said and what this means for the foreseeable future. Stress from wedding planning and drunken confessions are hardly reasonable excuses. Nip this in the bud before resentment begins festering, if it hasn't already. Acidic Atheist Potato said, avoiding her won't help you in any way. It doesn't have to be dramatic. At least you can control that on your end, and it doesn't need to be a confrontation. Simply invite her for coffee. Being in a neutral place will help it feel less like an attack. Tell her what you heard and be honest and open about it. Explain that you heard it by mistake, not that you were purposefully eavesdropping and that you left when you realized it was a private conversation. However, you did hear her say exactly that. Don't dance around it so it doesn't imply that her feelings are something shameful. Tell her you're worried about her and about how this might affect your family's dynamic. Explain that you need to know how deep her feelings go and if she needs boundaries in place to be okay with you building your life with your partner. This doesn't mean she gets to dictate whether you can bring him to family reunions or show affection to him in front of her. Instead, she needs to work out her own feelings if she has an issue. You might ask her if she would prefer it if you told her when you'll attend events together so she can choose to skip them if needed, or if she would rather not hear about your accomplishments as a couple. She shouldn't be shamed for having feelings as long as she can control her behavior. If you think about it, there's a reason why you fell for your fiancé, and you're probably not the only one who can see what you saw that made you fall for him. Your sister has been supportive of you and him, so I wouldn't jump to conclusions. Give her a chance to explain and go from there. This isn't a lost cause. Good luck. Update. Hi again, everyone. I first want to thank all the people who responded. I really didn't expect to receive so much advice. I probably would have still been panicking and bottling this up if you hadn't helped out. Unfortunately, it still went badly, but I'm glad I listened to your advice throughout this process. Also, to clarify a few things that I saw people get confused about in the comments. My fiancé is gay and I never doubted his loyalty, which is why I barely mentioned him in the original post. I was mostly concerned about my sister since we had wanted her in the wedding party, and it was especially scary to hear that she was crushing on my fiancé. Along with that, I know a lot of you said to just leave it be, but for the reasons mentioned above, along with my personal beliefs, I really didn't want to let it simmer. Anyway, I ended up talking with my fiancé the day after I made the post, once he got home from work and we were settled. I sort of word vomited at him, but I tried to remember the advice I had received. He was equally disturbed, probably a bit more since he has dealt with a similar situation at work once. We both definitely wanted to talk to her and just clear the air, and we ended up making a little plan to meet her in a park. Originally, it was only going to be me, but my fiancé wanted to stay nearby in the car. So yesterday I texted her and we met. Honestly, I'm still recovering from everything she said to me, so I won't repeat much of it here. The basic gist is that once we chatted for a bit, I brought it up gently that I had heard her at the reunion party and wanted to communicate with her about the things she said. One thing I didn't feel the need to mention in the original post was that I am also a transgender man. It didn't seem relevant to the issue, or at least I thought it didn't. However, once I asked my sister, she started on a whole tirade with a lot of right-wing talking points, mostly saying that she didn't understand why my fiancé was settling for a confused girl rather than someone like her, and admitting that yes, she has feelings for him because she thinks he deserves better than me. I didn't say much to her, but once I realized what was going on, I just said that I was done and left. I really don't know how she's changed so much since the girl I grew up with. She used to be super supportive, which she even acknowledged and said she was just as lost as I am. After that, I was just a mess, so I apologize for not updating sooner. My sister is living with my parents while she works to get a job in the new area, and she's also started telling them about the conversation. Both of my parents don't want to get involved, which I understand. I tried texting her to tell her to stop bothering them, but she blocked me, so I guess that's that. My fiancé wants to cut her from the wedding altogether, and I'm just leaning on him as a pillar right now. I wish this was a happier update, and I still really don't know what to do. Still, thank you all for the advice you gave, and if you have any advice on how to deal with this new issue, I'd appreciate it. Is there a way to get through to her? This second post was made in the relationship subreddit by a user named BF Drowning. The post is titled, "My fiancé is drowning in overdue child support. I'm thinking of leaving him." Okay, so first, I want to say that I love my fiancé. He's a great guy, whip smart, kind, and funny. A year and a half ago, I would never have imagined I'd be at this point. We've been dating for 5 years ever since we met. He works at a call center and I'm a postal worker. We make a moderate income and the wedding is tentatively planned for April. I apologize in advance for the legal jargon. He hasn't really kept me in the loop and I'm a mail carrier, not a lawyer. I don't have a head for this. 1 year into our relationship, he received a notice for paternity from the state he used to live in regarding a 3-year-old boy. Clearly, this happened long before I met him. He thought it was ridiculous, but he took the ordered DNA test. It turned out that he is indeed the father. The mother was apparently mentally unwell, and it turned out the boy was in the custody of the grandparents. They offered to adopt the boy if my fiancé gave up all his paternal rights. He jumped at the offer. They pulled some strings. I was personally ambivalent about the situation. It seemed like he just gave up all rights to his son without a care. However, in the end, it's his business, not mine. I told myself I would be a supportive stepmother if the boy ever came to him for help or answers when he was older. There was some messy legal business about arrears in child support because the mother apparently was on welfare for years, and the state wants repayment from my fiancé. I don't know much about it because he refuses to share. All I know is that it's around $20K for 3 years. A couple of years went by and I took my fiancé to the DMV to renew his license because it was way past expired and he wouldn't do it. Lo and behold, it was suspended. Why? There was a past due child support judgment for another child, a 12-year-old girl. The amount was $30K. My fiancé was literally sick. Worse, in order to get his license suspended, he had to contact the child support department in his old state and give them all his current contact information, where he works, where he lives. Soon enough, a notice came through HR. He was going to be garnished 25% of his after-tax pay because of the child support judgment. After that, he just shut down, stonewalling any conversation regarding the issue at all. I took on more of the bills, but now we're both struggling. We had to move into a smaller, crappier apartment using my credit alone because his credit has a big fat judgment on it. He had to refinance his almost paid off car because he couldn't afford the high payments. There's some kind of hearing coming up. I don't know what it's about because he flatly refuses to tell me. I think maybe it's to adjust the payments based on his current income. Either way, he hasn't bought plane tickets, or rather hasn't asked me for the money because he can't afford them. I think he's not going and it'll be an automatic judgment against him. Here's the thing, he could request a DNA test for the girl, but he hasn't, though he's told me he's certain he's not the father. He could hire an attorney. I've offered to front the cost, but he has 1,000 excuses. He'd have to get one in his other state. They'd gouge him because he wasn't there, he doesn't have the time, excuse after excuse. The hearing is in 3 weeks. I don't know what's going on, and he's so passive about it that I'm worried. So I opened up an official looking notice he received a few months back, but never bothered to open. There's a third child. This one is a brother of the girl. Maybe the hearing is actually about him. God damn it, I just don't know. He has actually left the house for a long walk when I questioned him a few weeks back. I am not a nagging person. Asking him to deal with his issues is uncomfortable for me too. If I have to confront him with an ultimatum, we've reached the point of no return. But I'm almost there. So here's the deal. I love my fiancé. He's 50 grand in debt that will haunt him for the foreseeable future. He won't do anything about it, just sticks his head in the sand and hopes it goes away. Maybe he's depressed. He acts normal as if none of this is happening. There might be more on the way with the third child. If I stay with him, I'll never be able to buy a house. I will have to make all major purchases on my credit alone. We can never combine our income. He has abandoned 3 children. I don't know the full stories of the relationships between him and the mothers, other than that they were painful and full of lies. One is his biological child for sure. The other 2 are a question, but they may as well be in the eyes of the state. He doesn't care about them other than the bi-weekly garnishment on his paycheck. As far as I understand, he's never asked about them once. I had a pregnancy scare last month. Well, actually, I found out I had been pregnant via miscarriage. I didn't tell him, it's done. But the first thought in my head after I realized what happened was that my child would have been 4th in line for any support if things went south. Who says he wouldn't abandon me too? We do plan on having children eventually. My heart loves this guy. My head says I'll be throwing away my financial future if I stick with him. What do you think? Update. Unfortunately, someone linked up my previous post from another subreddit, so the post was locked and deleted. The basic gist was that my fiancé had stuck his head in the sand and was ignoring child support notices and hearings to the tune of 50 grand for children conceived long before our relationship started. After the second surprise child, he had completely shut me out on the subject. I opened some of his forgotten mail and saw there was a notice for a third child. To recap, baby 1, a 3-year-old boy. He was able to give up his paternal rights cites in favor of the mother's grandparents because the mother had mental health issues. $20K in child support arrears. Baby 2, a 12-year-old girl, $30K in ongoing child support. I don't know the story behind this one and he isn't talking. Baby 3, brother of the 12-year-old girl. The birth date was on the paperwork, but he took that letter with him. Thank you for all the comments, private messages, and valuable feedback from my other post. The ones that told me I too was sticking my head in the sand really put things into perspective for me, as did the ones who provided professional insight that it was simply not possible for him to have been completely blindsided by all 3 children. So I was in a mood when he got home tonight. I showed my fiance the letter I opened about the 3rd child. Luckily, he didn't get all huffy about me opening his mail because I was not in the mood. Johnny's face just fell and he said it was impossible for him to be the father of the 3rd child. He claimed that the mother of the 12-year-old had won a child support judgment against him for the girl and was now clearly looking for more. I told him I thought that was nonsense and I wanted the truth now, that I'd been looking through his old state's laws and the courts couldn't have ruled him the father of the 12-year-old without evidence. He pulled his usual Stonewall routine, saying it didn't matter because there was a judgment against him and he was screwed for life. He actually started to cry. I kept pressing him. Finally, he told me the truth. He and the baby's mother had been in love since they were teenagers, but it was an on and off relationship. She was dramatic. She got pregnant and he was there for her, but right before the baby was born, she told him he wasn't the father. He was stubborn and proud and still signed the birth certificate, but he left her soon after at her request and didn't have any contact. Why didn't he get a DNA test? It was expensive and his heart was broken. By the end of this, he was crying. I started crying too, and I told him I can't marry him right now with all this going on. Oh my God, did he instantly go from sorrowful to pissed. He kept asking me how I could do this, that I knew about the child support going into this, that he'd always been honest with me. He claimed that he knew the baby's mother was trying yet again to ruin his life, that the judgment was already in, and there was nothing he could do because the courts always rule in favor of the mother. He said there was no point in trying, that this was all her fault for trying to ruin his life, and by taking her side over him, I was letting her. I'd like to say I threw in some good zingers. The fact is, when things get heated, my brain stalls out. I said some things about how he was handling the situation, keeping me locked out of what was going on with the upcoming hearing, and that if he kept blowing this off, he could go to jail, but my delivery sounded kind of lame even to me. It's never like how I practice in my head or can type out here, you know? Then he started asking me if this was about a male co-worker I had once given a ride home, like 3 months ago, if I had an affair with him. What the heck? No. I took off the ring and told him to take it. I said he needed to move out tonight, stay with someone else, and give me some space. The wedding was off and I needed a few days to consider the rest of the relationship. He kept asking me why, like he couldn't believe I was breaking off the wedding over a little old thing, like $50K in debt, 3 surprise children, and a complete shutdown of the subject. Then he called me shallow, claiming money means more to me than love. It went on, but I'm already sick of reliving this. He packed a duffel full of clothes and left, having convinced himself that I was either cheating on him or shallow and money hungry. So I spent the evening rereading comments and browsing rental sites. The lease is in my name only because of the judgments on his credit report. He probably has some sort of tenant rights anyway. Meh, at least he's out of the apartment for now. I texted him a long message an hour ago. Johnny, before we join our lives together, I need to know you can handle your responsibilities like an adult. Go to the hearing. I will help you with a lawyer, with a plane ticket, whatever. If you treat me like a partner, maybe we can rebuild our relationship. I love you. He hasn't answered. I hope he listens to reason once he cools down. He has so many good qualities. I had to share the very worst in my post to you all. He would be an excellent father if he wanted visitation, and I am willing to put in the work to sort this out and move forward with these kids if he is. He's convinced himself he's screwed for life, and I think it's paralyzed him. It's a terrifying place to be. I know basically everyone wanted me to kick him to the curb, but I'm hoping this break is enough of a come to Jesus moment for him to prove he's not a deadbeat. If he wants to fight for this relationship, he has to go to the hearing and handle his business, get on a payment plan and stick to it. Then relationship counseling. Lots and lots of relationship counseling. Then we'll see. I still may break up permanently, but at least he'll have sorted out a thing or two. Maybe I'm just holding on to hope. So that's it. I really wish I had thought of something awesome to say during the argument, but life isn't a movie. The ball's in his court. Let's see if he steps up or not. Has anyone been through anything like this before? I did blindside him a little because I too had been way too passive in letting this slide. How do I help him help himself? Update. He hasn't answered the text with the offer to help. I've called the landlord and requested a new lock for the door. He's not on the lease and it's probably not legal, but as someone pointed out, he's adverse to going to court. Responses have been passionate. I don't think I was clear. We're essentially done. I returned his grandmother's ring and told him to give me space. If he accepts help and steps up to his obligations to his children with no backsliding, only then will I consider taking him back, not for immediate marriage. But considering it's morning and he still hasn't answered the text, it probably doesn't matter. Update 2. I don't even know where to start. After I called off the wedding and returned his grandmother's engagement ring, he packed a duffel full of his clothes and left. It's been about a month and I haven't heard a peep from him. I changed the locks on the apartment, but he hasn't been back for his stuff anyway. He blocked me on Facebook, and when I gave in and tried to give him a call a week later, he'd changed his phone number too. I heard he was staying at his best friend's house, courtesy of his friend's girlfriend. Trust me, I went through all the stages of grief, denial, anger, acceptance, etc., and I finally accepted he wasn't coming back. I thought maybe he'd gone back to his home state to be with one of the mothers of his children, but his car was parked in the parking lot at his work. The hearing was scheduled for early this week. Finally, tonight I plucked up my courage and went to his best friend's house to confront him. The least he could do is get his stuff out of my apartment, right? I grabbed up his many unopened child support notices and a picture of the first boy he left on his dresser. It's the only picture of the 3 kids that he has, and he left it behind. His best friend answered the door, and what followed was just about the most awkward conversation ever. I can't remember the conversation verbatim, but I asked where my ex-fiancé was, and his friend said he wasn't there. He was being evasive, so I asked if he went to the hearing or not. His friend looked confused. What hearing? I told him about the child support hearing for his 3 kids. His friend looked super confused, like I was crazy. Then he asked if I was seeing anyone else other than my ex-fiancé. Of course I wasn't. I gave his friend a very abbreviated version. I was getting loud because I'd been bottling this up, and his friend's girlfriend came out to see what was going on. She's the one who told me, her exact words, "Your man lost his damn mind." The weekend after I kicked him out, he went out to a bar with his friend for some good old-fashioned girl bashing. He met up with a 22-year-old bartender and hooked up. He married her last weekend. They drove up to Reno and did the whole Chapel of Love thing. His friend and his girlfriend were the witnesses. They hadn't really supported his decision, but he had them convinced I was a cheating whore, and he was so heartbroken. Plus, his friend's girlfriend implied later that he'd overstayed his welcome by crashing at their house for most of a month. I was shocked and pissed and wanted to cry because I sort of got the vibe that his friend still didn't believe I wasn't cheating. So I grabbed the court documents from my car and gave them to him to pass along to my ex. I doubt they'll open them up, but the fact that they're from his old state county's child support division should be good evidence. I don't know why I should care about their opinion. Neither one of them called me during this. I thought I was their friend too, but they believed him. Now I'm back home, surrounded by his stuff and trying to sort out my feelings. I feel like I've just watched someone blow through all the bridges out warning signs and drive off a cliff. I told my ex I'd help him get a lawyer for the hearing, help him with the plane ticket. Instead of taking care of his business, he went and married some woman he'd known for like 2.5 weeks at most. I should feel bad for the girl for what she's just gotten into, but she must either be a real piece of work herself or just an idiot. Who marries someone they've known for that short a time? And I know someone out there is thinking, you're an idiot. He had to have known her for longer. He was cheating before this. Well, I'm certain he wasn't. He's a homebody by nature. There was never any missing time in our relationship, and his friend was pretty clear they'd met at the bar that night. So basically, instead of going to his child support hearing, he was moving in with his new wife and probably doing what newly married people do. I hope they're happy together. I guess my next stop is the legal advice subreddit to figure out what to do with his stuff. He might have a contempt of court warrant out for him for skipping the hearing, so I doubt he'll sue me if I toss it all, but I do want to cover my butt. I know I need to ask a question, so here it is. What in the world was he thinking? Out of all the options he had, he picked the very worst. What was she thinking? I love the man, but even I can admit he's not classically good looking. He had nothing to offer but a low-paying job and being practically homeless. And finally, what is wrong with me that I feel terrible he's found some new way to mess up his life? The Blue Ninja said almost 10 years later, at least 2 of those kids are legal adults now. I wonder if they would even recognize their own father. Also, I bet he left that bartender with at least 1 more abandoned child and no child support. Top Impidove said, honestly, if he married some random bartender within a month, I am not at all surprised that he has 3 random kids he didn't tell OP about. Imagine what else he's kept from her. She partially dodged a bullet. Edit, I say partially because she only left him after experiencing his nonsense for a bit. Not that I'm saying he's not a disaster, she didn't dodge him completely. This story was posted by a user named just add the / in the malicious compliance subreddit. The post is titled, "Mom told me to leave, so I did. Law enforcement got involved and she lost everything. This happened when I was 15. My mom was a mentally, emotionally, and physically abusive narcissist. Some highlights include when she was teaching my twin sister and me to read at the age of 4 or so. It was around 2 a.m. and my sister was having trouble learning, so my mother's solution was to beat her with a sandal every time she got a flashcard wrong. The same thing happened when my mother had me transcribe an essay she had written in my handwriting when I was 7. Every time I started a letter from the wrong position, she would beat me with one of her Birkenstocks. This too happened late at night, so when I became too delirious from exhaustion and pain, she would drag me by the neck and literally throw me into a cold shower to wake me up so we could more easily continue the waking nightmare. When I was 13, I told her I wanted to live with my dad, and she told me she didn't care what I did after I turned 18. I later figured out that this was because the child support stopped at age 18. Anyway, fast forward to age 15. Our relationship was understandably strained. We had guests over, and she liked to use guests as a way of controlling our behavior through shame. It's easier to be an angsty teenager when your grown-up friends from church aren't watching and judging everything you do. This made it easier for her to pretend to be a firm but loving mother while slipping in sideways comments like velvet daggers. Well, I decided I wasn't going to subject myself to the whole thing and spent the day outside in the woods nearby. When I saw our guests had left, I went to go back inside. My mother, perhaps unhappy at being denied a day-long emotional abuse routine, told me I wasn't welcome and that I should leave. My 15-year-old brain heard her words and knew that she only meant for a little while, but it also recognized that she failed to specify any time frame at all. So I hiked a couple of miles to a friend's house and asked if I could spend a couple of days there. When my friend's dad found out why I was there, he was furious and said I could stay as long as needed. I didn't go home that evening or the next. My mom became concerned and contacted law enforcement to report me missing. This was a big deal for several reasons. We lived in the mountains near a national park, so there was a very real possibility that I had been attacked by a wild animal, become injured while hiking, drowned, or been kidnapped. Nobody knew of my mother's abusive tendencies or the squalor and neglect my sister and I lived in. Most importantly, the law enforcement involved was the local park rangers, with whom she worked daily. Law enforcement immediately contacted my dad's side of the family to see if I had turned up there or contacted them. They promptly panicked and came to my house with lawyers on standby. Law enforcement then hired dogs to track my scent, and everyone panicked again because the dogs tracked me to a nearby river where my trail ended, as they couldn't pick up any more scent. Over the next couple of days, there were people going in and out of my house, rangers, lawyers, family, etc. Several noticed the overpowering scent of cleaning chemicals, but only the lawyer considered why a supposedly clean house would reek of chemicals. Law enforcement started canvassing the nearby woods and neighborhood. My friend's dad came to me and asked if there was somewhere else I could stay. He told me he wouldn't kick me out, but didn't want to have to lie to the police or let the dogs onto his property. My friend and I considered camping for a week or so, but instead I looked up my dad's side of the family, called them, and they picked me up right away. Understandably, everyone had questions. When I told them what was happening, the lawyers, horrified, pounced. A judge issued an emergency change of custody and prevented her from gaining custody until she underwent a psychological evaluation and therapy. The rangers, equally horrified, completely shunned my mother, and she eventually lost her job. Since she was only allowed to live on the park because she worked there, she was kicked out of her house. My friend's father and the trackers were members of the local community and churches, and they too shunned my mother. She lost her job, her house, her church, and her friends, all because she told me to leave, and I did. Edit for clarity. I'm 32 now. This happened a while ago. Edit, I wasn't clear and didn't want to make it longer. When my dad's family got involved, they reached an agreement where I would leave with them temporarily, but my sister stayed. I had to go back to my mom's for a short while, but then the judge issued an emergency change of custody and my sister and I went to live with our dad. My sister and I have been in therapy and she is teaching now. Life isn't perfect, but it's better. Edit. people keep asking about the chemicals. The house was normally trashed. My mother kept an untrained dog, and the carpet was soaked with dog feces and urine. The few times we had guests, we would have to crawl around the dog's potty spots, clean them up, and make the house smell good. My mom freaked out when she realized that rangers and child protective services might come around. She did a deep clean of the house before reporting me missing because she couldn't afford to have them realize what they were walking on. Vacuous Intent said, "Your friend's dad is a nice guy. I hope you still keep in contact." To this, OP said, "I lost touch with my friend and his dad once my father got custody. This all happened before MySpace. Every year or so, I try to track him down, but I've never been able to find him. Before all this happened, before we were friends, he noticed that my shoes were falling apart and brought me a pair of his shoes. We barely knew each other, but he still wanted to help. He was a good dude." Chibi Sailor Mercury said, "I disagree with the sentiment. She lost everything because she is abusive, not because you left. What you did took a great deal of courage." Under this comment, OP said, "It didn't feel like courage. It felt like petty anger." Lady PBJ said, "You may be out now, but make sure you get the help you need to move on from this. You likely have complex post-traumatic stress disorder, and let me tell you, it sucks. Please get treatment so you can move past this." To this, OP said, "I look like my mom and I can't stand the sight of my own smile. It's really hard to explain to people who think I'm being annoyingly modest, even my sister. I still struggle with self-injury more than a decade later, but I have an extraordinary family and friends circle that are worth being around for." The second post was made in the self subreddit by a user named Lopsided B. The post is titled, "My sister's best friend accused me of SA. My family disowned me. This happened over a week ago. I've come to terms with the fact that I'm not going to be able to convince anyone I'm innocent. I have to accept what's happened and move on, which sucks. My family is literally my whole life. I was especially close with my mother, and now I'm probably not gonna see them much anymore. I lived with my family. I am 24, I know, it might seem unusual. I just don't want to live alone. I was at the house alone, my mom and sister were shopping, and my brother was at work. There was a knock on the door and it was my sister's best friend. She said she had texted my sister, who told her she would be home soon so she could just come in and wait. Fine, I guess. Just for context, she and my sister are 16. I didn't really want to hang around with her, but she was a guest in our house. I couldn't just go to my room and leave her on her own. So I sat in the living room with her and tried to make small talk. She was acting weird, like she was nervous, and she started asking weird questions. She was asking me if she was attractive, if I liked her outfit, and if I would date her if I were her age. It obviously made me very uncomfortable, and I didn't really know what to say. It quickly escalated to her asking more sexual questions, and she pulled her top down to show off her chest. I didn't know what to do. If I said something and she wasn't doing it intentionally but was just being overly chatty and comfortable, I'd look like a creep if I said anything, accusing a minor of trying to seduce me. It wouldn't look good. I was just trying to laugh it off and was hoping my sister would get back soon. I got my phone out and checked Life 360. They were still at the mall. Bearing in mind my sister's friend had been there for nearly over 20 minutes and she said they'd be home soon. At this point, I was almost 100% sure she was doing this intentionally. I straight up told her that she was making me uncomfortable and that I would like her to leave until my sister got here. She acted innocent again, like she was doing nothing wrong, and I started doubting myself until I walked her to the door, and when we got there, she literally touched my crotch. I hid her hand away and told her to get the fuck out. She practically ran out the door and I locked it. I didn't know what to do. She and my sister have been friends since they were like 5, and I didn't want to ruin their relationship. Also, I didn't want to say anything because it would probably put me in a weird position. I decided not to text my sister and to just keep it to myself and stay as far away from her friend as possible. Anyway, about an hour later, my mom and sister came crashing through the front door, screaming and yelling at me, calling me a dirty pedophile and all sorts of names. I knew instantly what had happened and I tried to tell them the real events, but they didn't let me get a word out. They told me that my sister's friend called my sister and was bawling her eyes out, saying that I had hit her, and threatened to hurt her if she told anybody. They kicked me out of the house within minutes. They didn't even let me talk. They didn't have any proof other than her words. All I managed to grab before I left was my phone, car keys, and wallet. I'm living at a friend's place currently. I told him what happened, and he thought I was joking at first because apparently it sounded like a creepy, weird story or something. He genuinely thought I was lying. He believes me now, and he believes that I didn't do anything. I've tried calling my mom and my sister and nothing. I've messaged my brother and he says he has no clue what's happening and he doesn't know who to believe. He's also told me that my sister's friend has been around since then and she genuinely seems shaken and in shock. She must be a brilliant actress. I've just been waiting for the police to come get me since this all happened. They haven't yet. She probably didn't report me to the police because she knows there will be no evidence. Luckily, no one outside my family seems to know yet. None of my coworkers or friends have been acting differently toward me, so that's good at least. But if they decide to tell everyone what I supposedly did, I definitely lose my job. So yeah, I don't know what to do. It's my word against hers. But my family thinks I'm a now. I don't know how they can even believe that. I've lived with them my whole life. I spend most of my time with them and they all believe I'm capable of something like this. For instance, I can't tell the police. That'll likely make it worse. There's literally nothing I can do in this situation. Anyway, thanks for listening to my huge mess. Other than my friend, I have no one else I can talk to whom I trust. Forever It said, next time you're in a situation like this that makes you feel uncomfortable, either start recording with your phone or immediately remove yourself from the situation as soon as possible. Get a lawyer. It's a case of he said, she said. Without proof from her side, you might be able to fight it. To this user, Zaynara said, part of the problem is that he did shut down the situation, and the girl took rejection and attacked him with it. Recording is the only thing that could have helped, but who thinks to do that? Who thinks that a girl you've known forever is going to turn psycho? Captain Buttfart said, if what you're saying is true, go to a lawyer immediately. Document everything that you can, including times, what was said, and any evidence that supports you. Do not talk to the police. The likelihood of you saying something that can be used against you without a lawyer present is very high. I repeat, do not talk to the police voluntarily without your lawyer present. They are just more cards in a deck that's already stacked against you. If what she said was true, there would be real physical and mental trauma. As another person said, if you are to be believed, this sucks. I hope you manage to clear your name. I work with high school kids and have had some inappropriate comments made at me before. It's shocking and caused me to freeze. I reported them immediately to my boss and documented everything that happened just to be on the safe side. It does happen and it is hard to know what to do at that exact moment. Luckily, that's the start and end of it in my experience. If your story is to be believed, I wish you well. To this, OP said, yeah, I'm on my laptop looking at law firms while replying to comments. I didn't think about the possible trauma that should be present if it had happened. And I get why you don't believe me, but thanks for putting that aside to offer advice. Update. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to all the people who left comments recommending I take legal action. At the time, I thought it was pointless, but just simple comments telling me to look into it helped a ton. I did some research and found out that maybe it wasn't as pointless as I thought. If I hadn't made my original post, I would still probably be hiding away, hoping the accusations didn't get to my coworkers and friends. Also, some of the comments and messages I've seen and received have been awful. I've had multiple death threats in my messages from people who have misread my post or have come to the conclusion that I am guilty. I've seen comments saying that I must be extremely creepy for my family to believe my friend's sister over me. Comments basically saying man equals and others saying I should do unspeakable things to the girl who accused me. There are also plenty of comments saying that men can't be victims and that I have twisted the story to garner sympathy. I don't mind the comments saying that my post was fake. It's very understandable why you'd think that. The internet, especially Reddit, is full of nonsense. It's good to be wary. I've received 26 messages and only 4 of them have been positive. The rest have been hateful toward me and threatening death upon me. Do better, people. Now, the update. I'm going to keep it pretty short. The day after my post, I contacted a lawyer and had a consultation. I'm extremely lucky because I ended up with a lawyer who is passionate about helping men who have been falsely accused. She says she's defended a dozen guys and has seen the damage it can do. She agreed to help me and we met in person. She asked me a lot of questions and made me go through my story step by step. She told me I had left it too long and that I could have been very easily cleared if I had gotten legal help straight away. Apparently, my sister's friend could argue that any trauma could have healed by now and any DNA evidence would no longer be present. So the best option now would be to send a cease and desist letter to the girl's family. So I signed the documents and she gave me a very discounted fee, which I'm really grateful for. A full lawyer fee would have hurt. Just over 24 hours later, I was notified that the letter had already been sent, which was much faster than I expected it to be. so I waited. And honestly, I didn't expect anything to happen. But 2 days ago, my brother texted me saying that she told my sister she lied. Apparently, she's been crying for ages and my mom is pissed. The same day my brother told me, my sister messaged me and called a lot. I haven't opened the messages yet because I don't want her to see that I've seen them. I want some time to think. Also, I need to wait until my lawyer says it's okay to resume contact. I'm not mad at my sister. She's been friends with this girl since they were small and she's still a kid. This whole situation was probably pretty overwhelming for her, but my mom, I expected better. She instantly believed the accusation, kicked me out, and hasn't attempted to contact me at all. She should be mature enough to handle this in a proper manner, but she failed to do so. My brother is the only one who hasn't completely cast me out. He's been pretty neutral throughout the whole thing and hasn't believed anything, although he hasn't really spoken to me much. I think I can quite easily fix my relationship with him, but it still hurts that he didn't defend me 100%. As for those of you who asked why my mom and sister instantly turned on me, I've been thinking a lot since it happened. And I realized that my mom has always been very much of the believe the woman type. During the whole Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, she was supportive of Amber. I guess this view has rubbed off on my sister. No hate to anyone who has this same view, just stating why I think this happened. I have never done anything creepy that would make them think twice about me. What I was accused of disgusts me. So thanks again to those of you who urged me to take action, as you may have saved me. Sorry if this is hard to read or a bit all over the place with grammar and such. I just wanted to post this and leave all this behind me. This third post was made in the Off My Chest subreddit by a user named Blaba. The post is titled, "I took in my former friend's daughters after I found out he was abusing them. Their extended family tried to get in the way. I have to be careful about what I say because of the people involved, but here it goes. I 38M had a close relationship with longtime friends, T39F and J37M. They got married and had 2 daughters, A and BT, and my fiance, N37F, both died in a horrific accident in 2023. After they died, I was constantly helping out with the girls. It's worth mentioning that T and I dated in high school but have been just friends since. J and I mourned together. We have always been like brothers to each other, and we both lost the women we loved at the same time. It was devastating, but he was clearly having a harder time moving on than I was. He started drinking, lost his job, lost his car, couldn't pay rent, etc. We all came from serious poverty. I managed to do well for myself and pull myself out of that life, while T and J were doing okay. They weren't doing anywhere near as well and were too proud to ever accept help from me, no matter how much I offered. Eventually, I insisted they come stay with me. I live in a very large house with way more space than one person needs. I work from home, so he'd have someone to watch the kids while he looked for work, and I'm within walking distance of both of their schools. I offered to have the 3 of them move in with me while he went to therapy and got his life back together. He eventually caved. Everything seemed fine at first. Over time, I started to notice a concerning shift in the girl's behavior. It didn't feel like normal teenage angst. I basically raised my 3 younger siblings because we had a single mom working 2 jobs. This was something different. Without going into detail, I work in security and my home is like a fortress. That includes things like blast-proof security glass on the windows and cameras everywhere except the bathrooms and the girls' rooms. One day, B came to me when the house was otherwise empty and started acting very inappropriately toward me. I shut that down immediately, but that got me worried. A teenage girl acting like that toward a grown man is a red flag. I tried asking if anyone was hurting her, but she got upset with me for even asking. A few days later, B came to me again, asking if I watched the cameras. I told her only if there's an incident or something. She asked if I could get alerts if someone walked into her room. I said yes, if I set that up, I could. She asked if there were cameras in her room. I told her no, of course not. B asked if I could install a hidden one. I was very concerned about these questions. She refused to explain. I agreed and waited until the house was empty to install it. I also clipped the recording of the conversation we had in my office where she asked me to install the camera. I'm sure everyone knows where this is going, but I caught Jay going into B's room and assaulting her. He said a bunch of things about how she deserves this because he had this idea in his head that she wasn't his daughter but was secretly a result of an affair T and I had. I got the alert on my phone while I was out of the house heading to the airport for a work trip. I immediately stopped what I was doing, went to the police, and let them know what happened. Within a very short time, he was arrested and the girls were taken by Child Protective Services to be questioned. Over the course of several weeks, I was cleared of any involvement and the girls came back to staying with me while everything was being sorted out. I was given temporary guardianship over them while everything gets figured out. The girls have a lot of extended family that are now trying to get custody, but their entire extended family comes from the same impoverished world I clawed my way out of. Most of them are absolutely unhinged. They all live in poor neighborhoods, lack resources, just an overall poor environment for the girls. I try not to be too judgmental because I came from that same life. No matter how well I'm doing, I try not to hold it over anyone. The girls' lives and future are what matter to me the most here. The girls have both made it very clear to me they feel safe with me and don't want to live with any of their family. A couple of months ago, the whole family showed up at my house to argue why I needed to give up the girls. They used excuses like I'm not family, I'm creepy, it's strange how I'm trying to protect them and I won't let the girls see them. Eventually, some racial slurs got thrown, I'm mixed race, they're all white. Of course, all of this was caught on camera. Threats started to get thrown around. I shut all that nonsense down and one of my neighbors called the police. The cops showed up and made everyone leave. They refused to do anything about the threats at that point, but honestly, I wasn't shocked. Later, the police showed up in full gear saying I was holding 2 girls hostage. Turns out the family called them to report as much. They tried to break down my door, which wasn't going to happen because again, this place is a fortress. It damaged the door frame though, which I now have to repair. All that was eventually cleared up, which is a long story in itself. Later that night, one of the girls' uncles tried to break in. He couldn't manage to get through the security windows, and long story short, weapons were involved, and he ended up being hauled away in cuffs in an ambulance with a hole in his leg. Since then, I realized I love these girls like they're my own. The realization happened when I was making dinner and A accidentally called me dad, and I choked up a bit. That was the moment I decided I wanted to adopt them both. I asked the girls if they would be okay with that, and they were both excited by the idea. Their Child Protective Services caseworker is on my side. By pure luck, we knew each other from high school. All the evidence I have from the family's harassment, phone calls, video, audio, police reports, makes them all out to be unhinged. So what do? These people are getting everyone I've known and grown up with involved. They've created an absolute mess of false anonymous reports to anyone who will listen, claiming I am preying on the girls. So many reports were filed that a huge investigation got launched. I had to take them out of their schools and enroll them in private schools some distance away so that their family wouldn't know where they're at. There were 2 different incidents of their family trying to grab them off the street. It's gotten so bad that I had to have one of my employees come on as additional armed security to protect the girls from their own family. I'm doing everything I can to be strong for the girls, to be there for them, and to give them the best life I can. But damn it, this is wearing on me. I didn't exactly have the best family life growing up myself, and I'm trying to give A and B the best life I can. Cut to another court hearing, and the family pulled enough money together to hire a lawyer to argue that I am unfit to care for the girls because I'm not family and they already have biological family that wants them. My home is a death trap, even though Child Protective Services did their home inspection and agreed that I exceed literally every metric of home safety on their list. I even had the girls demonstrate that they can bypass every security measure and escape the house in the event of a fire or something. I have an arsenal in my home, even though my weapon storage exceeds the requirements for foster care in my state by a massive margin. Every weapon is registered and the girls absolutely can't access them no matter how hard they tried. I have a history of violence, yet I've never once been in trouble with the law since I was 16. And all of my violence has been related to my work in security and now having to protect the girls from their own family. I managed to get the girls temporary protection orders from the more intense members of their extended family. B feels the pressure of this the most though, and I can tell she's struggling. She wants to have a normal teenage life where she can be on social media and go places with friends. But she can't because she needs to have a security guard with her. She can't be on social media due to her family's harassment. Somehow, they managed to get a judge to listen enough to launch a whole new investigation. New caseworker, new inspections, more interviews. I'm mostly worried about B. Even though she's in therapy, I feel like having to talk to all these people over and over again isn't helping. I just want it all to be over with, for the adoption to finalize, and for these people to go away. I've hired the best lawyers I can, and I know there's no way in hell their family will come out on top. This past Friday, it's finally over. I'm legally their father. The entire extended family has an order of protection filed against them, barring all contact. And finally, I can breathe. We're going to celebrate with a big trip once the girls agree on where they want to go. Edit. Rereading this, I realized that a lot of it seems a little all over the place, especially at the end. This has been an effort to collect my thoughts from notes I took while dealing with this over the last year. C. Art said, "You, sir, are a hero to those two girls and an example to others to ask questions and not give up." Untaken username said, "May you have every blessing given your way. I'm sure T is watching over you from wherever she is as well. Every risk is worth it. I'm so happy for you and the girls. I hope you all remain blessed and protected. Still, be on guard always, especially when you're outside the house. They could still hire someone to do something, given the lengths to which they've gone. It is suspicious to me that the extended family wants them to this extent, in my opinion. Something isn't adding up about them and their intentions. I don't know what, but I thought I'd voice that out. And when people are this unhinged, they will forever be persistent. I do hope they back off, but you also just won't be able to tell what's going on with them. So please continue to document everything, store footage on hard drives, even on normal days. Make sure you and yours are protected. Make sure the girls' school guidance counselor or principal are aware of some of the history so they're on your side too, in case the family shows up there instead. You've done great so far, you're a good dad." To this, OP said, "Thank you. Their school knows enough of the situation to understand that the girls should only ever be handed off to me or a couple of very specific people. For the foreseeable future, I'm keeping security around the girls whenever I'm not around. As for why their family was so adamant about taking them in, part of it was racism. Part of it was a refusal to believe that Jay did anything to them. They insisted I was making it up and projecting something I must have done onto him." This story was posted by a user named I Eat Potatoes in the Am I Wrong subreddit. The post is titled, "I made my fiancée drop her friends before our wedding or I wouldn't marry her. I, a 24-year-old woman, and my fiancé, 24F, have been planning our wedding for 2 years. Her friends never liked me. In fact, they have pranked me by stealing my car for 3 days, leading me to call the police, filling it with packing peanuts, and dropping it off outside my fiancé's and my apartment. Today, my fiancé was talking about her friends and I said, 'What about them?' She told me they are planning something for the wedding that we will love, but they won't tell us what it is. Knowing them, it's insane and will ruin the whole day. I told her to tell them not to do it, but she said they won't budge. I said they are uninvited then because we can't have that stress on our wedding. My fiancé told me that she wasn't going to uninvite them because whatever it is will be fine, and that I'm being overdramatic. We got into a fight and I ended up saying, if you don't drop them as friends, we can call off the wedding because I'm not marrying someone who associates themselves with the kind of people who steal cars for pranks. She said I was being unreasonable and that she has known them since middle school. I said I didn't care and that it's either them or me, and I stormed out. I have been living at my parents' house and they think I'm being unreasonable. So please tell me, am I wrong for telling my fiancé to choose between her friends and me? Update. So I talked to my fiancé. For the sake of time, let's call her M. I met M for coffee so that we could talk. This happened a few hours ago, and honestly, I don't know what to do or where I stand. We met up around 9 a.m. I arrived about 20 minutes before she did. She sat down and we talked. About an hour went by. I told her that I felt hurt that she had prioritized her friends over me, especially before our wedding. I told her about the car theft prank and how it affected me mentally and regarding my job when I was forced to be late because of this. I have brought this up before and her face looked as if she was bored. I told her this really affected me and I don't appreciate her not taking me seriously. She rolled her eyes and told me I was being melodramatic and that her friends are more supportive than I will ever be, which is why she doesn't prioritize me. I told her I have supported her when she lost her job, when she was kicked out by her parents, when her phone, keys, and wallet were stolen by her own sister, and so many other times. She brushed me off, saying that I shouldn't be listing these off as if she owed me. I never meant to do that, and I apologized and expressed that I just want her to be there for me. She said, I am, always. You're not who I thought you were, asking me to do everything for you like you're useless. Honestly, it's pathetic. I finally snapped and told her, you are a vile person. Cancel the venue. You don't deserve a wedding after everything you have done and condoned. Goodbye, M. I walked out and called her, telling her I would be back in the morning to grab my things and the ring. What do I do now? I feel lost. Edit, I have seen your comments and once I am in a good place and settled, I will give a final update. Thank you for the support. I appreciate all of you. Update 2. So I went back to get my stuff from M's and my old house. I had a policeman come with me just in case anything happened. I am so lucky I did that because the whole place was trashed. My stuff was everywhere. What was once my home was now unrecognizable. The living room TV was smashed. Everything from the kitchen had been thrown onto the floor and half of my things were missing. I tried to gather everything I could and leave, but when I was going to the car, there was spray paint on the side saying, "Fuck you." I saw M's car drive away. I filed a police report and am now trying to move on with my life and enjoy being my own person with my friends and family. Thank you everyone for your advice. I have no idea what would have happened if I hadn't posted this originally. Thank you all. Fiancecord said, and they were supposed to get married. Intercontinental Missile dodged. Grab the Muffin said, at least she didn't marry her. Everyone involved is absolutely crazy. If they think they can get away with these things as adults, they must not have faced any consequences as children. Hopefully, after the police report and whatever comes from that, they will maybe learn to grow up, but I won't hold my breath. Inscrutable J said, from just the headline, I thought this was headed in the complete opposite direction. Yikes. OP took her in when she would have been homeless, carried her financially when she was unemployed, helped her when her stuff was stolen, and forgave what should have been a deal breaker with the car theft, but isn't as supportive as those criminal friends. Supportive of what? A major drug habit? I'd almost feel better if it's drugs and not just that OP didn't realize that she was about to marry a monster. The second post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named The Mystic Rose. The post is titled, I caught my fiance hooking up with my sister while I'm pregnant and tomorrow I'm exposing everything at our family gathering. I caught my fiance hooking up with my sister while I'm pregnant and tomorrow I'm exposing everything at our family gathering. I have reached the edge of what I can bear. I am 28 and have been with my fiance for just over 3 years. We live together with my 4-year-old daughter from a previous relationship. 3 weeks ago, I found out I am pregnant again. At first, I was overjoyed, naive enough to think we were finally creating the stable family I had always wanted. He grew distant the very next day. He ignored my excitement, started coming home late, and kept his phone glued to him at all times. I began noticing strange calls and those discreet social media notifications that vanished too quickly. My gut told me to investigate. I almost wish I had not. He has been secretly hooking up with my older sister behind my back. She was the one I always tolerated, even though she drags drama wherever she goes. She would hug me when relatives were around, pretend to be the supportive older sibling, then turn around and badmouth me to her friends. I never imagined she would crawl into my life this deeply. It felt like a slap in the face to read their messages calling me clueless for not noticing. He told her about the pregnancy before he was honest with me about his doubts, and they joked about how stressed I would be raising another child. My sister bragged that our entire family thinks she is the more interesting and popular sibling. Meanwhile, I am just the quiet one who apparently deserves this. I do not know if they are still meeting in secret or if they just get a kick out of hurting me. My fiance denies everything whenever I confront him, says I am hormonal, that my imagination is running wild. My sister keeps messaging me, telling me I should keep my mouth shut and stop being dramatic. I am done hiding my anger. My mother wants me to talk it out calmly, but how do I fix something so broken I can barely breathe? My fiance thinks I will just accept this. He is counting on me being too shy or too pregnant to do anything. Tomorrow, I plan to blow this up in front of the entire family. We are supposed to have a casual get-together at our parents' house, ironically to celebrate my pregnancy announcement. I will gather my phone logs, the screenshots, and all those humiliating texts they sent each other. Once all the relatives have settled in, I will put everything on display. No more secrets. I might burn everything in the process. I might lose any chance of a pleasant co-parenting scenario, but I feel like I have no other way to reclaim my dignity. I have been crying nonstop for days. My nerves are shot, and all I get from my fiance is either silent treatment or insults. My sister taunts me and acts like I am worthless. I see no reason to protect them anymore. I do not know what happens next. Maybe they will run off together. Maybe they will lie or twist things around to make me look insane. My fiance has not contributed much financially, so I worry about affording my daughter and this potential new baby on my own. Yet I cannot pretend everything is normal. I have to protect whatever self-respect I have left. I am going to set my entire world on fire tomorrow. Part of me feels terrified. The other part is numb. Regardless, I am done letting them tiptoe around my heart. If they want my silence, they should have kept their betrayal better hidden. Let everyone see exactly who they are. That is all I have left. Update. I am still reeling from what happened. After writing my last post, I spent hours debating whether I should really go through with exposing them at our family gathering. A part of me was scared I would turn my whole life upside down forever, but I knew I couldn't keep letting them walk all over me while pretending everything was fine. I called my mom beforehand to let her know I was breaking up with him and to prepare her. When I arrived at my parents' house, everyone was already there, including my ex-fiancé and my sister. My mother tried to pull me aside, whispering that we should talk first. I stayed calm, walked straight into the living room where everyone was sitting, and asked them to listen. They looked confused. My sister immediately rolled her eyes, and my ex-fiancé mumbled something, probably hoping I would stay silent. I started reading the most shocking parts of the messages I found between the two of them. They mocked me, joked about me not noticing anything, and said I deserved this. I had timestamps proving he was sneaking around with my own sister while I was at home with my daughter. My sister stood up and accused me of lying, her voice defensive and low-pitched, but I just kept reading. The messages spoke for themselves. I revealed how he told her about my pregnancy before even discussing it with me, and how they laughed about me being stressed raising another child. My ex-fiancé tried to dismiss me, claiming I was overreacting and misinterpreting the situation because of my emotional pregnant state. He even blamed my mental health. By then, he stormed out of the room and my sister started crying. My dad stared at the floor, silent, while my mother looked horrified. Finally, my sister snapped and stormed out, yelling that I was a dramatic liar who blew everything out of proportion. Now, the fallout begins. My ex-fiancé has been texting me non-stop. One moment he says he is sorry, the next he blames me for humiliating him. He shows zero genuine remorse. He is just mad that I exposed him. My sister calls me horrendous names, says I ruined her image, and refuses to take responsibility. She insists I am making up drama. Honestly, I do not even know if they are still seeing each other or blaming each other for being caught. Either way, their secret is out, and that is all I wanted. I am now talking to a lawyer because this man barely contributed financially before. I have to protect my daughter and ensure I never have a child with him. Only the thought of raising 2 kids alone is terrifying. I feel numb and heartbroken at times, but I also feel a strange sense of relief. At least everyone knows the truth now. I exposed everything that day in the living room, but at least I am no longer being trampled on in silence. My sister and ex-fiancé can no longer laugh behind my back. Yes, things will probably get messy. They might lie to other relatives, people we mutually know, or twist the story, but I am glad I refused to keep quiet. All I can do now is focus on the positive, talk to my lawyer, and move forward. It will be painful, but I will do everything in my power to build a new future on my own terms, far away from these people. Golden Mandela said, I hope she can get an abortion. Being tied for life to that asshole by having a baby together would be agonizing. A deleted user said, why is OP talking to a lawyer if she wasn't married to him and he isn't the father of her first child? It sounds like she might not go ahead with the pregnancy, so unless they've got shared financial assets, what's the lawyer for? This story was posted about 6 years ago and is titled, Do I Need to Work with the Woman My Father Had an Affair With? I'm employed by a nonprofit that works with low-income students. I love my job and think that doing it has a positive impact on others. I like my boss and co-workers. We also have an employee who kind of works as an assistant, doing data input and organizing our lecture schedules. We are hiring a new person for that position, and our manager sent us a short list of people she was considering. She asked us if we had any input or prior interaction with the candidates. The problem is I do, and I don't know how to broach it with her. I don't think I can work professionally with one of the candidates. Let's call her Cersei. We used to be friends, and she was my roommate for a brief time, including when I was hired by this organization. So they know I know her. However, a few months ago, I walked in on Cersei and my father having sex. It turned out that they had been having a full-blown affair for as long as we'd been roommates. Apparently, one of the reasons she'd moved in with me was to be closer to him. I've completely cut Cersei out of my life. I don't really trust myself to interact with her without losing my composure, and now there's a chance she's going to be hired into a position I'd have to frequently work with her in. My questions are these. The manager asked us to tell her if we had any input on the hiring decision. What do I say? Do I have the grounds to say anything? Because I actually think Cersei's a decent fit for the position, but there's no way in hell I can work with her. If Cersei is hired, how can I work with her because I love this job and don't want Cersei to be the reason I quit? Update. Your advice and the advice of your comments were spot on. I spoke to my boss a few hours after the thread went up. I went with the second script you suggested. My boss was really glad I came to her. She had already scheduled an interview with Cersei before I came to her, but she let me know that they weren't planning to hire her, and they didn't. I know there are a lot of sad updates about bosses not holding to things they promise, but this isn't one of them. I work well with the general assistant they ended up hiring, and I continue to enjoy my job. Unfortunately, Cersei was hired by another department my job has some overlap with, so I have to see her more than I'd like. To be fair, I'd never like to see her, but every week or so is definitely too much. I'm professional when I have to interact with her, even though I wish I could ignore her. It would definitely be too apparent to coworkers if I were cold to her. The opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference, and I'm working on becoming indifferent to her. Luckily, she should be finishing her program this spring. I was pretty active in the comments of the post, and I really can't express just how grateful I am for the advice and kindness of so many people. I was really struggling with feelings of isolation, like I had to bear this secret by myself, and it was a profound relief to get to talk about it. The professional and life advice and input I received were absolutely incredible. A few weeks after I wrote, I ended up sitting down to have a conversation with Cersei. In the immediate aftermath of discovering the affair, she told me that she'd be open to talking whenever I was ready. I felt ready, so I reached out. It was a frustrating conversation, but one I'm glad I had. She didn't have good answers to the questions I had, and there were also no good answers to the questions I had. I hope that makes sense. There's still a lot of grief and sadness I'm dealing with, and I'm working on letting my life continue. My parents are still kind of together, and I intend to stick by my mom wherever she goes from here. Thank you so much for helping me stick up for myself and for all your professional advice. Del Snafu said, I was once in a similar situation. A colleague had recommended someone who had mistreated a mutual friend he had dated. I straight up told the hiring team. This guy was abusive to a friend of mine. We interviewed him as a courtesy to our colleague, but did not move forward. I let the friend know we passed on him afterwards. Done and done. Peter09 said, not the best results, but at least OP seems to be doing better. I wonder how things are now since it's been a while. Turbulent Parsley said, I don't know if I agree with the person who said they wouldn't decline to hire someone because of an affair. I personally think that's a really good reason, because if your employee is willing to lie to and cheat on their spouse, what kind of lying and cheating will they do in their professional lives? Unless your business is scamming people, I wouldn't trust someone who cheats on their spouse with my business's or client's best interests. However, if your business is scamming people, Cersei sounds like a great addition to the team, given her commitment to the long game of being the original poster's roommate to sleep with her father. That's commitment to your conniving. This second post was made by a throwaway account about 4 months ago in the relationship advice. The post is titled, Wife and her family kept her affair hidden from me, thinking about serving my pregnant wife with divorce papers at her parents' house on Thanksgiving Day. The backstory is that I've been married to this woman, Becky, for 4 years now. 3 weeks ago, she meant the world to me. I would have done just about anything for her, but now I don't even see her as human. I've always wanted a family, and she knew this before we got married. She also had the same goals in life for us. After getting married, she decided that she didn't want to be a mother, and I was hurt but accepted her decision. We purchased a small farm after getting married, and Becky decided that would be her full-time job. We really were blessed to be living the beautiful life that we were living. Becky wants a thoroughbred horse for 6 figures, no problem. Becky wants to import a herd of Brahman cows because regular cows look boring, no problem. Becky wants a brand new diesel truck every year to drive into town, no problem. I had no issue providing all of these things because I knew her first love was taking care of animals. I knew that's what made her happy. A few weeks ago, her best friend Emily wanted to know if I was available to meet her because she had something to tell me. I figured she had a surprise for Becky and wanted my help. Emily came over to the house when Becky was away and handed me a file with evidence of my soon-to-be ex-wife's affair. Becky had been having an 8-month affair with the married veterinarian. Emily and Becky have been best friends for over 10 years, so Becky tells her everything. Emily let me look over the file and then told me about the affair. The highlights include that it was with someone who bills me hourly for thousands of dollars, the same man I see in church and who shakes my hand, while his wife and I are clueless. Becky and he sleep together in what is supposed to be our house daily. Almost every time Becky goes on a trip, it's with her lover, not her friends. Becky deliberately sent me 2 states away to pick up a trailer so she could have the house to herself and her lover. All the new girly clothes and heels are for this man, not me. The icing on the cake is that Becky is currently pregnant with her lover's child, not mine. I know this because she admitted it all through text to Emily. She admitted to keeping the truth hidden from me. Emily also knows Becky had a conversation with her parents, who are supposed to be very high-ranking religious people in our little town. Her father, the pastor, encouraged his daughter to keep the truth hidden to protect their image. The worst part is I was so excited about this news and now my friends and family know. I can't believe someone can be this evil to do something like this. Becky has already started setting up the room and making changes to the house. The thing is, it's been weeks since I found out about this. I've used that time to get my ducks in a row for divorce. She has no idea that I know what's going on behind my back. I also took this time to confirm and get video evidence of the affair. I've already hired a divorce lawyer who isn't even from our town. Luckily, my state isn't a community property state. According to my lawyer, I will probably come out pretty well, especially with all the evidence we have against her. I've already had a listing agent look at the house and farm and give me an idea of what I can get for them. My question is about my plan for ending this. For Thanksgiving, we usually have a big service at her father's church. I want to look into her father and mother's eyes and have them lie to me about their daughter. My plan is to have the divorce papers served at my ex-in-law's house right before dinner. Her entire family will be there, siblings, grandparents, friends, including Emily. After she is served and realizes what is going on, it will be my time to leave. My best friend doesn't think this is a great idea. I think he's looking out for my safety since most of her family carry guns and he doesn't want me to be outnumbered. Personally, I don't think I'll be in any danger. The other, less exciting option is to do this at our house and see what happens from there. I'm not sure which route to take. After this is over, I plan on leaving this town and not looking back. As for why Emily is turning on her, I believe it's jealousy. Emily isn't married and isn't that well off financially. Emily could have told me 8 months ago, but waited all this time. I'm not sure what to think. If all this sounds scattered, I apologize. My mind is all over the place, and I'm lacking sleep. Lycan Bruton said, I would listen to your lawyer regarding the delivery and not your emotions or random people on Reddit. To this comment, user Heavy Quail said, this is the right answer. While the dinner stunt would be petty and fun, let your lawyer guide you on this. You want the best legal path for your financial well-being. Afterward, you can proceed to tell everyone she's pregnant with an affair baby and that the pastor advised her to lie about it. Their image can still be tarnished. A deleted user said, if the veterinarian was doing work for you and also having a relationship with your wife, that would be classified as a conflict of interest. Have your lawyer explore pursuing action against his license. You may not be able to get it revoked, but you can definitely cause significant damage to it. Additionally, that would expose his involvement in this for everyone, including his peers, to see. At this point, going scorched earth on everyone should be your goal. User Anonymous had said, burn her and her family's lives to the ground. Her behavior and theirs is beyond disgusting. It's unforgivable and grossly hypocritical. Is there any way you could have her served at the church service? This final post was made about a year ago in the TIFU subreddit by a user named P in Paris. The post is titled, I enjoyed anal too much. Both my girlfriend and I are virgins. We were planning to sleep together a few days ago, but now it seems like we're never going to have sex. My girlfriend was keen to have sex with me until the moment she asked if I would stop masturbating once the two of us became sexually active. I said I might masturbate less, but chances are I would still masturbate from time to time, especially when alone and unable to be intimate with her. My girlfriend looked at me like she was struggling to accept what I was saying and asked if I would at least stop using dildos because I would soon have her to satisfy me in the bedroom. She was referring to a dildo I've been using since the beginning of our relationship. I kid you not, it provides the most intense orgasms when I put it in my butt while masturbating. My girlfriend managed to tolerate my approach to masturbating, but she was never a fan. A straight guy penetrating his with a fake made no sense to her. I understood how she was feeling and always assured her that the dildo was nothing more than a tool to enhance masturbation, not a threat to her or a reflection of my sexuality. I asked if she was prepared to play with my butt during sex, as that would encourage me to avoid using the dildo going forward. My girlfriend said butt stuff was not her thing and asked if I was willing to eliminate the dildo because my attachment to it made her feel uncomfortable and somewhat unsure if she wanted to sleep with a guy who liked it up the ass. Without being too direct, she implied I had to choose between no anal play or no sex with her. I asked my girlfriend if she was asking me to choose between losing my virginity, which would most likely be an awkward and unsatisfying experience for both of us as beginners, or not losing my virginity but still getting guaranteed intense orgasms thanks to my dildo. My girlfriend said I was being cheeky and stubborn, and I said she was being insecure and unreasonable. For the record, I was thoroughly stoned. This happened on Halloween night, at a Halloween party. We were supposed to be having fun, hence the weed in my system, but we decided to unpack the wrong topic at the wrong time, and the end result was my girlfriend leaving the party without me. I woke up the following morning realizing I'd convinced the only girl who actually considered sleeping with me that I preferred a dildo over having sex. It's almost been 2 weeks since Halloween, and my girlfriend has made it clear she is no longer upset and no longer cares about what I put inside my ass when I masturbate. She says I've apparently made her realize the two of us might not be sexually compatible. As of now, it's unclear what the status of our relationship is. Cheery Wino said, I mean, you like what you like. She can't control that. She's jealous of literal plastic. To this user, Goblin Beast said, which a lot of men are too, unfortunately, my wife and I have toys ranging in size from a Clone Willy of me to one that has got to be from an elephant or something for us to use together. It's not that mine doesn't do the job, it's just that they do it more efficiently, and I'm okay with that. Just the same as her sticking a up my ass that hits my prostate. It's a more efficient way of making me finish. Though they are young, so probably don't have as much actual experience and a lot more jealousy than a married couple would, I guess. Hakora said, she's way too concerned about your butt. It doesn't matter how you get off. It sounds like she might have outdated ideas about masculinity and sexuality. Azila Teb said, I mean, if you're into butt stuff and she's not, you weren't going to last anyway. Not that most teenage relationships do. I wouldn't really worry about it. You'll find someone who will engage in anal play with you and end up much happier. This story was posted by a user named Spee8 in the I'm starting to fall for my wife and unsure how to proceed. This is all a very complicated and sad situation. About 4 years ago, my wife and partner of 8 years passed away due to complications after the birth of our second son. I was deployed at the time and completely devastated. After flying home, I felt that nothing would ever make me happy again. My sons are great but overwhelming, so I asked a sister of one of my Marine buddies, Cass, to help out. She had been friends with my wife, not close friends, but she agreed in exchange for a place to stay. At the time, Cass was only 20 years old and in quite a bit of debt due to her extremely abusive ex-boyfriend, whom she had finally left about 3 months earlier. During the first few weeks of her helping out with the boys, she asked to borrow money to see a doctor because her hands were shaking. I happily obliged. She was an angel, doing all the cooking and cleaning and keeping my young family together. It turned out that she had developed some sort of neurological disorder, probably brought on by repeated abuse. At the time, it seemed simple. I had good insurance, she needed health care, I never thought I'd be able to move on from my wife, and she was afraid of intimacy. I agreed to marry her, but keep our relationship platonic. She promised not to burden me with her debt, and we signed a prenuptial agreement. I know this is technically fraud against the government, hence the throwaway account, but we were both so damaged and needed somebody, even if not intimately. The past 3 years have been about as good as expected, if not better. Cass is great, better than great. She keeps the house spotless, has food ready every night when I get home, and has been working overnights as a baker and almost has her debt paid off. Her condition has improved greatly thanks to the excellent medical care she was able to receive. With the boys, she is a saint. She tells them about their mother, shows them pictures, takes them places for fun, and even taught them how to read. Sometimes the 4-year-old calls her mommy, but she shushes him and reminds him that her name is Cass, and that mommy is the angel whose picture is above the fireplace. Once her debt is fully paid off, the kids are in school, and she saves up some money. She's planning to enroll in a nursing program. Our relationship is still platonic, but very caring. I've cried on her shoulders more times than I can count, and she's done the same for me. One night I was very stressed out and yelled at her about something pretty inconsequential. She became quite frightened, but we worked it out and I even offered to pay for her to see a counselor. That was 2 years ago. We've had minor fights since then, but have always been able to work through them. She seems to understand me whenever I'm hurt, upset, or angry and has a calming presence that I can't explain. The problem is that I think I might be falling for her. I've been noticing little things. Her scent, her smile, her laugh, the way she smiles with her eyes when she sees me, and how much my boys love her. Not to mention that she's gorgeous, hardworking, and one of the strongest people I've ever encountered. A few nights ago, I almost kissed her after we put the boys to bed. Her hugs goodbye have started lasting a little longer. The other day, she was taking a nap in my bed, and I wanted to join her, not for sex, but just to lay with her and hold and kiss her. I don't know what to do or how to bring this up. It's been 4 years since my wife died. I can only think of a quote from A Song of Ice and Fire books in which a character says, "When the sun has set, no candle can replace it," meaning that since his true love has died, nobody could replace them. That's how I used to feel, but there have been days where my thoughts have been occupied with Cass, and I haven't even thought about my wife. I feel bad about it. I still miss her, but I never thought I'd be able to move on. I feel guilty and disloyal. At the same time, I want Cass, not just sexually or physically, I want to be romantically intimate with her, not just as friends. I don't know how to bring it up. I don't want to scare or make her uncomfortable, but this is becoming more difficult than I could have ever imagined. I was thinking about asking her out for dinner, just the two of us, and bringing it up then. But what if she refuses? How can I gauge her interest? If it means anything, the other day she was having a hard time with the boys, so I brought home some of her favorite flowers. She was extremely giddy, gave me another lingering hug, and even kissed me briefly on the lips. I was taken aback, but she pranced around finishing dinner and putting the flowers in a vase. Edit. Forget it. It's been an hour here reading responses, and you've convinced me to tell her how I feel. I've called her favorite fancy restaurant and made a reservation. Her brother agreed to babysit for us and let either of us stay at his place tonight if things don't go well or if she feels uncomfortable about it all. She paid off her debt this morning, and next week is our 3-year anniversary, so this feels like perfect timing. I'm going to tell her at dessert. I'm nervous as hell. Update. Everything went amazing. Just got home. Love Reddit. I will update tomorrow. Time to go make out with my wife. Update 2. Last night was hectic as hell at first. Our younger son had eaten what he called a giant fuzzy spider, and Cass wanted to take him to the hospital even though he was fine. Her brother, we'll call him Joe, told her that he'd take care of it and basically forced her out of the house to celebrate getting out of debt. She really didn't seem like she wanted to go at all. I became extremely nervous. We got to the restaurant pretty early, but luckily they had a table. She ordered wine, which was odd because she hasn't drunk much since she broke up with her ex, but I figured it was a time to celebrate. We made small talk for a while, but it seemed forced, and I knew I had to tell her soon. Before the entrees even arrived, I said I had something to discuss. She didn't smile and told me that she knew. Joe told her, and my heart almost stopped. That jerk. I hurriedly told her I was so sorry. I didn't want her to find out that way. I wanted to tell her myself. She shook her head, frowned, and said it was okay. She just wanted me to be happy and that I deserved it. I told her I didn't want to stress her out or make her uncomfortable, but I needed to share my feelings and see how she felt, emphasizing it was entirely her choice. She gave me a look and said it was actually up to me, just to do what made me happy. She mentioned she was probably going to move out after her program ended and promised to stay out of the way until then. It was then I realized something was off and asked what Joe had told her. She said he'd claimed I wanted to take her out to dinner to confess I'd developed feelings for someone else and wanted Cass's permission to ask this girl out. That's when I realized Joe had set me up for the most dramatic pickup line ever. Our entrees arrived, and I explained that yes, I developed feelings for someone, I just didn't want it to ruin what we had. She assured me it wouldn't change anything. She still loved the boys and would keep caring for them and the house. I clarified I wasn't planning to ask this girl on a date, and she asked incredulously why not. Then I delivered my smoothest line ever, because I'm already on a date with her. Thanks, Joe. He must have known about the plan and orchestrated that line perfectly. She gave me the look she reserves for my sons when they say things like, "I'm going to the mall alone," or "I have a girlfriend named Tammy." Then she looked away, smiled, shook her head, and asked, "Really?" I nodded and told her I cared about her more than anyone else alive, loved our family, and had fallen in love with her. She took a sip of wine, rolled her eyes, and said, "About damn time, Alex." What happened next is unforgettable. Maybe it was a faux pas, but I leaned across the table and kissed her, spilling her wine. Neither of us cared. We kissed for a minute before she quipped, "Get off me before my crab legs get cold." After leaving, we got ice cream, sat around kissing more, then headed home. Joe was on the couch watching a VH1 dating show with a smug grin. Cass ran in, screaming he'd ruined everything and she'd have to move in with her mom. We let him believe it for 5 seconds before bursting into laughter. He shook my hand, said the boys were asleep, and left. I picked Cass up, kissed her, and carried her to my room, where we, made out for 2 hours and snuggled intensely. Later, our youngest came in with a nightmare, bringing his golden retriever puppy and claiming the doggy was scared, so we let him stay. I woke up early to make breakfast, deliver it, and kiss my wife goodbye. I'm asking my boss for the afternoon off to spend more time with her while the boys are at school and preschool. Update 3. My wife and I are doing fine, but I'm still unsure how to provide proof. I've lost a restaurant receipt, didn't pay with a card, and won't post pictures for obvious reasons. But I will deliver and find a way. I promise as a man of my word. Haven't I always delivered so far? And to those of you talking about a second wedding ceremony, we just kissed for the first time 2 nights ago. Overly attached Reddit. Finally, thank you to whoever gave me gold. I spent about $25 last night buying Joe beers. Next time, please use that money for real good. Take a vet to lunch, learn CPR, I don't know. But again, many thanks to you. I promise I'll update again in the future, but don't be angry if it isn't often. I've been a little busier than normal. Update 4. Apparently, I can't post this as an update due to a rule, but it's fine. I'd advise anyone to look through my past submissions if you're interested in what happened about a month ago. However, this is a separate issue. Things were going very well until I started developing feelings for her. I was afraid of scaring her or making her feel unsafe, but Reddit convinced me to take the plunge. Now I'm happily dating my wife. Hey everybody, I hope your workday is going well. Mine has been chaotic. Everything has been wonderful lately though. It was somewhat strange at first explaining things to our friends and family, but most had already figured it out, including my sons, who act as though nothing has changed. I'm pretty sure the little troublemakers knew the entire time. Anyway, last night I came home to find Cass acting off. Dinner was burnt and she was drinking lightly. I asked what was wrong, obviously concerned, and she told me her ex-boyfriend got parole last week. I was stunned, as she should have been able to testify at his parole hearing. Apparently, the crime he was incarcerated for was unrelated to the abuse. Cass had been assured it would imprison him for at least a decade and too afraid to testify against him or press charges. Apparently, he'd been arrested for a felony, and while detained, he asked her to post bail. Instead, she asked my first wife for help moving out and moving on. I don't know what to do. I don't think we have legal avenues to send him back to prison. She's guilt-ridden for not going to the police and is now deeply upset. I'll ensure her safety. If he tries to contact her, I'll pursue every legal measure to prevent him from even approaching her. I've taken today off work, but promise to have friends check in throughout the day once I return. I don't know how to make her feel safe. I've contacted my lawyer about filing a restraining order and he said it should be straightforward, but she's a wreck. I just don't know how to reassure her that she's protected. I doubt this man will show up, but I know exactly what I'll do if he tries. Update 5. First, I'd like to apologize for not keeping you updated. I've honestly just been pretty occupied with life lately. Last night, I had trouble sleeping, so I was browsing the internet when an article about Reddit came up and I thought, I wonder how those nice people are doing. Then I signed in and realized that a lot of you really care about how my life is going with Cass. The answer is that things are going pretty well now. Things got tough for a while when her ex was released from prison last year though. She was so afraid that he'd contact her until he did. I remember that night like it was 5 minutes ago. Somebody rang our doorbell and the oldest son answered. He asked for Cass. She told the boys to go upstairs and gave me a look and I knew, but she didn't look scared. The man apologized and begged for forgiveness, asking for a second chance. She was so brave. I wanted to confront him, but she told him no and asked him to leave. He did, and he tried to contact her a few more times before we got a restraining order against him. Last I heard, he moved upstate to live with his father or something. Around this time, her brother Joe also got into a really bad car accident and ended up having to move in with us for a while. He's a great guy and one of my best friends, so we didn't mind, but it was a stressful time. About 7 months ago, we finally consummated our marriage, I guess you could say. The boys are doing great and are really happy. Cass got a pretty good job and loves it. We're expecting our first child in February and couldn't be more excited. You could say that life is pretty good. I'll be around for another few hours if you guys have any questions. Update 6. It's a girl. Technically, she was born early in March, but I didn't want to make the title "It was a girl." Sorry for not updating, it was a pretty rough pregnancy, but everything turned out great. Little Therese was 21 inches and 9 pounds at birth and as bald as I am. She's way easier than the boys were. She hardly ever cries and is the most photogenic baby ever. Our youngest son is completely smitten and always tries to help. It's less cute than you think. Joe is also doing okay. His back is still bothering him, but he's dating a girl who actually went to my high school. He's pretty happy with her, and we're all very happy for him. Other than new fatherhood, there isn't much to update. I'm home watching the baby today while Cass is out, so I should be around for a while. Felicia Liu said, "What a beautiful story of tragedies combining to create happiness for all. I'm so glad they found each other and that the boys are so happy and loved. As for defrauding the government, I don't see it that way. The law doesn't require married couples to have sex or procreate, yet." Double Chocolate said, "Time to log off and be productive. I don't think I'm going to get more wholesome than this today. I don't even care if it's fake. I'm saying it's real and everyone lives happily ever after." This second story was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "I think my son is going to come out to me later this month. How do I make sure it goes well? My son is gay. I knew when he was 5. My wife claims she knew when he was 4. We're fairly competitive with each other, so I think she's just trying to beat me. My family leans toward being anti-LGBT. They don't hate LGBTQ individuals, but they often comment on it. My wife's family doesn't really care. They're accepting of anyone as long as you respect others. My son has tried his best to hide his orientation. It's worked fairly well so far. He's had a few girlfriends and even took his girlfriend at the time to prom. We thought he might be bisexual, but he never had the same look on his face when he saw a cute guy compared to a cute girl. He and his friend Dakota have been hanging out a lot recently. I think they're dating, but it's hard to tell. In the weeks leading up to June, my son has been acting strangely, and so far this month, he's still acting odd. I'm thinking with it being Pride Month, he wants to come out. I assume he's afraid to tell me because he thinks I share my family's views. I don't want to steal his moment by telling him I know, but I can tell something's troubling him. I asked him if he wanted to go out for lunch later this week, and he turned me down. Do I wait for him to tell me, or should I tell him I know? Should I joke about how obvious it's been to me for over a decade, or is this a serious conversation? I only want what's best for him, and if he is dating Dakota, he's doing pretty well for himself. Update. The evening I posted, I spent a few hours reading and rereading the comments. I was trying to work up the courage to have a conversation with my son. Not because I was afraid of the answer, but because I was scared I might say something wrong and damage our relationship. A lot of you gave me the courage to start a conversation. I decided it needed to happen that night or else I'd lose my nerve. As soon as I knocked on his door, my mind went blank. I asked him if anything was wrong and if he wanted to talk at all. I said I had noticed him acting differently over the past few weeks and wanted to make sure everything was all right. He said he was feeling a bit sick recently, and that was probably what I noticed. I didn't want to push too hard, but many people said I needed to make sure he knows how I feel. I told him that if anything was wrong, I hoped he would talk to his mom and me. We love him and just want what's best for him. The Sunday after I posted was Father's Day. We had a family dinner, just the wife and kids. We had cake and presents, and after opening the gifts, I told the kids I loved them. They are the best gifts a dad could ask for, and I'm so proud to be their dad. I told them I don't say it enough, but I want to make sure they know. After dinner, my son came downstairs and asked if we could talk. He looked visibly nervous and his voice was shaking. He stumbled over his words before saying that he's gay. Ever since our daughter, his older sister, was born, my wife would say that she loved the kids so much she just wanted to squish them. My son started saying it back before hugging us as tightly as he could. It became a bit of a tradition that the tighter you hugged, the more you loved. When he told us he's gay, my wife and I nearly squeezed the life out of him with how tightly we hugged him. We told him we loved him and were proud to be his parents. We ended up talking for about 2 hours about everything going on in his life. He and Dakota have been seeing each other for a few months. In mid-May, Dakota said that he loved him. My son wasn't ready to say it back, and Dakota didn't pressure him. He wanted us to know about Dakota before admitting that he's in love as well. He told us that Dakota was kicked out at 17 after he came out. When Dakota came out, he thought his family would be supportive, but they weren't. They kicked him out on graduation day, and he's been on his own since. He offered my son the spare room just in case the worst happened, and we did kick him out. We invited Dakota over for dinner to get to know him better. He's a great guy and isn't afraid to help out. My son is really lucky to be dating him. My son is a much happier version of his normal self. My daughter is a bit upset that her brother found a boyfriend before she did. Obviously, she isn't serious. She really likes Dakota as well. Thank you again for all the help and advice. I'm glad I was given the push to check in with him. Hopefully, other parents can learn from my mistakes and experiences. Wibble Wobble said, a lovely story to finish my night with. What a great dad. So happy for them all. On the opposite end, I've never understood how someone can disown a child they spent years raising. The love they had for their child must have been held by such a thin thread that they can so easily snap it off with one small thing. Mind-boggling. Invayan said, this was so sweet, and the comments about the sister being upset because her brother got a boyfriend before her gave me a good laugh. It's nice to see some positive stories among the many toxic ones that frequently appear. A deleted user said, I don't understand how people can toss their kids out or disown them for coming out. I'm a Christian woman, and while it may conflict with my religion, the Bible also teaches us to love thy neighbor as you love yourself, be slow to anger your children, but quick to apologize. All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. And most importantly, children are the greatest gift always. I absolutely wouldn't kick my kids out if they came out. I'd support them and be there for them as always. They are my children and always will be. It really irks me how many Christians are so openly judgmental and derogatory about so many things yet think they're perfect, completely skewing scripture to suit themselves. Too many religions do this, and it contributes to the bad reputation religion gets. Not every religious person is a backward, bigoted zealot. This final post was made in the AITA subreddit by a user named Took My Kids. The post is titled, I moved after winning full custody of my sons. Am I the asshole for moving after winning full custody of my sons? My wife and I got a divorce last year. Our relationship failed after she was charged with felony credit card fraud and pleaded guilty to a lesser charge. She had been a stay-at-home mother to our two sons, ages 5 and 3, and took out credit cards in my mother's name to pay for who knows what. She shattered my trust. I work full-time and make a decent living, but nothing extravagant. I had no clue what my wife was doing until police showed up at my door with a warrant, took her away in handcuffs, and seized 2 laptops as evidence. When I got the full story, I filed for divorce immediately. Aside from being a criminal, she was a good mother. She tried to justify her actions by claiming she was doing what was best for our kids, a statement I felt was absurd, given that she never mentioned wanting for anything, and I almost always approved her spending requests. I hired a skilled lawyer and sought full custody. My ex begged me not to, insisting she needed her children. However, she faced up to a year in jail, and nothing her lawyer said convinced the judge to grant more than supervised visitation. She served 90 days in jail, paid fines and restitution, but I've allowed her to see our sons nearly every time she's asked. The last year has been hell, but we've managed. A few months ago, I was offered a much more lucrative job a few states away. I consulted my lawyer about the move, who explained I'd need court approval due to full custody. I informed my ex and she exploded, accusing me of stealing her kids, claiming she'd improved her life and vowing to fight me. I filed the petition, received court approval, and accepted the job. When the judge ruled, my ex burst into tears. Heartbreaking, but I believe I'm doing what's best for my sons. They're young enough to adapt, though their lives have already been upended. My ex is now a wreck, begging me to reconsider, using guilt, manipulation, and bargaining. But from my perspective, she caused this. She lied and broke the law. I have little sympathy. I expect her to seek partial custody eventually, but for now, I'm prioritizing my sons and myself. Does that make me an asshole? Edit. Thank you to everyone who commented, even those who called me heartless for taking my sons away from their mother. This post has given me perspective and I appreciate that. A few things I want to clarify that I couldn't include in my original post. The area my sons and I live in is a smaller community. Not everyone knows everyone, small but close. The crime my ex committed was news here. It was in the paper. People know about it. I get odd looks in public and my sons are excluded from birthday parties. I want to shield them from bullying about their mother's criminal history. I am not permanently alienating my sons from their mother. They'll FaceTime her whenever they want, and I'll drive them to visit her until she can arrange travel. I'll ensure she's included in birthdays and holidays. My sons and I will need therapy. Our current area lacks mental health resources. My new job offers on-site childcare, counseling, and therapy we couldn't access otherwise. The schools near my new job are vastly better than our previous ones. If my ex rebuilds her life and moves closer, I'll support it. If she petitions for shared custody, I won't oppose it. Until then, she'll have only court-supervised visits. I won't request court-ordered child support, we don't need it. To those who say, but she's their mother. Yes, she always will be. I remind my sons daily that their mom loves them and wishes she could be with them. Though angry and resentful, I work hard to ensure my feelings don't harm their bond with her. Update. I've received many requests for an update on this situation, and since a few things have changed, I figured I'd provide one. I did end up taking the new job and moved with my sons. We've been settling into our new lives quite nicely over the last month, and things have been going really well. My sons love the new house, they've made friends with some other kids their age in the neighborhood. My job has been going well, and I couldn't have hoped for things to go better than they have. I got both of my sons into a great therapy program, and the three of us have also been doing counseling sessions together. My boys have been adjusting amazingly well, and I'm so happy and proud of how they've handled this. We've made 2 trips back to see their mother since she is still in the process of figuring out what she will be allowed to do in relation to her probation. We've also been doing many video calls a week with her. My sons still don't fully understand why their mom isn't here with us, but they seem to grasp that this is going to be their new normal. In comparison with how well my sons and I are adjusting, my ex is the complete opposite. She is still very angry with me and thinks I'm a complete jerk. She's frustrated with the process of going through the courts to be allowed to move, frustrated that I'm not willing to drive our sons back to see her as often as she'd like, and feels she's being marginalized in their lives and that I am pulling them away from her. When she was complaining about all of this during our last visit, I reminded her that all of those things are consequences of her own actions, and she blew up at me, saying I am kicking her when she's already down and that I didn't need to take her sons away from her. I told her how well our sons are doing and how happy they are, and she should be proud of how strong and resilient they've been. She then started begging me to please move back so that she can be closer, because she's not sure the courts will allow her to move and the process is taking too long. I told her that wasn't going to happen, but if there's anything I can do with the court process, I would be willing to help if I can. I reminded her that I haven't said anything about her not paying the court-ordered child support, but that our boys seem to be in a much better place already, and I'm not going to take that away from them. Every time we have a video call with her, as soon as she says goodbye to our sons, she starts asking me to consider moving back home. I tell her every time that it's not happening. I'm not a robot, and I do feel bad seeing her so desperate and distraught, but when I look at my sons playing and laughing with their new friends, I know I've done the right thing, no matter the cost to my ex. Update 2. I have full custody of my 2 sons with my ex-wife. For some backstory on our relationship and why I have full custody, see my past posts. Since I now live a few states away from where my ex-wife resides, I knew this holiday season would be difficult. For Thanksgiving, I made the drive back to her place so she could spend the holiday with our sons. During this visit, I discussed plans for Christmas and told her that due to potential winter weather and the pandemic, I would prefer not to drive the kids to her again for Christmas. She didn't like this and became upset, accusing me of isolating her from the kids. This was after I had just driven hundreds of miles so we could spend Thanksgiving together. I told her this was not up for debate and that we could plan something for the spring once the weather warms up and the pandemic hopefully subsides. However, I did ensure that we had a FaceTime call with her and the kids on Christmas Eve and promised to do the same on Christmas morning so she could see them open the gifts she sent. But when I went to call her on Christmas morning, she didn't answer. I tried back a couple of times, but she didn't answer, and the last time it went straight to voicemail. Then around dinner time, the doorbell rang. It was my ex. Of course, the boys were excited to see her, but I had a serious moment of surprise. For a second, I actually thought about not letting her in the house, but my sons were so excited to show her all their new toys that I couldn't do it. After things calmed down a bit, I asked her what she was doing. She said she couldn't handle a Christmas away from her kids, so she made the drive to see them. I told her it was messed up that she did this without telling me, but she said if she had told me, I would have told her not to come. I then asked her if she had gotten permission from her probation officer, and she said of course she had. She asked if she could stay for the night since she didn't have a hotel, and I allowed her to sleep in my guest room. Before I went to sleep that night, I sent an email to her probation officer asking if she had really asked for permission to travel. Since it was Christmas weekend, I didn't hear back right away and my ex left the next day to head back home. That Monday, I got an email from the probation officer thanking me for reaching out and asking for a little more information, which I provided. A couple of days later, I received a call from my ex and she was screaming at me, calling me an asshole for contacting her probation officer. Apparently, she hadn't told them or asked them, and now she could potentially land back in jail. She accused me of purposely trying to get her sent back to jail so that I can keep our kids away from her forever. That was never my intention, but I can kind of see why it looks like that to her. Does contacting her probation officer make me an asshole? Chris G. Spalding said, for someone claiming to have the kids' best interests at heart, many of those commentators were ignoring the fact that the kids didn't have access to therapy and were being ostracized, and that's what stood out the most to me. To this comment, user Uttercockwumble said, small towns can be cruel and have long memories. Those boys would have been outsiders their whole lives if they had stayed there. Jasmina said, I mean, she put herself in this situation. I bet it was all nice while she spent over 30 grand, but now it's bad and everybody else's fault that she put herself in this situation. I also have to like how he is portrayed as the soulless person when his ex-wife turned everyone's life upside down with her actions and is still doing so. Why do things legally when you can play hide and seek with the laws and give your kids even more heartbreak when you get caught? I can also totally understand why he wouldn't want uninvited guests. What if they weren't home? What if he had planned something else with the kids? What if his mom, whom she scammed, was there? Or what if he had a new partner there? This story was posted by a user named Bulldog Mom in the AITA subreddit. The post is titled, I cut off my family for getting a restraining order on my husband. I have been married to my husband for a few months, but we've been together for 6 years. My parents asked us to move into their home 2 years ago to help them out since my father is medically disabled. We agreed because this would allow us to save up for a house. When I was 19, my father had a brain tumor and at the same time, his mother was in the hospital and her condition was critical. My mother spent all her time at the hospital with my grandmother, so I decided to take 2 years off from college and put in a leave of absence from my job until my father recovered, so I could take care of him and my younger brother. Fast forward, I met my now husband at work and we hit it off. From the beginning, he took it upon himself to take my father to appointments and fix things around the house for them. When we moved in, my husband repaired the house for my parents every day after working 10-hour shifts. Anything they asked of him, he did. He fixed the dryer 6 times, repaired the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system, and anything else they needed. Now that we've been married for a few months and have been looking for a home, my mother has been rude and passive-aggressive toward him ever since our wedding. Some backstory on my childhood. I was emotionally abused by my mother and was taught to hate my father because he was always working. She repeatedly told me my dad had no time for me and to not bother him for anything. Once, when I was 6, my mother broke an easel over my head because I was playing with Barbies with my friend. She wanted to play with my new one and I told her she could use any other one she wanted. My mother has always been toxic, but I was constantly gaslit by family and friends and everything was always my fault. My brother, on the other hand, stole from my parents thousands of dollars, became addicted to hard drugs, and has threatened to beat my parents and me multiple times. He's the golden child and can do no wrong. I have always resented my parents for this, but was made to believe I was being irrational and that it was my fault. My husband and I have put our own money into my parents' house to help renovate it for them, with no expectation of repayment. My parents have been ungrateful for everything we, especially my husband, have done for them, but we kept doing it because we live there too. Recently, my therapist told me that to prioritize my health and my husband's well-being, I needed to confront my parents about the issues and trauma I've endured. When I did, they suddenly claimed my husband was brainwashing me. In their words, there was never an issue, so why are you speaking up now? I explained that my therapist encouraged me to work on healthier family dynamics, which is why I chose to address these matters. My husband and I received many gifts for our wedding, and both of my parents suggested we place them in a room that no one uses. Recently, they've been complaining about the gifts and told us to figure out storage. So yesterday we bought a small shed from Sam's Club so we can store all of our belongings in it. This is what set my mother off. She said it was her house and we had no right to purchase the shed. When we tried to explain the reason for it, she started screaming at my husband, telling him he does nothing in the house and that we just do whatever we want because we are selfish. She also said she wanted us out of her house. I told her we had no place to go and that we needed time. She then charged at my husband and attempted to punch him in the face. My father stopped her and then they called the police. When the police arrived, they told us that they felt sorry for us because we hadn't done anything wrong, but they decided to place a temporary restraining order on my husband. They also suggested that I be evaluated for brainwashing and Stockholm Syndrome. All of this over a shed. The police came a few hours later and said that I didn't have to leave, but that my husband would have to leave temporarily. So we packed up our belongings, our dog, and left for a hotel. I've been receiving messages from family members saying that I'm in the wrong and that I'm an asshole because I put my parents through hell. I've decided for my own mental health that I need to cut off all toxic family members because my husband and I don't deserve this. Edit, hey all, I noticed my wording about the Stockholm Syndrome and brainwashing nonsense sounded like it came from the police. I'm sorry, my parents were yelling and begging the police to evaluate me because I would never speak to them like this on my own. The police obviously didn't do anything of the sort, and even told my parents that I was clearly speaking for myself and was under no duress. Update. Hello friends. For those of you who read my first post, it's been 80 days since I posted it, and a lot has changed. My husband and I have found a house and will be moving into our new home at the end of August. I am currently maintaining low contact with my parents only because many of our belongings are still in their house. I have already arranged for movers to come and help me gather all of our belongings, and yes, my parents are aware that we are taking our things. My parents were given no further information other than that we have found a place of our own. My father has ignored me since the situation they caused and essentially blames me for it, although he tells my mother out loud that he's not mad at me when I'm present. My mother thinks everything is fine even though I tell her our relationship is far from it, but narcissistic parents will believe what they want. Once all of our belongings are out of the house, I'm cutting off all contact with my parents and anyone else who needs to go. My husband and I, despite this difficult situation, have grown stronger and are living a relatively peaceful life. Therapy has been wonderful, and we are welcoming all the positive things coming our way with open arms. One thing I realized, aside from my parents being narcissists, is that I really did go through a lot of trauma throughout my life, and my parents still think they're the best parents out there. There was a moment early on in all of this where I thought I couldn't keep going. When I came out of that place and was strong again, I spoke with my parents about it since my mom kept telling me how much they care about me still. Their response to all of this was, oh well, that's not our fault and shit happens. They're right, shit does happen, and it's going to hit them hard once I am out of their lives for good. Thanks for all the kind words and advice. I thought I'd share with those who care to know how we are doing. PayVav said, either that therapist is awful, verging on malpractice, or the OP misunderstood something. What qualified professional would advise their client to confront their abusers while still living under their roof? Nerd is a verb said, despite the title, I don't think there was actually any restraining order. It sounds like the police just asked the husband to leave temporarily. Many children of narcissistic parents develop wildly fantastical views about how legal and financial systems work because narcissistic parents lie to create a false reality to control their children and adult children. These children often assume everyone else will take the narcissistic parent's side in a dispute, even if their claims sound completely ridiculous to most people. Goddess of Spite said, wait until the first thing breaks, or they have medical needs or a need for financial help. They will clearly never get that help from their precious son, and the OP will be long gone. That will be karma. This second post was made in the True Off My Chest subreddit by a user named GameyGYN. The post is titled, I told her she was out of my league. She didn't like it. So I gave her the real reason. She didn't like it either. I met a pretty chill girl at a heavy metal concert. We kept in touch as we didn't live too far away, attended another concert together, and sometimes went out for coffee or visited a museum. We didn't see each other too often, and I didn't think much about it. She did. While drinking coffee, she asked me out on a real date. I dodged and told her she was way out of my league, which she is by all accounts. Needless to say, she was upset. I thought it would just be like any rejection, but she really hated me saying this. She was angry not so much at me, but at how she had received this answer many times before, and she wondered if it was really true or just a convenient thing to say to avoid the real reason. She seemed genuinely hurt, so I listened and didn't make any jokes, allowing her to express herself. Then she asked again if that's really what I thought. Now, I do think she's out of my league, but behind that, there's another reason. I never had a partner. I was never any good at this stuff, despite the whole self-improvement routine and traveling and so on. I was never much more than the odd one out who could make some people laugh but was often ignored. Why she didn't ignore me like everyone else is beyond me, but after turning 30, I was done with hoping and working towards love. That wasn't in my cards, so I gave up. I stopped discussing love with friends, stopped looking for advice, stopped trying to get better socially, and stopped thinking about it as much as I could. I lived my life, and life would be lived alone, and that was it. It helped me get my footing again, and it helped me find happiness. I'm 33, and I'm not about to start dating now for the first time when I'm lagging years behind. I'm not starting with the whole trying, figuring out how you handle relationships and what you want in them, stumbling around with sex and words, while people around me are sending their kids to school and getting divorced and married again. While I have the maturity of an 18-year-old in this matter, that ship has sailed. It feels like I wasn't worth anything in love before, and now, years later, I'm enough for people to settle for long after people are done with the exploring stuff and settling down. It feels like a long-winded pity affair of sorts. As long as I'm happy, I'm good with being alone. And opening that can of worms after closing it seems like a good way to put a dent in my happiness. I told her that, more or less. She didn't like it either. Why not just give it a try, for the experience? Then I asked her some questions. I asked if she had spent a decade without anyone showing romantic affection towards her. She hadn't. I asked if she could guess what effect this could have on someone. She guessed it would be pretty bad. She was right. At this point, we're in two different universes. She's looking for something I can't give. You don't spend so long alone without walling yourself off from the idea of love. That's what I had to do to be happier again. But that doesn't work with other people. She still didn't fully understand, and I don't blame her. It's a strange situation that's hard to grasp without going through it. I asked her if I should have just said I wasn't interested and left it at that. She said she didn't know, and that was it. It was a weird afternoon all around, and I felt a bit off, so I'm venting. Thanks for reading. Edit. Lots of people equate giving up on love with giving up on life. Chill, and if you really think that, get off the internet. Just because I closed the door on dating and love doesn't mean I'm letting myself do nothing and rot. I have projects and things to do, a book to write, and places to visit. As hard as it is for some of you to fathom, you can give up on love and still be happy in life. I'm also not blaming others for having been the undesirable one. I have friends who are unfortunate looking but have had a lot of success. I know it's all on me. Everything isn't so cut and dry. I'm also worried by the number of people who equate going to a museum or a concert with a date. You never do that with friends? Update. Hey folks, I wanted to provide a short update since some people asked for it in the original thread. As for the update, I sent her a message apologizing and telling her I didn't communicate well, but I still value her as a friend and would be happy to see her again in that capacity. We met twice since then and talked it out. She understands my reasons more or less, even if she doesn't agree with them. She understands them even better now that she's considering giving up on dating as well. Apparently, her dating history is a long list of people she fell for who gave her similar reasons, or guys who saw her as a prize and left her the moment they had slept with her. This helps me understand better why she was upset at my reasons for not dating her. I'm crossing my fingers that she finds a good person who sees her the same way and can build something with her. She's okay with still going out to do things and us staying purely platonic. We met twice and we're planning to visit a restaurant in the next few days. We're both foodies. I also saw my therapist and told him about it. He said my reasons can be seen as a defense mechanism that might not be as relevant today as they were in the past. It does make sense, but I'm not willing to try a relationship now with all the difficulties that come with starting late and the uncertainties of even finding someone. Life is easier without that to consider. We'll discuss it again next time, I suppose. Here you go. Thanks for participating in the last thread and have a good day. Edit. I redid this post due to formatting issues. Edit 2. If certain individuals could refrain from sending me messages, I would appreciate it. Giving up on dating doesn't mean I decided to throw common sense to the wind and disrespect women and society. Helgas said, I agree with the therapist. I think OP has put up really big multiple walls, which is understandable given the little bit of history we have. What I think is a bit foolish is that they also adopted an old set in their ways mentality to go along with it. It's scary to be unwilling to change anymore. I think a smarter approach would have been to say something like, I like you, but I've been burned before. I don't even understand why you're interested in me. I can't promise you anything, but maybe if we keep going out, things might change. Relationships, like therapy, take time and trust. You can't just dive into one and expect it to be perfect, especially with a past that's not super positive. Maybe I'm a romantic, but I think there's a chance to get that feeling back if the person wants to, especially if you're transparent and both people are okay with it and understand it. Because if she's about done too and you both just hang out, maybe you will just have each other to spend time with for life, which is okay too. But making up excuses and then being so blunt, especially when it's not exactly true, is just damaging the friendship in my opinion. Number 5, Momo said, "You know what makes me double down on not being in a relationship? People telling me I can't be happy if I'm not in one. Every reason I have for not wanting to be in a relationship is dismissed as just hurt feelings. Why is happiness only found in being in a relationship? Do you know how depressing it is to be single and have to consider compromising yourself to fit in? I don't know, man. I feel for this guy. Make friends. Make memories with those friends. A full life can be lived. Being without a relationship doesn't mean you're alone. That's how I was able to crawl out of my hole of despair. The hope that my happiness won't rely on someone else." To this, a deleted user said, "Thank you. There's nothing wrong with saying, you know, I'm tired of trying and I want to be content with myself. It's similar to going out with people who get upset if you don't drink. Maybe I don't want to drink. Maybe single life after a failed relationship isn't so bad and I don't need a significant other to be fulfilled or do what I want to do. Maybe recognizing that it just isn't in the cards for me and choosing not to waste more time trying when I have a whole life I could be living instead of dating around is a perfectly acceptable choice. I recognize the damage that not wanting to be alone did to me. I learned from my mistakes and I am good on my own." This final post was made in the relationship advice subreddit by a throwaway account. The post is titled, "Something happened between my husband and best friend. My husband and I have been together for 15 years and married for 12. We have 4 kids, and we've always had a wonderful, loving relationship, with both of us being amazing partners to each other. My mom isn't doing well health-wise, so I flew out to see her with our youngest on Friday morning, and we will be flying back tomorrow night. A few hours ago, my best friend called me crying and said she had gotten into a major fight with her husband after discovering he had cheated. She asked if she could come over, having forgotten that I wasn't in town. I talked to her for a little while and tried to calm her down. I also called my husband to explain the situation and asked if it was okay for my best friend to spend the night in our guest room. He was fine with it. I took our iPad with me to keep our youngest entertained while at my parents' place. It is logged into my husband's Apple ID email, so his messages and calls show up on it. When I went to charge it, I saw tens of messages from my best friend to my husband. I found it strange since they were supposed to be under the same roof, and I knew it was wrong to snoop, but I ended up reading the messages anyway. Long story short, something happened between them. My husband kicked her out, and my best friend wants to keep whatever it is a secret. But my husband says that I deserve to know. I don't know what to do or think now, and I have no one I can talk to about this. What am I supposed to do now? Update. You guys were right. I wanted to have the conversation face to face and waited until I got back a few hours ago. We talked after we had dinner and all the kids went to bed. After my now former friend showered and freshened up, my husband gave her leftovers from dinner and they talked about her husband and the situation with him. Out of nowhere, she tried to sit in his lap and tried kissing him. My husband pushed her off and she tried again. He told her she had to leave. My husband admitted that he was tempted to call me late last night but didn't want to add more to my plate while I was with my mom. He wanted to be physically present when he told me. I have talked to her since and she is back at her place. Her husband is not there. She has been very apologetic and says she wasn't in the right headspace and made a mistake by trying something with my husband. She is begging me not to end our friendship. To be honest, I feel bad for her, but she knows how much I love my husband and my family and she was willing to ruin everything. I can't forgive that or rationalize it. Extension Accident said, "It's nice to read that someone didn't automatically cheat and cared about what happened with their marriage. I've read too many cheating stories on Reddit and have become too cynical. OP and her husband handled this situation maturely. Couldn't be," Macy said. "I've been distraught, I've been grieving, I've been heartbroken, but never have I ever tried to sleep with my friend's husband. And the fact that the ex-friend tried to get your husband to keep it from you is beyond messed up.